indeed ghosting up. Foxy's got Dominus and Flash available to him.
He's looking for a run top.
He is indeed ghosting up. Foxy's got Dominus and Flash available to him. Dominus is popped. The Ruthless Predator buys some time. Continues to chase, runs away. First blood, Fnatic.
Crocodile's bite waits on that.
It does indeed, unfortunately, against a Boomerang. Soaz doesn't care. Is that the key to victory here for Fnatic? Soaz is going to get stunned up as he attempts to run away. Goes Mega Gnar, a lot of ultimates. The three-man stun into the crunch. Soaz is putting the damage down. He wallops himself forward, takes Jordan down, then turns his attention to Foxy. Another stun. It's a 1-for-1.
Oh my god.
He's able to escape.
Okay, so the goal here. Oh, hang on, Betsy.
We're holding on. Betsy forced to flash. The Stranglethorns comes down. Shockwave captures two. Jesus is tanking the turret as Broxer, and Soaz run him down. Soaz takes out Betsy, teleports in behind. Foxy, that's too many. He's going to take the taxi back to base. Wadid's on the front line. The hop, the skip, the crunch, the wallop. It's a double kill for Reckless, and Fnatic are on the tower. Soaz's Baron buff is going to get run down by 3 members here. The Boomerang goes out to apply a slow. Fate's Call comes out. That's a good death sentence from Wadid. Soaz, he did well the last time, but they brought back up in a 4v1. Soaz can't do it again. It's at the cost of an inner turret in the top lane.
How afraid do you really need to be when you have 10 extra thousand gold in your pocket?
Well, we're going to find out. That was a really weird death sentence. Somehow connects on Soaz, but it cost Wadid his life. Unleashed power goes down, sending Betsy running for his life. He's flashed and barriered away. That's a good stun onto Foxy. He's taken down by Broxer. Soaz underneath the tower. Got that GA available to him. Throws down the wallop in the crunch. Jordan's lifesteal saves his life. So does Summoner heal. Soaz respawns under the Nexus turret and gets taken down.
I've waved for a rocket right now. They're guaranteed to fall. This is just a matter of time for Fnatic now.
There we go. Matter of time. Nexus turret number 1 is down. Jesus manages to catch a root in the back end. Strangleforce buys some time. Knocks up Foxy in the air. Reckless gets another. A flash away from the shockwave. Double kill for Reckless. He takes down the 3rd Nexus turret. Or the 2nd in that case. Turns his attention to the Nexus. And Fnatic finally win game 1 against Roccat.
All about the skill shots and timing.
Vedius, you talked about skill shots and timing. Here comes Broxer. Bear trap on a road, finds its target, pulls Foxy backwards. First blood to Broxer. Jump quickly to the mid lane as Betsy's got unleashed power. He flashes forward, not enough for the kill. Whoa! Cap survives. Up in the top lane, bear trap on a rope, pulls Foxy backwards. Jousting goes down as a Jamarcia signals Foxy's death.
Kind of early power. You need that early pressure is...
Oh, gets a flash already. Death sentence finds Broxer to buy some time. Broxer now flashes himself away. Chain of corruption tags down Jesus. He flashes to safety. Foxy completes the TP. So does Caps. Caps takes down Wadid. Down in the bottom lane. Reckless kills Foxy. And Fnatic are 4-0. Soaz isn't done yet. Looks for the tower dive. Scarl will help him out. Tanks up a lot of shots.
Oh,
tries to get around the corner. Ring around the Rosie. Pocket pistol for the Posey. And that's a kill onto Soaz. 20 CS has taken that tower down.
That's because Caps has been roaming around the map all in happens spot.
All right, Chain of Corruption starts to spread. Jez is not dead yet. Wadid takes so many tower shots. Foxy's being run down. Bear trap and a rope, as well as Jousting takes him down. For some reason, Foxy uses the Cataclysm. Reckless is looking to run down Hjarnan. He doesn't have an item completer, but he doesn't need it. Flash forward for the kill. Broxer finds Bridestalker and squashes him with his boot. Individually, every member of Fnatic is outperforming Roccat. Here comes Betsy. 1, 2, looking for the triple. Flashes, doesn't find it. Finally takes it down. Triple for Betsy. This upward growth started when they crushed H2K in the playoffs. We jump to the middle lane. Caps gets caught by a death sentence, decides to go back in and burst down Hjarnan. Here comes Soaz with a charge. Stranglethorns zones away Rocket. Pridestalker once again killed by Broxah. And tower number 3 falls.
People always forget the reset that he gives you, right? Because you demount him, you become untargetable, and let's see him come into action again.
Once again, Death Sentence finds his target onto Caps. Not going to be enough to save Wadid though. Herald has been summoned. She will start to prime that charge. Foxy's looking to interrupt. He gets rooted down in place. Knocked up, knocked aside, knocked down. Foxy can't even cataclysm. They need any advantage they can get. Forcing Jez's away is a good first step.
Dragon's going to be spawning in 35 seconds. Sun lands.
Chain of Corruption starts to spread. There's Flag and Drag, doesn't knock anyone up. Cataclysm locks down Fnatic. There's a dash away from Cap. Wadid catches him, follows him with a death sentence. That's the fight that Roccat needed. Soaz is running away for his life as Reckless is racking on the back line of Roccat. Soaz gets taken down as Pridestalker. He quadruples his damage. 2 kills secured, and Roccat win the fight. Baron is started by Rocket in the top lane. Remember, the solo laners are teleport. They're going to finish. Roxa goes in. Roccat get Baron. Pridestalker forced to repel, buying some time. Stranglethorns knocks up 2.
Run, Roccat, run!
Lose 2 of their own. Only Betsy and Hjarnan survive. Blast Cone sends Broxah into Hjarnan's waiting hands. No more mana for Betsy. He's going to get run down by Caps and Reckless. Hjarnan takes it under the tower. Root not going to find his target. Continuing to chase. The turret aggro is on Jez's. Exhaust goes down.
He's doing it again.
Is looking for Broxah. Fights him, takes him down. Caps is being hammered by the minions.
Oh,
the minions do not kill Caps.
Question is,
Albeit how small.
is it worse? Never mind, fight starts.
Charge! Soaz runs into the fray. The box goes down, as does the Stranglethorns. What didn't Hjarnan go flying for a second? Foxy's pulled backwards. Cataclysm locks him in, but then he puts the wall down. Here comes Reckless. Slicing Maelstrom. Locks down Roccat. Soaz gets the first. Foxy's looking for a reply. Soaz gets a double. Hjarnan running for his life. Flash is available, but he's rooted, locked, killed. It's a double for Caps too.
There's a TP coming in.
We're not going to get the replay because it looks like Roccat are going to go for that risky Baron. Jez's is popped as well. Roccat, is this where the comeback starts? Reckless turns one around with the help of Cap onto Betsy. Roccat stuck inside the pit. Cap playing on the flank.
This is huge.
Soaz goes down. Reckless running for his life. Turns into an electro hamster. Escapes for the time being.
There's a massive minion wave just hitting onto that tower on Roccat. They need to get back to base as soon as possible. Fnatic aren't letting them as a TP comes in.
They're not at all. Rocket's trying to get away, and Fnatic don't want any of it. Caps takes down Foxy once again. Fnatic with the Baron buff minions are pushing down the bottom lane. Squirrel runs past Roccat, and that's going to be a kill onto Hjarnan. He's taken down, but takes Caps with him. Fnatic continue the pressure. 50-second death timers. How far do Fnatic go? As took a lot of tower damage on the inhibitor turret as Reckless.
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Take the inhibitor turret up top. Baron secured by Roccat. Here comes a fight. Chain of Corruption finds a target, starts to spread. That's a kill into Jez's. He used the Stranglethorns but didn't find anything more.
Here we go, fight's happening in the bottom lane.
All right, Foxy's the target. Reckless and Soaz trying to run him down. Roccat, they're pushing in the base. Fnatic have lost an inhibitor turret. Fnatic have lost an inhibitor. Foxy drops down the Cataclysm. Roccat are turning around the Nexus turret. We need to look at the Fnatic base. Roccat are doing it. They're onto the Nexus turret. They've taken down Broxah. Caps jumps into the Nexus line. The Nexus is the target, and Roccat take down Fnatic.
I cannot believe that Roccat got that turnaround.
Vedius, what do Fnatic want to do?
I think they want to dive mid, but Brox is here to defend.
He does want to do his best. That's a level 5 on Pridestalker. Miasma does not murder. Pridestalker's able to escape. Not enough. First blood picked up by Soaz, and they've set their sight to the tower.
Yeah, they have 5-man unit. They land it.
Pridestalker uses an ultimate. It allows Foxy to pick up a kill.
These guys will respond whenever they see you even slightly out of position. And now it is Fnatic have full control. They're going for the Baron. This is it.
All right, Roccat have got the ability to steal. Got a Mountain Drake on their back. They've got Fiora pushing the bottom lane. That's a great death sentence onto Cap. He instantly gets Wild Growth. Teleport coming down from Foxy. Baron's going very, very low. It's stolen! Pridestalker wins the smite fight once more. Foxy gets another kill as Reckless returns with 1. Roccat get the Baron. with the damage dealt to champions this game. Betsy, a lot of wave clear. Some kudos here to Foxy, the man that has had a lot of criticism, a lot of struggles. All right, Baron has started. Boxer gets caught out already. Rocket, they've locked him down. Infinite duress. Boxer goes over the wall, gets the wild growth. Baron is the focus. He's used the piloted already. That's a stun down.
Does it again!
Again! Bright Stalker gets the Baron.
There is a Nexus on the horizon, and Rocket are about to beat Fnatic.
Foxy is waiting for reinforcements. The super minions are on the Nexus turrets. Reckless needs to be the superhero for Fnatic. Super minions pouring through. Rocket have got the numbers advantage. Foxy, Betsy, Bright Stalker, they're looking at the Nexus. They're taking it down. And Rocket bow to no kings.
Little extra in his bar right now, but not enough to survive. Sustained aggression. Will Joko go all in for the dive?
Also, that flash is not up, by the way. That flash, that's just a spectator bug.
It was just a bait. Joko getting turned back around by Llama Bear, and that's going to be first blood to Jisoo. Pays off in the end. Llama Bear's everywhere right now. Ash Arrow comes on in. They find Vander, and that shield doesn't look too unbreakable. They're going to knock him up and pinball him away as Yuki claims the kill.
That's why I love Ash. Obviously, had he jumped forward, he might have died to the core members.
Oh, that was a mistake, my friend. He was even able to clean it up with the lance. Aye. Yikes.
When you then play the other bottom teams, you gotta really show something. Let's see top lane now, Llama Bear's here.
Kabushar wanted to take the 1v1, but he has to flash the wall, and Jisoo goes to charging with Llama Bear right behind him. They get the kickback away from the tower, and it looks like they're gonna rock the croc. Jisoo gets the kill credit. Nuke Duck going back in right now, but he's jumped into two. The chains are on. Sonic Wave is not gonna connect, and Nuke Duck will finish off the charge. Jisoo following through, but Joko is there. Taste his fear, isolation damage, and that's a double kill for Nuke Duck. It looks like we're going to be fighting over the Drake right now. Monkeys have the advanced position, but there's always a steal attempt possible. No, Joko does not get in time. Monkeys are able to stay together, grab themselves the objective, and get out.
Well, I tell them needs to at least get a mid tower. They even use TP right there.
Might get an Ash Arrow though.
Ash Arrow.
Gonna land on to Kabushar, and now they go with charging in. Jisoo wants to take the fight. Wild Growth is on, looking for Kabushar. Koski is able to get a massive ultimate off, and it sends Vitality reeling. Steelback able to limp away just barely. No one's gone down in this fight, but the Monkeys defend, and they push Vitality back. Might be more.
Baron, that's risky though.
Yeah, it is. Jisoo's at half his health bar, but look at how fast they're churning through this Baron, and in comes Vitality. Joko around the backside. Can they spot him? Can they stop him? This is gonna be messy. Here comes Llama Bear. The spike goes down. It's stolen away by Joko, and now it's time to clean up. It looks like Mysterious Monkeys, they looked like they were getting the bad end of that one, and it is oh so true. Steelback comes in for some cleanup, and with the help of Kabushar and Nuke Duck, Jisoo is going absolutely nowhere. Big swing for Vitality there. This is where some of Vitality's old names can start to shine. Now the Astro comes out with Steelback. He's got a QSS for that one. And Jisoo goes on in, but he's knocked up by the Braum ultimate. Kabushar looking to come around the side. How long can Jisoo tank this up? It looks like a while, but Nuke Duck looking for the deletion. Trying to find Dreams. It's not going to be enough. They get a big stun proc, but Nuke Duck takes out Dreams. And now they're looking for the tower down mid. It's only 28 minutes, but they want to break this thing.
Once again, Vitality getting that Baron is now giving them massive
the
lead.
Coscu, oh, it's Kabushar coming in. Steelback able to clean up two off the back. That's a quick double kill. And the base is wide on open. Make that a triple, 28 and a half, and we got inhibitors. Vitality, they have had a big old drought here in the ULCS, but that ends right here, right now, in under 30 minutes. Down goes the Nexus, and they are 1-0 up. Vitality are just one away from taking their first series of the split. They want to go diving.
Yeah, what's been happening right now is Coscu goes in, it looks like play top, he just wants to get tower. That's all he wants to get.
All right, that wall gets stopped just short, but they will get the tower, and they're on top of Vander looking for first blood, and they are gonna get it. Just shy of 14 minutes in, and Cabo even starts his TP only to cancel it out. There were a few trades. Mysterious Monkeys got themselves a tower down bot, but it was traded for a Rift Herald. And it looks like a kill as well, as Jisoo runs on into three. Vander gets the knock-up. They're bringing Kabushar in on the stand united, but Jisoo's got a pocket pistol, and he's trying to dodge it out. Cabo looking for an angle to go right in. It's going to be flashed away, but there's no tower to fall back to right now. Coscu looking to come in. Jisoo incredibly low, flashing forward. Steelback, instant exhaust, doesn't quite have the damage until just now. Gets the final hit. And the Monkeys are a little late to respond. Monkeys don't want to give it up without a fight, but they might just have to. It goes on charging in, and there's not much more you can do about that one. Nuke Duck waiting in the wings here, see if he can get a pick off onto Yuki, and it looks like he just might do it. The power's unleashed, and down goes the 80 carry, summoners and all. Cosq comes and builds a wall just a smidgen too late. Vander is even there to block it out once again. And Vitality, they start to swing the gold once again in their favor. And they're in the lead. Try to go in, instead he's just stuck clearing away a control ward.
Whoa, guys, Baron is spawning. Have you ever seen Baron spawn before?
A few times.
Yeah, like...
I don't think Mysterious Monkeys want to see Baron for a little while. Look who's walking out of it. Nice and easy. Nuke Duck flashing forward, looking for Yuki once again, and down he goes.
That's
2 for 2 on the game.
And macro that you end up losing. So Mysterious Monkeys.
Oh boy. All right, looking for it right now. Turning on to Joko, and before the channel can complete on Stand United, it's Llama that is able to pick up the kill.
Even to start it, you have Shen TP and ulti. All right, there he goes.
Teleport coming in now. Looks like Vitality will have the jump on this one, but here, Llama Bear.
They waited so long that Talia is actually now even, she's in mid, she's close to
There's
Baron.
5 seconds on Jisoo here now. They've gone over the wall. Kabushar looking to pick off Dreams. Cosq's coming on in. He does not have his ultimate weapon available, but Llama Bear will have his smite. Kabushar getting 1 kill now, but it's gone really messy. It's a double taunt as Nuke Duck picks up Cosq, and the Baron was a long con. All of them but Yuki will fall.
All right, they wanted all the Mysterious Monkeys members to get all the way over there near the Baron and then just jump them instantly. It took some time, but they're on it now. Jisoo, he popped his ulti.
Here comes Kled right now. Vander going low, and Jisoo goes bowling on in, but he cannot fight against all 5. Plus the Baron. Steelback says thank you very much. And it's back to just Yuki here trying to clear it through, but there's no way to contest a big purple worm. Vitality get it on everyone.
Worst feeling ever.
It seems like every split that Vitality's been in the LCS, the expectations get just a little bit lower, just feel a little bit worse, but this is a confidence booster if you can close this one out. However, they've got to get through the line one more time. It's Jisoo getting taunted up. He went on to charge him, but he wishes he didn't as Steelback finishes the job. Kabushar and Vander are going to get shoved back in, but there's no damage follow-up available from the Monkeys and Dreams. Half his health is gone in 1 headshot.
If you're Cosq here, what do you do? Like, you can't really do anything. You can never get in the fight.
Yeah, and Joko, well, he can bring more than just 1 to the fight as Kabushar goes on a taunt to finish off the Zyra. They don't even need the inhibitor or the tower. Llama Bear flashing away Yuki as well, and he's not even gonna get back to Fountain. That's gonna be all she wrote. It's just gonna be cleanup duty to finish off these towers. And after a rough start to the split, Vitality are revitalized.
We always like to use Sven that doesn't have pentakill. I'm sure he's like low-key salty.
Misfits, I can be the best jungler in Europe, if not already.
But Ignar's still alive! Maxlore is gonna take down Shook! What an absolute mess of a fight!
With the summer split being more important, I think that a lot of teams will step up as well.
The big outplay dodges the hook! He's gonna rat-a-tat-tat and spray and pray 3 members!
I think we're gonna come out the gate a little stronger than we did last time.
Few more seconds, steal back finally goes down. Zencax gets his kill.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the LCS studio for a new day in the summer split. Misfits Gaming and G2 are ready to set the tone when they hit the Rift in our very first series of the day. The crowd is absolutely riled up to go. Expect always Smiley and Youngbuck wearing his troops and getting to the stage, as well as the Misfits and their fantastic logo there as well. Looking cheered in the huddle. Weldon giving some words of inspiration for G2. Hello, everyone. I'm Evie Shogazaportra following today's series alongside James Stress O'Leary.
And what a special day. We have to say, Feliz cumpleaños, bon anniversaire, Pembroid Hapis in Welsh. Happy birthday.
What is it in Welsh?
Pembroid Hapis.
That is very, very cute. Well, thank you very much, James. That is awesome. And well, for me, the biggest gifts would be if we get some fantastic games and a fantastic series, because yesterday, how can we forget? Roccat, they absolutely... No, I don't say absolutely demolished, but they definitely put up a great fight and they beat Fnatic, the Kingslayers, back at it again.
Yeah, Rockat's blue shell powers activate for the second time this season. It was G2 in the spring split, now Fnatic they take down at the top of the group. And Roccat, I mean, you can't really take anything away, especially from that third game. Players like Hyanan, Wadid, all looking on top form. I think Fnatic are a little bit maybe ashamed to have dropped that loss, but Roccat, what a great boost to their momentum here as we come through into week 3.
Yeah, and as you say it, mentality-wise, especially that game 3 where they are able to close it out extremely cleanly is something that they will be looking forward to. And by the way, I just got the cue that the crowd was singing happy birthday as well.
Aww.
I couldn't hear it personally, but thank you guys so much for that. And moving on, we also had Vitality yesterday, also securing their first win of the split as they secured their games against Mysterious Monkeys. And well, going into that, we had expected them to have the upper hand, and well, good for them that they were able to beat the Mysterious Monkeys.
Yeah, this was a much more expected result coming from this. Vitality, we raised a lot of questions specifically about their carries early on in the day. And Steelback, Nukeduck, they showed up a little bit more than we've seen in previous weeks. And I think this was such an important win for Vitality because dropping a series to a new team really would make you start wonder. However, they come through. It was a little closer perhaps than they would have liked, but Vitality 2-0 on the series close out the win over the Monkeys.
Yeah, we heard from both Joko and Kabashar there speaking with us with the crew, and they seem to be hopeful. Obviously, this win might probably set them on a good path. And if we look at the standings, it's giving them their very first points. So if you look at Vitality and Roccat, and I want to ask you specifically, where do you see the most promise after their first victory yesterday?
I think it's got to be in Roccat. And I don't know whether it'll be the start of a 6-series win streak like it was in the spring.
It is known.
But certainly a win over the group leaders of Fnatic is nothing really to sniff at. I mean, if they're the only team at the end of the first round robin that have done that, then that's a significant feather in their cap.
Definitely so. We'll see if they do turn it into a winning streak, but we're going to take a look at the matchups for today. 4 top-tier teams are battling it out on the Rift. Misfits Gaming versus G2 up first, and then Splyce versus Unicorns of Love. So last week we kind of had the absolute top of the top versus each other, and now we have in Splyce and Misfits both teams that are expected to rise above and being able to show us something.
Maybe your birthday, but I feel like I've got a bit of a gift being able to cast Splyce versus Unicorns of Love later. The team fighting style of the Unicorns, the 1-3-1 we've seen out of Splyce coming back into fruition. I think that's going to be a really good clash of styles.
Definitely so, but this one also is going to be very, very good. Misfits versus G2, and Misfits Gaming, they are aspiring to be one of the best teams in the EU LCS, and with that, the series against G2 is very much a chance for them to prove that they belong at the top, because even though they might not be at the top of their performance yet or whatnot, this is such an important series to show where exactly they need to improve, or if they perhaps can take it.
Yeah, and we've talked so much about how Misfits on this year-long path are looking to get to Worlds, and well, I guess there's one team you kind of have to face on the way to Worlds to prove if you want to represent Europe, and that's G2. And as you said, now we get to see where exactly this building phase of the Misfits is going, because they had been in a slump since about the second half of spring. They were doing well before that, but now, with the improvements we've seen from Maxlaw, a little bit of added additional strategic play in the last couple of weeks, I think this is the right time for Misfits to prove if they're worthy of representing Europe or not. We're a long way out, but still, it's a great start.
Definitely so. And you talk about Maxlaw last week, he had that great quote where he said, if I'm not the best jungler in EU already, and he's looking to kind of give that power to the rest of the team. So you've known him for a long time. You've known him from the UK scene as well. Where is he at right now at this point?
Not the best jungler in Europe. I'm sorry, Maxlaw. We've put a big spotlight on you on this. You put one on yourself. Unfortunately, I think when you look at players like Trick, Jankos, and even Xerxes, who came in last split, they're more well-rounded. I think Maxlaw, there's 2 key areas that I want to see him improve, and that's his early game impact. In some games can be lacking, and also his mechanics at times. We saw Shook outsmite him around the Baron twice in one game last week, and I think if he can improve on those things, there's no reason why maybe in a year's time he could be looking to claim that title of the best jungler, but he has some stiff competition in front of him right now.
Yeah, Daddy does. We will be tracking those 2 things, you and me, as we go forward in watching this series, but you mentioned it, stiff competition and up versus G2 and Trick. And well, G2, that's a team that's consistently become better since they first joined the EU LCS, and now they are kind of in a rough patch a little bit because they didn't have all the training they might have wanted, and they've also said, we're not so sure about the patch yet. We don't know exactly what is super strong and what isn't and what works for us, and the Lucian comes to mind.
Absolutely. I think that is what has to change within the last week of extra practice for G2. Whether it's completely deserting the pick or being able to utilize its early game strength and then side push, I think that could be something G2 may have looked at, but I don't think there's any shame if they say, okay, the Lucian didn't work. Let's go back to the Orianas, the Synderas, the picks Perks is known for, and then just go back to what was working, because the meta hasn't changed so significantly that you can't just play what they were playing around the MSI time. And I think this, honestly, is the right time for G2 to be showing they're back on top form.
Well, they'll be wanting to show it. Obviously, they lost that series versus Fnatic last week. Then Fnatic yesterday got beat out by Rocket. So how big of a chance do Misfits have in this one, and where's it going to come from?
I'm anticipating that G2 should be on top form, and it should be a 2-0. I think if there is one area for the Misfits, it could be that middle lane, if it still hasn't solidified in the mind of Perks.
Power's been playing really well.
Power's been playing great. I still think Perks should have the edge, but if he's still not quite sure on the Lucian matchup, that type of thing, maybe that's where Misfits take it. But I still say 2-0 G2. If they're not on top form today, I'd be surprised.
All right, 2-0 from Stress for G2. We'll see what happens. The players are ready to hit the Rift, so let's leave it to our casters for Game 1.
Thank you very much, Shucks, and hello, Internet! We're here on the dashboard cam. I'm Trevor Quickshow Henry. He's Martin DeFisho-Linger, and we're about to jump into G2 versus Misfits. Martin, what do you think of the angles here? Just trying to show off that jawline.
I know, we've tried it a few times before.
Blue steel right here in the house.
Also blue jacket.
There we go,
Italian,
there we go.
by the way.
Let's jump through the lineups, beginning on the blue side with Misfits Gaming. I don't know what that was. Alfari in the top lane, Maxlaw in the jungle, Power People in the mid lane, Hansama 80 carry, their support Ignar, and coach on stage, Hussein.
All right,
Woo,
so
some Misfits
real
fans in the crowd.
That's fine, we'll take it. We want to see some stuff from Misfits this game here, Trev. We want to see some fast games, we want to see some action, because G2, they're not looking too strong. If Misfits ever going to beat them, it's right now.
And let's take a look at the G2 roster. It is their full roster with Expect in the top lane, Trick in the jungle, Perks in the mid lane, tidied up that haircut. Sven, the 80 carry, their support Mithy, and of course, Young Buck, the coach.
I knew you were gonna say it. I got it out of my system before the game. I already talked to Perks and I said, Perks, I don't know what happened, but I just want to see some good games from him in the mid lane, and don't talk more about his haircut, Trevor. That's very rude of you on air.
Ironically, you're talking about the haircut. So
no, I'm telling you not to talk about the haircut.
Okay.
Do not talk about the haircut.
So, Deficio, what I'd like you to talk about, picks and bans. Are we going to see the usual shenanigans here?
Most likely.
Zach gone, Rakan gone.
Hey, you say that. In Europe, we've actually seen Zach open a few times. Not this game. Elise, red side or blue side ban. You might wonder, Trevor, why? Because Maxwell wants to play Elise, right? He's an early game jungler. It's because you don't want to risk being in a situation where you have to trade Elise for Thresh. Because then suddenly there's more junglers you can pick in the pool that's very strong. And the team on the other side that's picking up, let's say, the Thresh right now, well, they can actually get a really good advantage in the bottom lane.
And I'm so glad you mentioned that, Thresh. The only champion in EU LCS to have 100% pick and ban over the course of the last 3 weeks.
And so everyone at home, when you see Elise ban right now, you see Tom Kench ban, who is, funny enough, a bit of a counter pick to Thresh. What does it show us? What does it signal?
Are you
that
trying to
wants
say
first pick?
Thresh first pick, Deficio?
I think there is a chance, at least, unless they have prepared some other shenanigans and they don't want to first pick it. But I do like it normally. Obviously, Mithy can play Zyra. Whoa, they first pick Thresh.
Well,
I'm so surprised.
There's no evil shenanigans here on the Misfits side, but what is the appropriate response? It's a Zyra ban instead of Rakan. We're seeing kind of a mixture on that one.
Yep.
But where did G2 lock in now?
I like Braum or Zyra as answers to Thresh, but if they don't pick any of them right now, they might get banned in the next phase, but obviously they have 3 picks. Also preferred AD carry, often is what we see, and there you go.
Is it too early for a Lulu? It is Mithy's most played so far, 4 games.
You already got Caitlyn, you can just pick Zyra here, and you have a super strong bottom lane, but also you can get the best jungler available. Kha'Zix is open right now with Elise and Zach banned. Lee Sin being the other one. We know Maxwell can play both.
Yeah.
If G2 prefers one above the other, they need to take it now.
And of course, Trick, he's definitely had some fantastic games on Lee Sin. Both fantastically amazing and fantastically disappointing. It's going to be the Braum as the support, and Maxwell gets the Lee Sin as well.
Like the Ashe pick from Misfits, can talk more about that in-game, because I also talked about it yesterday, and people are probably already tired of hearing it. We get, of course, Lee Sin for Maxlore. Kha'Zix is open for Trick, unless he feels like going for some of the next tier junglers. We saw one of them at MSI.
Which one? The dancing one?
I think it was the dancing one.
The ball?
The brother Trick pick. Nuno. It was Nuno. Yeah, it was Nuno.
Well, we saw a brief hover of Kennen. Kennen priority is definitely very high internationally. At the moment, predominantly top lane. It's just got so many tools to play around. Let's see if it makes it through phase 2 of the bans. Perks, safe mid lane option with his Syndra.
Always like to see Syndra come in on red side just before you can ban 2 champions. Really guarantee a good mid lane matchup, and it's also the best pick for Perks.
And hugely impactful into Power of Evil. Arguably the best performing member on Misfits in Summer. He's got some phenomenal stats that we'll talk about, and actually just having a very good year. Power of Evil 2017 has been one of the top 5 mid laners consistently across the year.
Which is why I like G2's strategy of saying, let's actually try and target Power of Evil a little bit, get the best laning mid laner over to Perks. Already is, of course, a strong laner himself. And then you try and put Power of Evil in a bad matchup, and you say, okay, maybe we can actually shut him down early, because to be fair, you normally don't have to respect the bot and top lane too much in terms of just the 1v1 and 2v2 on the side of Misfits.
Yeah, that's the case. Ignore this time might want to change that if you can. With that Thresh, of course, because Trick did not lock in Kha'Zix, it's banned. The cannon was taken away. As we mentioned, there was a brief hover, and Expect has played it.
Wonder if we could see Rengar coming in from Trick. There's a champion that's fallen far down the list. Nidalee is another one that could come in there. It's one of these junglers sitting just outside the viable meta picks. Graves is the boring one. Boo.
Yeah. Would Ivern be too slow-paced into Lee Sin?
No, you can definitely play Ivern if you want to. There's a lot of risk involved, but I wonder if we're going to see aggressive top laner from Alfari. It is the style he normally likes to play. They banned Kennen. Could point towards things like Renekton are coming in. Against Rumble, there's always Nard that some people like to use. a few different options, and you have early game jungler, of course, in Lee Sin to snowball the lane. Fiora available as well. Tough laning phase though.
Yeah, going to be difficult. There's the Renekton that you've mentioned already, and it is secured. So strong lane matchup into Expect Rumble. We'll need to see whether or not Alfari can get an advantage. Power of Evil.
Orianna is still open here
Safe.
in case he wants it super safe. Mid lane wise, Echo is another one we don't see very often and not really a big Power of Evil pick. Talia, we also see into Syndra a few times if you want to just kind of sacrifice after level 6 and then just go to the side lanes.
Victor is something he's played a few times this split
Power
as well.
Orianna.
Orianna,
Wow.
no surprises there. This is only the second time that he's played Orianna in Summer. And of course for G2, they need to decide on their jungle champion.
Ooh, so the thing G2 did here was they blind picked the top laner because Rumble was available. It can technically go jungle still as a flex, but Gragas jungle as well is really good against things like Orianna. Things that can't really escape your body slam flash engage, because then you can actually camp it really effectively. It will be the Graves though, coming in from Trick. Not showing us anything fancy today.
No, not fancy. Signature champion from 2016, if it were. And for Trick, this is the first time he's playing the same champion in Summer again. Every other champion, 1 game played. This is now number 2 for Graves.
I feel like there's so many potential cheese picks in the jungle, but no one is kind of showing them yet. Like even Kindred could be used.
Is G2 versus Misfits the series where you needed to run the likes of a Kindred? That's a question that maybe we'll get to later in the series.
I mean, probably not. Obviously, there's a reason these are meta picks, and they are often the best and the safest picks.
Yep.
So I can't really blame them. Trick has not really been the kind of guy to bring out all the new fancy stuff in the past either. He likes to stick to a few picks, and then he plays really well on them.
Only periodically does he like to bring out the new picks, but they don't often work out. You missed that one, it's fine, we'll carry on. As you can see, coaches Young Buck and Hussein shaking hands for the first time.
I didn't even listen, I was busy coughing over here.
Oh, let's see how these teams perform. Misfits or G2, you guys know how the Twitter vote works. I was watching it in the build-up, and I actually think Misfits had the advantage as far as that social media vote goes from an hour ago. Let's see if they can do it again. Well, Misfits versus G2, Deficio.
We did hear the Misfits players, the Misfits coach say that the players, they felt like they had it.
But did you ask him what it was?
I did not ask what it was, but I did hear the coach say he wasn't sure what it was.
Well, Deficio,
what is it?
I asked the Misfits what it was, and Maxwell said, and I quote, "We're feeling the free win. No additional explanation needed." Misfits free win against G2. Let's see if they can pull it off. Maxwell is definitely very outspoken in the Summer split, Deficio.
Yeah, we heard him say, of course, in the opening feature last week, and even today, we heard him once again pop in and say that if he's not, he said he wants to be the best jungler in Europe. Then he actually added, if he's not already.
Yes, that's the spicy bit.
That is a big statement from Maxlor, and it's something we want to follow in this game, because if you are the best jungler in Europe, surely against a guy who was on holiday for a bit, you shouldn't have any problems.
Okay, but I'm gonna ask you to step back, Deficio. If you don't think Maxlor is the best jungler, which I don't think that you do, what about the rest of the Misfits lineups? How would you rate these guys? How would you rank the Misfits players per role? That's the question I want to ask. I'm actually going to ask everybody at home as well. How do you rank the Misfits players within their roles in Europe? So, for example, I think Power of Evil is the strongest performing member of Misfits, and I think he's maybe a top 5 mid laner, maybe.
Fair.
And that's about the most positive vote I'm going to give. And don't forget to use that hashtag EULCS at LOL Esports. We will read those responses and get to them later. Deficio, you now have a chance to answer that question.
Well, I think, let's see, Power of Evil to me probably sit around number 4 when it comes to mid laners. I got like a Caps, a Febiven, a Perks above him right now. Hansama, can't really put him top 3. I think actually for most of the Misfits players, it's very hard to say they are much better than a lot of the other guys in their respective role, which has been a bit of an issue for Misfits. Because their individual skill, while we're looking at some of the young players and saying maybe they're going to get much better, we haven't really seen them stand out this split.
And of course, that's problematic because in the spring split, Kakao was considered for the majority of it to be one of the best junglers.
Yep.
Alfari was one of the best laners. I think I actually voted for him as second place for my rookie of the split.
Oh, basically with Alfari, we had the numbers we looked at saying whenever he laned against someone, that person would fall down 10 to 12 CS on average at 10 minutes. Whenever they faced Alfari. So his laning phase was super, super strong. Trick and Maxlor saying hello to each other. Best jungler in Europe misses his cue. And Trick gets out.
If not yet.
If not, I know, I'm just joking.
We'll
I'm
have some
joking.
fun with that one.
We did talk to Maxwell beforehand, and he said, yes, say it. Hype me up.
And Ignor in the spring split for me was one of the more exciting playmaking supports. He's got his hands on Thresh, although maybe he doesn't want this fight. Got to get stunned up, Sven chasing forward, 90 caliber net knocks him backwards, and Ignor, his flash is used this early on.
And that was actually insanely close. Ignor right now, you do not want to just go toe-to-toe against a Braum who can just apply the passive and then into one symbol stun here. G2's bottom lane. Obviously one of the big lanes we always look at with G2 Esports.
And just to turn the question around,
fair.
best AD carry in Europe, Sven. Arguable top 2 supports, top 3 supports in Europe.
I think top 2 is pretty safe.
I'm playing it very safe here.
Oh, Maxwell's mid though.
Well, let's see what Maxwell can do. Gets knocked backwards, flashed forwards. Perks throws his down. Sonic Wave, resonating strike. Not
Red
enough
buff.
yet. The red buff does not
Kill
go.
Power of Evil.
Power of Evil gets first blood and gets taken down in reply.
Oh, he tried to use the barrier in the end, but just not enough. Maxwell with the gank mid. 2 summoners down from Perks, 2 summoners down from Power of Evil, and a flash down from Maxlor as well. A lot of things used in the mid lane to try and get that one kill.
Got me jumping up and down, but they get first blood. They get the assist for Maxlor as well. And now a number of flashes blown on the side of Misfits that G2 could take advantage of.
All right, so Perks first stuns up or pushes back Maxlor, and then it is actually just Perks trying to dodge around in the end, but Maxlor doesn't manage to hit this one. Power of Evil, he's going all in. There's no way out right now. Hoping, maybe, with the barrier, but Tower does too much damage in the early game.
Oh, it does indeed. And of course, the fact that there was more summoner spells used on the side of Misfits makes it less worth. Still valuable. I want to disregard that fact.
That depends now on the next few minutes, right?
Yeah.
If G2 cannot actually punish Maxlor and Power of Evil for not, having flashes up, well then suddenly that play actually was fine. If you are Misfits. Another problem could have been the minion wave, in case Power of Evil actually lost some extra CS on it. You can see right now he's slightly down. Mithy will just force the Lantern out.
This lane matchup already going swimmingly here. Sven and Mithy in advantage. No flash on Ignor, so he's playing that Lantern bot fairly early on. And Trick, knowing his mid laner can support, coming in to challenge these Raptors. Good Raptor gets smited away. Maxlor wins it.
Also, a few things between the junglers early on. Trick obviously got that invade in, took away the Gromp, kind of denied Maxlor a bit of experience. Maxlor then used time mid lane and, of course, his flash, making it fairly easy for Trick to play aggressive. You can see him already invading in. He's actually around the mid lane. That's what we talked about with Power of Evil, no flash. If G2 can maybe gank that lane, secure a kill, then suddenly it's heavily in favor of them.
All right, we've not really looked at this top lane yet. There's been action in every other lane. There's still action in the mid lane. Mithy's come up for a roam. Expect started to overheat. Now Trick looking at Maxlor. Got himself that trinket available if he needs to jump away. End of the line. Sonic Wave. Maxlor does not suffer from Lee Syndrome this time round. And yeah, just briefly mentioning, Expect and Alfari, both level 6. They've both gone through these early trading of the first sort of phase of laning. Power of Evil goes all the way forward. Eats an entire unleashed power, and his barrier's coming up soon, so just trying to shove that wave in.
Funny thing about this matchup is it's actually very hard to solo kill the other guy, so oftentimes both of them just use ulti and cooldown.
Yeah.
Just to get the other guy low and say, hey, maybe now you go back to base, or you can't join like a skirmish, a 2v2 fight, so they just use ultis to poke each other.
Deficio, it's one of our Shoutcaster's favorite words. It's a pressure ultimate.
To get more tempo as well.
There
in
you
the
go.
game. We actually do we need the bingo thing for buzzwords.
And it lets you build momentum.
How often do we really use momentum?
Maybe it's more of a traffic word. Maybe that's Quick Shot Bingo, not Shoutcaster Bingo.
New updated, more fancy Quick Shot Bingo?
It is, 2017 edition.
Yeah, that's a much fancier version. You're also much older now, obviously. You're getting up there.
Yeah, I am indeed.
How old are you again?
Almost 30.
Almost 30.
Almost 30, that's right. grandpa to most of the kids here in the audience in Berlin.
That's kind of weird. You just assumed the age.
I did. I could see them. There's a lot of youngsters here. There's a few very loud youngsters who are screaming for Misfits, which is very exciting. One of the orgs that has to show up, that one-year plan we've talked so much about. Gonna round out that discussion. We're talking about the individual players. Let's just say most of them are not in the top 3. Actually, none of them are. And in order to make up for that, you need to have the Exodia comms. You need to have all 5 of your guys perform better as a team. So that's what we're looking at: communication, at playing the map, at playing objectives.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's where, as a team, you can be a really strong team in your region without having the best players if you have really good shot calling. See some fighting in the bottom lane.
Let's see whose shot calling comes out on top. Hansama stuns up Miffy. The power of evil with the full sombrero. Not even needed. And it's Maxlaw with another.
So Mithy walked in, felt safe because Trick was around him, but in the end, Misfits collapsing. Ignore actually landing the hook this time, killing Mithy, not losing his flash. Trick and Max. Oh, Power Evil gets it. Both junglers crying right now. Come on, I have the jungle item. That's my gold.
Bonus gold missing. Misfits respond well to what was actually just a vision contest.
Exactly.
Clearing out that ward.
But the thing is, as long as you have your jungler around you, most of the time it's fine that you walk in to actually get down vision there. So you have to back up. Nice damage from Perks mid lane. Power Evil is a half a level down right now. It is tough for him because obviously he went for that kill where he lost some minions after. And Perks definitely been controlling this lane.
Could you talk about that? Perks' lane kingdom was challenged and conquered last week. Today, Power of Evil finds himself in Perks' lane kingdom. Does not pull the trigger on barrier, but I'm going to pull the trigger on stats. Let's take a look at some of Power of Evil and Perks' performance numbers throughout the 2017 season. Power of Evil and Perks pretty good in terms of the KDA. Pretty good damage percentage for the team. Reliable members, but big CSD difference or disparity.
And that's kind of been a big thing for Perks now. All of Spring Split, MSI, and even coming into the Summer Split, that's kind of what we're looking at again, is the extremely consistent laning phase. It doesn't have to be Perks solo killing people left and right, even though we did see that against someone like Faker. It's about the CS, because that's again the consistent way to win your lane, by just getting 5, 10 CS advantage.
And of course, on average, Perks is up 4.5. This game, he's up nearly 30.
It's going to help the stats for next time you cast Perks. You can now use this one again with updated numbers.
I can indeed. G2, they've played the macro game already. Initiated that lane swap. Sven and Miffy went up to the top lane because they went first. Tempo advantage allows them to get tower first blood. And it looks like Misfits will respond, albeit a little later. Maybe a lot later, in fact. This minion wave is going to be very late.
Yeah, but they're just going to give the full gold over to Alfari. It doesn't really matter at this point how fast they kill that bot lane tower, as long as they're not stuck down there with multiple members. So the fact that the bottom lane, with Ignar and Hansama already moving, it means they can actually get back out on the map and do something. They don't sit down here, hold hands, and kill this tower super slowly. So Alfari gets all the gold, even out the tower score, and yes, you lost the first blood, or tower first blood, but it is still fine. It is great to get extra gold, but it's really not that game-changing.
Yeah. Alfari and Expect. Where are they at the moment? We've not seen them get involved in the game yet. It's 11 minutes in. We're even as far as gold is concerned. Though technically G2 have a small lead.
And that is something always to follow with Renekton, and why I like him whenever he's meta. Just because it's really easy as a color caster to be like, they should play around top lane because Renekton is a strong laner. And technically it's true, almost every time. Actually, it's true every time. So I want to follow Maxlaw and Alfari together in this game here, but due to the lane swaps, they suck for Renekton. It's like, no! I need the long laning phase into tower diving. It's great.
Because Renekton wants to fight people.
Yes, and now he's stuck chasing minions.
But Sven is chasing a ward. Alfari's chasing Sven. Sven stunned up Dominus and Alfari's on the board.
Oh, Sven. That was a bad one.
That Tribush is costing G2 lives.
Yeah, but last time at least they brought some friends. Now Sven just walked in there on his own, not knowing where Maxlaw will be on the map, because you don't see any deep wards from G2 to spot the jungler. And Maxlaw, 100% kill participation. How many other junglers can say they have 100% kill participation? Not Trick in this game. 0%, guys.
In this game.
In this game.
We've talked so much about Misfits, and we'll carry on a little bit later this game, but on the side of G2, losing to Fnatic last week, coming off a slow start to Summer, this was expected. And we had a pretty big discussion around sort of, was that loss acceptable? Was it forgivable? Right. Playing hard mode against Fnatic. Fisher, you had some great comments around letting that Shen and Kennen through. And now we want to see whether or not G2, with another full week of practice and scrims, are not going to continue making those types of mistakes.
Right, because to go back to the Fnatic point right there, like, it is acceptable if you were trying to just get more practice against that specific comp. If you were actually trying to win your hardest, then it was unacceptable.
Right.
That you leave both Shen and Kennen up. Like, you can ban one of them. You saw Rocket ban the Shen, and then suddenly the Kennen, it was easy to deal with it. G2 refused to do that, refused to adapt in their games, and obviously that was one of the reasons they lost. So, we can't really say 100% if G2 were just looking for practice or if they actually felt like they could beat this. But in the end, they lost.
Yeah. And it's just another thought, you know, another possibility to examine. Rift Herald, this time around by G2, going to get started and secured. I'm looking at the minimap, Deficio and G2, absolute control in the top half. Down the bottom, Alfari's got a lot of vision in the river, and he's pushing deep.
Yeah, a lot of this control comes from just perks in the mid lane, always pushing in Power of Evil. You can always move first from the mid lane, you can get your early wards in, you can get to the Rift Herald, and it's hard for Power of Evil to kind of fight back. He's still a level down in the mid lane here, and Perks is obviously just consistently getting CS. Stun on Mithy.
Yeah, Mithy's got Flash and Exhaust if he can use it, but the answer is no. Maxlaw solos Dragon, Mithy's caught by an arrow, and Perks tries to get some poke back.
Yeah, and honestly, we just have to call out G2 for these plays, but we might have to wait, because Maxlaw is baiting.
He baited the Ghost.
He's trying to read the movement of Perks right now for the next time he arrives in mid lane. He knows he's going to juke to the left, and then he's going to aim it there. And he's actually going to do it. That's something Mad Life used to say in Season 2, that he would like kind of sit and study to the juke left, to the juke right. Anyway, G2 Esports, now, multiple times they made some extremely sloppy invades. We just praised them for pushing out mid and taking Rift out. What did they do? They didn't push out mid this time. They just walked in with Mithy. Power Weaver could obviously move because there's no minions in the mid lane. And they just killed Mithy. Like, really sloppy plays from G2 Esports. And they're definitely not looking like a team that's playing, you know, near that MSI level.
Yeah, they're not crisp just yet. The observers actually highlighted all of the vision from G2. It's fairly shallow. Rift Herald, she is summoned. One gentle headbutt to the outer turret, drops it. So G2 2 towers to 1.
She's done her job now. She can disappear again. If you get 1 tower, we will say congratulations, you used the Rift Herald correctly.
Yep. And G2 maintain a modicum of control, mostly being generated by Perks. He's up 30 CS in that mid lane. It's not equating to gold because 2 of the kills and an assist are with Power Vivo.
I do like, though, that Maxlaw has picked up, you know, he's been part of 3 kills. 1 was, of course, in the mid lane. And then 2 of them have just been by G2 walking into his jungle. And then, obviously, the last kill from Misfits also due to G2 walking in towards Misfits area to try and get down a ward without proper vision, without, you know, enough people around. That mid lane one, where Mithy ended up dying, does set him a bit behind compared to Ignar, but support levels, not that important.
No, especially not. You've got such a great kit with Braum, the ability in fight. So looking at the minimap now, G2 down in the bottom lane, pushing towards the outer. Misfits and G2 seem to have played kind of a tower trade game. The matches seem to be, the lane swaps seem to be matched and mirrored. So they're always pushing opposite lanes, opposite numbers. And if G2's saying, well, okay, let's go to mid and late, and Misfits try beat us, that's where we come from.
Sure. I mean, obviously, this is 2 teams kind of reading the map the same way. That's why they have these swaps. You know, now this is the correct play for us, which means, obviously, cross-mapping is the correct play for you, and that's why they're doing exactly the same. Problem for Misfits is they lost mid tower. And one of the reasons some mid laners don't like Orianna right now as much as before is because of Rift Herald. Because it's so easy to get it and then use it to kill mid tower, and then Orianna is kind of stuck here in these long lanes, not able to roam first because she's a control mage. And it's hard then to really have an impact. And I say that as Power Weaver's 2-1-1 because, well, again, Gigi's kind of been walking to him.
Yes, the game has been played around him. He didn't go to the game, if that makes sense.
No, you're here, Power Weaver, please.
But I'm glad you mentioned that. 2-1-1, 3 of the 4 kills. Power Weaver statistics-wise is actually very impressive. going to get the flash out of Perks. Just from that shockwave threat and the support. And get to that momentarily as Hans Summer and Ignar have got some support here from Maxlaw. They're grouped up. Ash Arrow is available. We've got a flashless Perks that becomes a very juicy target.
But they're only fighting for vision here, Trevor. There's nothing else
Ash
to really
Arrow.
go for. Well, yeah, Perks could definitely get caught right now.
This is so scary. Perks manages to sidestep the Ash Arrow. And they get his Ghost, though. It's a zoning ultimate.
Gotta hit that one. You gotta hit it. Hansama down the bottom lane. No flash on the Syndra. Massive hitbox as well on that arrow. And he manages to actually juke it. So credit to Perks for the sidestep. Hansama missing that one. Could have been another easy kill for Misfits. Instead, it is actually G2 getting all the control. And we've seen like G2 have been, you know, either dying or actually getting good deep vision. It's been one of the two. 50-50. Roll the dice. This time around, they managed to get decent vision. Did we just jump around a little bit?
Yeah, felt like it.
Because I'm sure I saw a lot of wards in the jungle.
Yeah, definitely felt like it. Just quickly jump to Perks' presence in the bottom lane.
Death brush.
And this time around, Mithy doesn't get taken down.
First time.
But yeah, even game despite some of the mistakes. Shout out to Perks' mom and dad. Hello, welcome to Berlin. Watching G2. Thank you, audience. Thank you. Round of applause. It's great to see parents coming to watch pro players on stage. Especially one of the best players in all of Europe. All right, we'll carry on to that score in a moment. Expect starts to overheat, so he can't really use anything else. And how far he's going to be happy with that trade.
But Expect's job is whenever Renekton runs to you, you run away. Like that is literally your job as a Rumble here because you don't have to try and fight him in case the jungler shows up and just team fight. Literally just join a team fight. Hit level 16, be super impactful later on in the game. That's all Expect is looking to do.
Well, later on in the game's coming quickly on in the game. It's almost 20 minutes up.
Here we see the proud parents of G2 Esports.
That's right. Definitely related to Carlos in terms of G2 Esports lineage. But talk to me about itemization, Deficio. We've not looked at that in a little while. Leandri's first item for Expect. But what do you think of rapid fire cannon after the warrior, see? Let me finish before you just condemn my setup.
Oh, that is actually interesting. Trick wanting that extra range on his first shot instead of the PD, which is normally the attack speed item you would go for as the Graves, just to get some of the damage reduction in there. Obviously, long range spells on the side of Misfits. You have the Orianna Shockwave, but arrow on Mithy.
All right, Mithy gets caught, throws down the wall. Unbreakable comes out. Glacial Fissure into the flash. There's the team fight that Expect needs to be impactful on. Maxlaw saves Perks' life, kicks him to his team. Alfari's able to escape by the skin of his own. Power of Evil flashes forward, unable to find the kill, and nobody goes down.
Oh, big ulti as well from Power of Evil in that fight. Perks getting caught. It's just a little bait. Nothing actually happened. G2 pushing for this tower. Power of Evil, he's very low.
He is indeed. Doesn't have mana to wave clear either. G2 using the advantage in the mid lane to chunk down that inner turret. And it pulled Misfits away from the Dragon.
Well, that means everyone is going to try and recall and then go back to the Dragon. That's why Maxlaw, he's sneaking in here. Still full HP after that fight. And he's actually going to secure this one while all of G2 are going back to base.
Didn't quite see how the kick was set up, but it booted Perks over the wall into his own team. G2 were able to save it. So despite the fight, Misfits get their second Infernal Drake. And that's a great late game insurance policy in a game that's very clearly going late.
Exactly, and there's still a lot of good options for them as well, late game in Ashe, Orianna on the side of Misfits. And even Renekton, like while he is an early game focused champion, he's not useless in the late game. Like he still becomes a tank. He can build Gargoyle's Stone Plate, so obviously it's really hard to kill him in fights, and he does provide a bit of CC and decent enough damage against squishy members. So Alfari will not be useless late game, but obviously Rumble excels in team fighting.
Yeah, we saw how impactful that equalizer is just a moment ago. Hans Summer, Ash Arrow up and available. Perks, Flash still not up. And Miffy
This time
a lot
it's
of skill shots. The Flay comes backwards, Unbreakable to block the autos. Miffy gets tugged back down the lane, and Maxlaw misses the Q. This time round, Miffy in the right place at the right time to save Perks.
We have two teams who like to try and play a little bit slower normally, want to try and rely a little bit more on, you know, the macro, the shot calling, and that's why we've had a game now where it's not been full-on Fiesta, everyone just dying left and right.
Not yet.
Not yet. I'm saving that for game 2 or the late game of this one. It's actually been every team is trying to kind of catch out one guy every time and punish when the other team would make that mistake of walking in without a minion pushed or you know, proper vision. So interesting game to kind of sit and look back at to see how did all these small things happen. But in terms of overall kills, we still want more.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not G2 or Misfits can make it happen. It's a 600 gold game at 22 minutes. 2 item spikes are beginning to be completed. Morella Nomicon Ludens for perks, Hourglass Leandries for Expect, Black Cleaver Spirit Visage. No real surprises. Rapid Fire Cannon second item for Sven.
Obviously Hurricane no longer really working on Caitlyn, so you will see Hurricane, Rapid Fire, and then most likely a PD coming in if you judge from a lot of the LCK Caitlyn's. In Europe, I've seen Static Shiv a lot coming in as well for the synergy between them. But there is also a little problem with them. We can talk about that if it actually gets built. But definitely one double Zeal item when you're playing a crit-based AD carry.
We'll figure out exactly which item that'll be in just a few moments. G2 once again.
I think it should be PD against Renekton.
Setting up of all vision. Baron becomes now a question as we start to scale up. No traditional tank on the side of G2, tankier champions on the side of Misfits. It's going to help them out ever so slightly more. I actually have a slightly interesting stat for you, Deficio. At least I think it is. Do you know Alfari is the top laner with the longest solo kill drought? And what that means is he has not picked up a solo kill in over 11 games. And the reason I find that surprising and impressive, this is a guy who wins his lane, consistently pushes his lane, consistently controls it, but he only really focuses and prioritizes that CS. He's not looking for those kills, unlike Vizicachi, who really goes for the kills.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. You have a big difference there. Vizicachi is the man you find between 2 towers.
There we go.
In the early game, Alfari is the man who, as you highlighted, aims to like more freeze the wave a little bit, deny the CS, never really risk dying, because we've actually seen him a few times kind of ignore the enemy jungler. Fnatic game week 1. What happened, Trevor? Ooh. He got ganked and he died.
Yep.
And then suddenly, you know, he obviously realizes you have to really respect the jungler. And sometimes you can respect it too much. Other times you cannot respect him at all and you die. So it's always the tricky game. I think the Alfari mainly was last split where we really saw him dominate laning phase. It's again what we kind of want to see more from this split.
And of course, this game, the laning phase was cut short by multiple lane swaps, made his life a little more difficult. And we're in this mid-game phase. Dragon's up in 2 minutes. Baron very clearly a focus for both teams. They keep challenging vision around the objective.
It's getting very, very warm in here.
Woo! That's just because the action is heating up, Deficio. Misfits are pushing out the mid lane. That 9-step plan to taking Baron, that you so eloquently explained a while ago. One of the very first steps is push mid.
Anyone remembers all those different steps.
I listened to you,
Did you write them down? You also know then about this ward power wheels walking over right now? The little secret ward just outside where the control wards won't see it. I'm still surprised in 2017 that ward actually works. And it's just because the support, sometimes they just don't think about it and no one tells them.
Tension. Death sentence onto Trick. Ash Arrow connects as well. Here comes Max Law. He finds Perks and Perks is down. Max Law takes him out. Alfari's on the back end looking for Trick. A double flay. That's going to kill. The death sentence finds Expect and it's a triple for almost the best jungler in Europe.
No one cares about that ward anymore because Misfits, they find the correct fight. Alfari with the TP as well, something we have looked at in the past and said he needs to be quicker and better at them. And this time around, it was a perfect teleport engage. Teleport flank from Alfari, from the engage, obviously started by Ignar first, and then Maxlow with a beautiful kick.
4 or 5 hours ago, Maxlow said he was feeling it. And this is what he's feeling.
This is it. Let's see it again. So, hook onto the Graves. Maxlore finds Perks, jumps in, kicks him back. It's a beautiful setup by Maxlore. And then instant TP coming in from Alfari to join the fight.
Ignar just hits everything.
Or even that last hook with the flash. Full credit also to Ignar. Pavil and Hansama had the easiest team fight of their life. They're like, okay, I guess you're setting up everything for us.
The damage in that last fight, Maxwell so good. 26-minute Baron. Misfits, they already had two Infernals. Now they got Baron buffed minions, and they take down the last outer turret from G2. And Misfits get to play this mid to late game now very comfortably with the lead.
And We also get to look at a G2 Esports still struggling. Week 3 now, and once you lose to Fnatic, while you can say you have your excuses, the players obviously they're a bit mad because you just lost as G2 Esports in Europe. Fnatic fully deserved to win that series as well. Game 3 was a bit of a stump.
Yep.
So you want to come into this week and be like, okay, time to bounce back, take down Misfits, a team that's shown some good things and some bad things so far in the summer split. And right now, G2 Esports, they've been caught out multiple times. They've been not able to beat Misfits in terms of their shot calling. They've actually just been even. They've been matching each other. And now Misfits, with that engage, massive advantage.
And that's very exciting if you're a Misfits fan. Reading the game, reading the map, and trading evenly with G2. They've not made any big mistakes. In actual fact, they've punished every mistake G2 has been, has made.
Yeah. And Max Law's Lee Sin has been pretty clean as well in the jungle. Something Gekao obviously offered to this team in the spring split was that Lee Sin play where he could make some of these plays. Arrow forces the flash.
All right, nicely dodged there by Perkz. Gets out of range, but just means rinse and repeat. Another target for another time. It was, in fact, the static shiv that was completed by Sven, so we'll talk about that as the siege slows down. Power of Evil's up in the top lane, Alphari's in the bottom lane. Teleport is available for Expect, so if Misfits stick around too long, G2 maybe can find an opportunity, but it's going to be difficult. Death Sentence pulls just short of Perkz, and Misfits playing all 3 lanes.
We have to remember G2's comp not really running a lot of engage. Like, they could have picked Gragas jungle as an example. They wanted to play the Graves. Okay, fine. That means you rely on other members to engage, but early Caitlyn pick doesn't offer any engage from. While you can, of course, flash forward, it is very hard to do because the other team will react against it, and it's a very unreliable way of engaging fights. So it is really hard now that you are behind to do something.
Whoa, look at that!
Getting some revenge after losing that laning phase.
So much damage from Power of Evil onto Perkz. Remember, Perkz, no flash. Right, mid tower is already down during the course of Baron. Top is now under siege by 4 members of Misfits, and Alphari is keeping Expect busy. 2 towers in 2 minutes. Nicely done. Expect trying to turn this one around onto Alphari. They've traded ultimates, the overheat and the Electro Harpoon. That's a golden Expect with support from Sven and Miffy. Alphari's looking for the kill. The slice and dice, not enough. Exhaust saves Expect's life.
So G2 gets a little bit at the very end of that Baron buff. 1 kill onto Alphari. No summoners used by him. And Misfits, as you can see there, left corner, top left corner, 21 wins and 2 losses. 2017 spring, whenever they led at 30 minutes.
That is a good statistic to have. On Summer, by the way, Ash Arrow is available for him. Maxlaw's looking for a target. The ball goes out, Death Sentence finds Trick, Shockwave as well, Unbreakable, Miffy's delivered to Misfits, and Hans Summer takes him down.
And we just have to praise Ignar in this game here. He's been setting up so many kills for Misfits. He's been the man starting the fights now as well. We talked about G2 not running a lot of engage. Well, the same side of Misfits. That's why we could say, okay, Alphari, he can't really start, probably even no, but the bottom lane can. Ash, Arrow, and then Ignar hooking people left and right.
Misfits just showing up to Fishio.
Ignar showing up big time. Landing that one onto Trick. And then that's just starts the fight because we had Shockwave, we had Maxwell jumping in, and G2 Esports not being proactive right now, getting just punished left and right, and they don't have the tools to really stop some of these engages here from Misfits.
And that means Misfits accelerate their lead. 5,000 gold, 9 kills to 2. They've got 3 dragons under their belt. Baron will be up in 2 minutes. And likely, Misfits will look to use the Baron or the Elder to break open G2's base. That's the next big hurdle. And that's something they've got to look to break through. Alphari continues to scale up. Big CS advantage over Expect. And he's got that stone plate, so now he's even tankier in these team fights.
Exactly. That's what we talked about before as Renekton. You just try and become a tank. You just sit in the front line and you just buy time.
It'll be interesting to see his decision-making on reducing his damage but not dying. And how that plays out. Talk to me a little bit about this rapid fire cannon Shiv synergy that maybe is a little surprising. We were kind of expecting the Phantom Dancer.
So it's not surprising. I'm just super boring. So if I see like things diving on me as an AD carry, I'm like, ooh, PD, nice item, you know. I want to make sure I stay alive. But I talked about this once before, but simply the two items together, you gotta remember now, Rapid Fire Cannon will speed up how much energy you get, you know, when you move around and when you auto attack. So by building these two guys together, you actually need 7 auto attacks instead of 9 auto attacks to fully stack up to 100 and then get that proc from Static Shift. The problem is the Rapid Fire Cannon damage that comes from its proc on its own is actually not applied. It is only the range you get from it, and then it actually procs the Static Shift damage instead. So you don't get the full amount of damage from the Rapid Fire Cannon, but you get the extra range and the extra energy.
So it's a bit of a trade-off, I suppose. Let's see if it ends up helping
very
Sven.
good. Yeah, it's of course very good, but just don't expect both items to proc at the same time
for all that extra burst.
So much burst.
Yeah, not this time around. Hans Summer, by the way, was saved by that Lantern of Ignar. Took a big chunk of damage. Didn't quite see what the cause was, but he was a little bit hit. This time around, Ace in the hole tags up Maxlaw. And Misfits setting up their vision. It's very clear that Baron is the objective, and Misfits at this stage, they cannot afford to get shook up. Last week, they had a lot of problems securing those Barons. Ninjas in Pajamas stole a few of them, and G2 definitely can do that with this comp.
No one remembers the 3rd Baron of that game, because no one steals Baron from Misfits 3 times in a game.
In a row.
That was actually a really nice setup in the 3rd one, where Maxlaw, you know, kick shook away, secured the Baron. That's the kind of thing we want to see here, because in Spring Split, we had that little hype storyline about Misfits Barons, so clean.
It didn't last very long,
no, because then as soon as we start saying it, they actually made mistakes around it, but let's see what happens here.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on this fight. Alfari's coming in from behind G2. The flanking Crocodile throws down the Dominus, gets a stun onto Perks. Here comes Maxlaw. I'm looking for the kick, looking for the target. Miffy puts down the Glacial Fissure, and it's Maxlaw that's down. He's shut down. It's a 2-0 though for Power of Evil. He continues to chase. Expect goes Golden with Hourglass and will get shut down. Triple kill for Power of Evil. Sven gets taken out by Ignar's death sentence, and Alfari sets up the Quadra for PoE.
Man, Alfari in that team fight was just a CC machine in the front line, allowing his carries to deal the damage, and the rest of Misfits, they're going straight for the Nexus.
Misfits, 14 kills to 3 are on the Nexus turrets.
Save the minion! Oh, the minion died.
The minion wave is slowly dying, but making another one. Coming up through the base on the inhibitor. Misfits slice and dice to clear out the G2 minions. It is a matter of time. It is a matter of consequence. The objectives are down, and Misfits take game 1 against G2.
And Misfits just looked much better than G2 Esports in this game, because we saw a few times early on G2 trying to get deep vision, trying to maybe get a bit of a map advantage, but they actually were caught multiple times, skipping so many steps in their setups. And then we just saw early kills from Misfits, and the first big team fight near that Baron area gave it all to Misfits.
Yeah, blew it all out the water. Deficio, 30 minutes ago, we asked a Twitter question that said, where would you rank the Misfits players in Europe in each of their respective roles? They would get much higher rankings if this was the level of performance we saw every week.
Agree, 100%.
And
we might see some tweets coming in like from a minute ago saying,
of course we will.
Top 3, all of them.
The thing that I'm looking forward to now is whether or not Misfits can do that again. Because if you look back at all their series against Roccat, against Ninjas in Pajamas, there's been some wildly different performances from Misfits. Game 1 against Roccat last week, they got smashed. It was not a close game.
True.
And then they turned around and they smashed Roccat.
But what I like about this game from Misfits was it didn't feel to me like they were relying on just like crazy plays or anything. This actually felt like a very Spring Split Misfits game where they were trying to control the map a little bit as well.
It was an Exodia Misfits performing as a 5-man team.
Whatever you want to say.
Misfits Gaming struck first in this series, so shocks and stress. Take a closer look.
Thank you very much, Trevor. Fantastic angle there. And I do have to agree with you. It was a fantastic performance, much like their debut in spring when they had much more decisive games. And we were looking especially at Maxlaw, and we couldn't have picked a better game to look at Maxlaw, but he kind of set it up for himself. He said, hey, I am great. Look at me. And we did.
Yeah, if ever there's a time to actually show up, it's right after you say, look at me. And let's take a look at the early game. Let's look at you, Maxlaw. So this one, a little bit of a tidbit. If Perks doesn't chug his pot right now, they kill him without having to go under tower. He actually went from 50 health to like 70 just about. and that was what drew Power of Evil under the tower. But still, Maxwell in the lane very early on, getting that first impact on the game, and again roams down towards the bottom side. And this is what Misfits did so well with this comp, is utilize the Ashe arrow, whether it was after a hook, whether it was after Lee Sin going in. And this is the early game dictated by Misfits that we wanted to see from a player like Maxwell, who was having all of this discussion about whether he's going to be the best jungler or not. And honestly, this is what you need to be doing on Lee Sin, and Maxwell actually showing up early. That's what we wanted.
Absolutely. So they also, in the process, they got a lot of kills, but we saw that the gold was pretty even, and that was kind of the question we had from Misfits, because they had been killing more people in the early game recently, but it didn't necessarily net them any gold leads. They did get 2 Infernal Drakes, and it seemed like they had the right idea going into the mid lane of, in the mid game rather, of where to pick fights and where to leverage their advantage.
It was a case that G2 early were playing the map better than Misfits were. G2 maintained the tower advantage, got Rift Herald, pushed down mid tower. But we want to take a look at one moment where G2 did not have the map set up correctly for themselves, that ultimately heavily punished them, that Misfits ended up winning. So we want to take a look at the Misfits vision for now. You can see exactly how much vision on the top side they have around the Baron. And then when we swap it to G2, they'd have no vision at all on where Misfits are standing. They want to come up into these areas, control the Baron pit, but the area they don't have secure is the exit path behind them. We already looked at that. Misfits have the vision control there, and it's as easy as a teleport ward being placed right on that catwalk behind them. There's the Ashe arrow we talked about, and again, G2 not prepared for this fight. Misfits throw everything at them, and what do you know, Maxwell's the one that gets 3 kills at the end of this fight, sets up the Baron, picks up the game basically from this point for Misfits.
Yeah, and most importantly, his first target is one of the carries, is Perkz. He's able to kick fantastically into the team, and as said, it was a case of everyone being on the same page. It was Ignar landing the hooks, it was the Ashe arrow hitting, it was all the follow-up from the team, and it absolutely clicked for them. And then this is kind of what you want to see, and I think this is also what Maxwell and the team envisioned when they keep saying, well, hey, I am the best, or I'm not the best, or we should be #1. This is probably what they've know that they can do in scrims and whatnot, and now it comes out versus G2 nonetheless.
Exactly, and I think we were talking a lot during the draft about, oh, it's kind of a standard, almost boring draft, but when you look at it, an Ashe, an Orianna, paired with Thresh, an early game jungler, and a top laner that can output a lot of damage and be a tank, I mean, that's a great basis for Misfits to play from, and they're able to take it to G2, who normally most teams don't get those kind of openings as it is, and I'm glad that Misfits, when they had the openings, utilized the Ashe arrow, utilized the Orianna, as we're going to see, because Power of Evil, why wouldn't you give him Orianna?
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's take a look at that final replay, and after that, I do also want to take a minute to talk about G2, obviously, but it's just beautiful what happens for the Misfits. They set up everything fantastically, and Power of Evil's just going to walk in and be like, you know what, I see it. I see it.
He's like, yeah, I see all these kills. So again, Alphari's boxing off the exit path from G2. This is what we've seen a couple of times in this game. The kick comes through, this time onto Perkz. And suddenly the Orianna has all the time in the world. Shockwave catches a couple, and then it's a case of running them down. Expect even makes himself an easy target with the Zhonya's.
Yeah, and it wasn't like super clean, but they were very, very far ahead, and they absolutely pushed the advantage. So now for the side of G2, obviously last week, not the best week for them. They come out, they say meta-wise this and that, and they get just a standard good draft. They should be able to play to their strengths. So what, in the end, brought them down, you think, in this one?
I think there were a couple of early game plays, namely Perkz pushing up in lane and then Sven getting caught that we saw earlier on. Those were minor mistakes out of G2 that I would like to see them shore up. I understand why they took the Graves for Trick, but I want to see him able to compete with Max Law when it comes to whether it's crowd control or at least presence in the early game, because I think the Lee Sin gave him way too much freedom. You could still go with the Graves, but maybe ban the Lee Sin alongside, and G2 I think will have a lot easier a time in the early game, because we haven't seen this performance out of Max Law every single game.
Exactly, and that's the big question. Are they able to replicate that? Because if so, this will be done and dusted real quickly for the Misfits, so we'll see what happens. Misfits Gaming, they need one more win to defeat the Kings of Europe. We'll see if they can get it when we return.
And Maxwell said, and I quote, "We're feeling the free win. No additional explanation needed." Let's see whose shot calling comes out on top. Hansama stands up midfield. Power of Google with the full sombrero. Nice. Spin is chasing a ward. Alphari's chasing Spin. Spin stand up dominance, and Alphari's on the board. That's gonna kill. The death sentence expect, and it's a triple for almost the best jungler in Europe. Expect goes golden with Hourglass and will get shut down. Triple kill for Power of Evil. Sven gets taken out by Igmar's death sentence, and Alfari sets up the Quadra.
I told you boys, it's a free win,
It is a matter of time. It is a matter of consequence. The objectives are down, and Misfits take game 1 against G2. And welcome back to the European LCS, where Misfits Gaming have a chance to lock down the win against G2 Esports. G2 have side selection in game number 2, and they picked blue side.
Wow, full stop.
Has continued to be the trend as Alfari had a great game.
Is that the best jungler in Europe right there?
If not, he will be. Nicely done. Great quote right at the end there. I told you boys, it's a free win. The question is, Max Law, is that one free win or one series win?
Right, it would not be the first time in Europe we have seen G2 lose the first game of a series and then bounce back and look very angry in game number 2 and 3. I came out here looking focused still. Obviously, the rest of Misfits came out laughing because they're like, hey.
Hey, they had a great game.
It was great, yeah.
And Deficio,
look, he's still laughing.
This time around, Thresh first pick, possibility for G2 Esports. Obviously, the side selection swapping means the priorities in picks and bans has the possibility of changing. Do you expect it to?
I mean, we need to look at someone like Ignar and say which kind of supports does he really favor playing. And whenever the meta was Lulukama, we didn't see much from him. Whenever the meta has been more playmaking supports, Thresh being one of them, even his Braum has actually been very good. We see a much better Ignar performance. So obviously you want to take that champion away from him. That is, again, why you want to maybe ban out some of those other S-tier picks, just so you can first pick Thresh without giving away too many things.
Did you like his Bard last week? Mixed? Mixed.
I've seen it be pretty good before.
Okay. Let's see whether or not that is something that comes out. Cannon instantly removed from the pool by G2. Zac, the reply. And it feels like Zac, Galio, Xayah / Rakan kind of are like red side bans.
Okay, so G2 actually just ban away Thresh. Don't want to risk it even being open and then force into maybe not picking it early. Obviously, we are looking at Elise as a very high tier pick, but not necessarily for Trick specifically. And that's always one of the funny things about specific players to kind of move a little bit away from the S tier picks.
Yeah.
Xerxes is the same. You know, we don't see Lee Sin Elise very often from him. Don't think we've actually ever seen him play Lee Sin.
Nope.
But enough about him because he's not in this game. He's playing later today. Let's see with this. Yeah, so actually they ban Elise, as we just talked about, with obviously Trick not being the biggest.
What is G2 thinking about for a first pick?
Galio first pick is definitely very likely. Looking at the current champions being available as S-tier pick, Syndra is also up there, but you don't have to necessarily first pick her. Otherwise, Xayah, of course, with Rakan being open, is something you have to look at. It's about time that Sven shows us his Xayah, because they've been banning it in almost every game so far. I think Galio now, because of Rakan ban, is a good choice from G2. Still a good flex pick.
But there was an insta-hover on that Xayah. Maybe it's something
but then
they
I realized
thinking
Rakan was
about.
banned. Rakan was banned, so.
Take that one away from Sven or Mithy. Galio on the side of G2 Esports. We've seen Galio flex multiple times. Where do you think it's going to land? Will it be expected in the top lane most likely?
I think most likely expected in the top lane. He's normally doing really well on these different tanks. Misfits, I'd like to see Ashe coming in again. I think Ashe was really good for them. Same can be said about the Lee Sin for Max Lore. Sadly, no Thresh. So they can't run the same pick comp.
Yeah.
But I think Hansama, outside of one arrow that missed in the bottom lane, he landed the rest. And they used that to start some really good fights for Misfits. So I wouldn't mind seeing that same pick again, just because she's so safe. And you can then wait with other picks.
There we go.
Luck there.
So Hansama and Max Lore are going to have the ability to impact game number 2 of this series. G2 did not go for the Kha'Zix in the previous game. I believe it was available. No, it was banned. Phase 2.
They didn't take it in the first phase.
Yep.
Saved pick for later. Oh, is it going to be Sven Xayah?
Is it okay?
Yes, definitely.
With what other supports then?
I mean, you can lane her basically with everything. Like, you can play Blitzcrank with Xayah, and it's actually really good. It's a combo we've seen in LCK. You can also play a lot of the different range supports with her. Like, she's all fine on her own. And I'm actually really excited we get to see Sven play her now, because he did ban her the first few weeks due to his lack of practice on it. Misfits can take the Syndra, like we saw last time. Oh, they could also show us. Yeah, okay.
There we go. Ignar's not going to have the Thresh, but it's Blitz instead.
It's also just to avoid G2 maybe pinching supports or G2 taking Blitzcrank on their own later on, in case Misfits wouldn't be in a position to actually take it due to other picks being available. But early Blitzcrank here means no Syndra pick from Power Viva. He could have done exactly what Perkz did to him in the last game, but he didn't go for it. So instead, it is not a traditional 2v2 lane. Ashe and Blitzcrank.
And what is the reply from Mithy? Because what do you do with Xayah against Ashe and Blitzcrank? These are all brand new questions, but because Blitz is legit. We've never had to ask that question at this level.
Here's the beautiful thing about playing against Blitzcrank is it opens up for so many different supports. Nunu support, Taric support, Galio support. Like, a lot of these melee supports that don't do well against poke lanes actually work against Blitzcrank, because he's, of course, an all-in support.
Yep.
So there are so many choices for Mithy right now. Braum can also just be locked in. If
Taric is banned away.
Just mentioned him. They ban him away right there. I still want to see Alistar get picked into Blitzcrank, but man, we did nerf Alistar a lot.
So does Mithy take the Galio and expect play something else, or does Mithy just run the Braum? He ran it in game number 1.
At this point, impossible to predict. Impossible to predict
but
right
you
now.
have to Deficio.
Well, I said Taric and they banned it.
Okay, you did indeed. You did indeed. Taric has pulled out during MSI, and Mithy That's some game-changing plays. Renekton, is this an anticipation into the Galio? Most likely.
Maybe it's also just a safe blind pick when Kennen is banned. Gnar has been a choice for some top laners against it. Jax is not a champion we see very often right now. I can see you already getting super excited.
I'm so hopeful. I'm so hopeful.
Sadly for you, you get the least exciting of the potential supports against a Blitzcrank.
And also it means it's going to be a mid lane pick here for Perks. So he's going to run the possibility, or he's got potential to be counter-picked here.
Well, let's see. LeBlanc is open as a potential blind pick from Talia is actually the one I would like to see from them. Also against a lane like Blitzcrank, because you can gank that lane so easily. Like, he doesn't offer enough peel to really stop that. And I think Talia is also an okay blind pick to lock in. It is going to be Galio mid, though. Perks accepts the fact that he's now a support on his team, and we get the Rumble top against Renekton.
Yeah, that's not super exciting.
No, you do not get excited about this draft. It is a fine draft by G2.
It makes perfect sense.
You just do not get excited about it. Like,
it is meta, it is powerful, and Galio mid is something that we are seeing more and more.
Just like with Blitzcrank, there's a lot of different counter picks available. Galio mid actually offers the same thing, where some of the things that people can play against it, from like, I don't know, Yasuo to Vladimir's and everything, like, it makes it really fun if someone is feeling it. But in this game, on this pick and ban phase, Hussein Moosvi behind Misfits Gaming lineup is saying, we're gonna keep it fairly standard. It's the Cassiopeia.
What I love about this pick and ban is it is actually fairly standard in the meta right now. We just very rarely get to see this exact kind of matchup in Europe. So that's what I'm excited to see. Perks on that Galio mid, he's currently got the teleport with his flash as far as the summoner spells are concerned, but there is so much damage everywhere else on the G2 lineup. On the side of Misfits, however, it's more traditional. That bully top laner, bully mid laner, and the all-in kill you bottom lane.
I just love that this meta fits Gnar so well that he can actually play a lot of these different supports that can create picks for his team. If he's pulling off this Blitzcrank to perfection, Misfits Gaming can do exactly what they did last game. Just find G2 Esports out of position, kill them, get the advantage, and then get that free win.
It's even easier to pull them out of position with Blitzcrank than it was on Thresh. Misfits, can they take down G2 Esports? Misfits have been feeling it all day long, and G2 have to recover from a series loss against Fnatic. How well do they bounce back from a game loss against Misfits? Perks v Power of Evil. It's game 2, Misfits versus G2.
And in Europe, Trevor, we don't actually see the European mid laners play a lot of Galio mid.
Nope.
Because a lot of the European mid laners have massive egos. So it's basically like, can I kill the enemy team with this champion? Answer is, no, not really. You're mainly here to help the rest of your team. They're like, oh, well, then I don't like it. I don't want to play it. And it's also the classic, like, red side. It's always like, guys, I really think we should try and last pick mid lane.
Yep.
I really think last pick mid lane is great here, guys. That is basically the most said phrase by any European mid laner.
Yeah, but of course, that's 6 years of muscle memory.
It's
For
fair.
6 years, European mids have had the option to do that.
I know. But now Galio mid is a thing. We've seen Nagne play it. We've seen Senkooks play it as well. So he did pick up the Galio. And now Perks as well, a guy who's obviously famous for his strong laning phase. Good thing for him is that Galio actually offers a very strong laning phase. He can push in Cassiopeia very easily. He can trade with her very effectively. You're just not picking this champion to be the solo carry on your team. And that is where you sometimes see these mid laners say, I don't know if I like it then.
But this is also where we get to evaluate Perks, a little bit of personal development, a little bit of
course,
growth. You know, he has been the carry. He has been enabled by so much of G2 for so long. Now he has to enable everybody else as well. Not something we get to see a lot, but it is something that we do expect him to be able to do. Official, I want to turn your attention to Gnar, the man in the bottom lane. He's got this Blitzcrank. And earlier today, we asked about that Twitter question, right? Ranking players.
Yeah.
I've actually got a tweet for you from @Scandalous. I agree with Quickshot's opinion on Power of Evil, but I also think that Gnar has shown the ability to be a top support in Europe.
And we have to remember, Gnar last split was voted as the #1 support in Europe. We had the awards. He was obviously on the All-Pro team because he actually had a really good split. And I think a lot of people will agree that Gnar has the potential to consistently be one of the top ones. This one, he's obviously going for Zai. He doesn't really want to hook Braum, but it means Mithy now can trade, because when you play Blitzcrank, especially level 1, Once your ability is used, it's 15 seconds cooldown. You're not doing anything. You're just standing there looking like an idiot.
Yep, that window of opportunity is closed. And that allows Sven and Mithy to shove this wave out. Early level 2 for Sven and Mithy. Instant reply for Hans and Ignar.
Another thing for Sven here is once he hits level 6, then Xayah is fantastic against things like Ashe, even Blitzcrank, because her ulti, of course, can be used to dodge the key arrow, the key hook, and therefore she can try and stay safe, but you gotta use it defensively then. Back to Ignar though. I mean, I really agree with the tweet, because Ignar's one of the guys we always look at and say like, man, whenever he's able to play so well in the laning phase and then actually transition that into the mid game and create picks on things like Thresh, then we think he looks really good, but it's not consistent enough for Ignar. It's definitely not this split.
All right, Winter's Bite comes out from Mithy. Rocket grab from Ignar. A lot of damage onto Mithy. Hansama looking for more. Mithy still got summoners available to him. And Hans doesn't go further.
So I have to remember Mithy sitting with a lot of potions right now. Steam for Ignar. Mid lane, Maxlor!
Maxlor Sonic Wave is flashed away from. And golf claps from the crowd. The Misfits fans erupt. Maxlor, summoner spell secured already.
And the long range of Ashe in the laning phase here, plus the volley for trading, makes her a fine pick against Xayah in the early levels. It is just after level 6. You get a little bit annoyed when you try and ulti onto Sven, but trading here is good for Hansama. You could dodge on the Q as well, and therefore Ignar is able to get the brush control. When you play support, if you get to control the brushes, then you feel like you're so powerful in lane. You feel like you're dictating when the fights are going to happen. And that's what you want to do on Blitzcrank.
Well, let's keep our eyes on this top lane. Trick is coming in to support Expect. Leaps forward, flash for flash. Flame Spitters going down. First blood picked up by Expect. Maxwell fancies his shot and misses. Interesting, by the way, Trick, he got red buff and 2 camps down bottom, recalled, and then picked up his blue. Slightly delayed clear, if I can say that. Maybe the timing, something like that, threw Alfari off.
Well, he's also doing it to avoid, you know, the Kha'Zix maybe going into the bottom side. Sorry, Lee Sin going to the bottom side, taking away his crooks and then ganking the bottom lane. For him just claim the 3 camps. It is a play I've seen quite a few times. Lulex actually did it week 1 as one of the examples.
Nice.
Go back, you know, you get your long sword, then you go in and you actually take your blue buff and look for an early gank. It's very great as a Kha'Zix if you get early kills. You don't necessarily need them, but if you get them, extra bonus for a bit of damage.
Yeah, works in favor of Trick and G2. Previous game they gave up First Blood, thanks to that Power of Evil Maxlor combo in the mid lane. This time round, the Trick Expect duo up top shuts down Alfari. So on your Renekton, your Bully in the top lane, he's still even on CS, still even on levels, so actually marginally ahead. So that's not going to frustrate him too much just yet.
Interesting choice from Alfari, so from Expect here. Obviously saying I just need full tankiness. Actually, it's not interesting at all. I, for some reason, swapped him in my head. I was like, Alfari just went Ninja Tappy against a Rumble? Like, is he drunk or something? But it's Expect. It is the caster who's obviously a little bit weird here. I apologize for that one. Words
Good
already,
recovery, though.
Words
Good
already left
recovery,
my mouth, and I was like, wait a minute, this is really normal. Why?
Deficio, for a long time as a caster, I found myself in that scenario.
I was just like, why would he do that? Because it's unexpected.
It is unexpected. He's got the Ninja Tabi into a triple AD comp here from Misfits. And Trick is now making his way down to support or potentially counter anything the Misfits set up.
But this is still a fine lane for G2 to try and farm up to level 6 in. If Sven ever gets hooked, Mithy will jump to him and try and block some of the damage from Ashe. Important to note, Ashe as an AD carry is obviously not very burst focused. It's like, hey guys, give me time to get a few hits down and then pop my Q and then I can deal some proper damage. Not really what you want always with Blitzcrank. You kind of want instant damage.
Yeah.
But Ashe can't really offer that. So this Blitzcrank is more just for the roaming and pick potential in the mid to late game than specifically for the laning phase. Expect with the Ninja Tabi.
Chances starts to overheat. Look at that, a little bit of burn. Really stamping some sort of authority here. Denying a full wave of XP. Minions, rather. 51 CS to 39. So that's very, very confident play from Expect on one of his signature champions that really, he doesn't necessarily outshine many other Rumbles in Europe, but he's incredibly consistent on this champion.
It's kind of been the big thing for Expect lately. It's just becoming a more solid, consistent top laner. On stage, definitely. Bottom lane, nothing's happened so far. Top lane, Alfari is struggling, also due to that early gank, and Trick is topside again. While Maxlor is trying to get level 6 as fast as possible, Trick is already there.
Let's see if anything happens there.
There we go. Maxwell got E6 as well. Might want to try and gank the no flash rumble.
Okay, no flash rumble. Support from Trick is no longer there as Trick has run down the river. Dominus is spat out by Alfari, and the Equalizer's already burned through. Expect is looking to sidestep the Sonic Wave. Here comes Trick, enough time. Expect gets caught, flash, kick, all of a sudden, Misfits are on the board. Heroic entrance from Perks. He's looking to help out Trick. Flash forward and Trick tastes the fear of Max Law. Now Alfari's left alone. Alfari trades one back. It's a double kill for Trick.
That was so close in the end, but Misfits getting some kills on the Renekton, and that is important. Good reaction from G2 as well, and now we see actually everyone top lane. Both dual lanes, they recalled, they ran towards top lane to match each other in the swap here. Sven is level 6 now, so he's feeling much more confident. Able to dodge around the ulti from Hansama. That trade top lane though, man. Ooh.
So exciting.
Oh, baby, that was close.
Played out long enough for Trick to re-engage, and he's now the recipient of 2 of those kills.
Right, so Maxwell was getting level 6 on the camp right before here, so they noticed no flash on Expect, that's why they go for it. But this is really good kiting from Expect here. Maxwell's trying to save his Q to make sure he actually lands it and doesn't get juked to the side. But it allowed G2 to have Trick come up there, Galio to come in as well, and actually take this trade. Isolation damage, I believe, onto the Lee Sin. And then at the very end, Perks.
Oh, Colin Meek. Whew. That was so great from Alfari. Maxley, don't worry, boys. He's still feeling it. He's still feeling it. 0-1-1 on that Lee Sin. But his team is down 1,000 gold. We're getting close to 10 minutes. And that fight, by the way, was the first point of damage that Perks dealt to an enemy champion. For 7 minutes of laning phase, his Winds of War were targeted exclusively at the minions.
He's making his coach proud. He's showing I'm playing a champion where I want to play for the team.
Yep.
It's not about my damage anymore. So he's just really sticking to that and only hitting minions.
Yep, as you do with mid lane Galio for the first 15 to 20 minutes.
And then you build a lot of tanky items. You become unkillable in mid to early late game team fights.
And I particularly like the Adaptive Helm against Cassiopeia. Twin Fangs.
Yeah.
Reduce spell damage. It's an item we've debated how effective it can be. There are a limited number of champions that it's useful against.
Exactly. I agree against like Cassiopeia, Rumble. It definitely makes sense. I just see sometimes people just build it out like for no reason. It's like, oh, but this Orianna, she might get 2 Qs on me within these 4 seconds. I'm like, nope, that's completely useless.
Not worth.
Go Spirit Visage, go Abyssal Scepter. But yes, again, things like Cassiopeia, we could definitely see it.
It's one of the few champions I would like to see it on. Alfari and Expect trading. Equalizers on cooldown for Expect. Alfari's still got that Dominus available. Keep in mind that he's down 23 CS. The double kills are helping out, but on a lane bully to be losing lane fairly heavily thanks to the impact of Trick, that's a good sign for G2.
So Maxwell started up this Rift Herald there, even though it is warded by G2, and you can see how G2 are running towards it. The rest of Misfits are not committing around it. This actually gives G2 a chance to fight.
Teleports coming in from the red buff. Max Law's got the Rift Herald down to 3,000. Mithy's going to get the support of Perks and Expect very, very shortly. Winds of War starts to tag out Max Law, and the Equalizer cuts off his escape route. The Rift Herald is the focus of Trick as Expect shuts down Max Law. Heroic entrance gets Perks over the wall. Now Expect is doing a fight with the Herald. Alfari's up in the top lane. Trick is on a killing spree. He's got another. Sven is able to take down the Herald as here comes Power of Evil. His Petrifying Gaze has already been used. Arrow goes wide. Perks decides to re-engage with the Feather Storm, locks it down, and Sven is on the board.
Well, Misfits, they felt so confident they would just get that Rift Herald without anyone from G2 even showing up to fight. But there was a ward on it, and we had Mithy on the way. We had the deep TP ward as well. So Misfits felt a little bit too confident that they were just going to secure that Rift Herald and actually allow G2 to then invest basically everything to get a very good fight in their favor now. 6 kills on the side of G2 at 11 minutes. Last game was 4-1 until like, what, 30 minutes into the game almost? A lot more kills in this one.
Last game was about playing the map. This time it's playing the champions.
Look, you can see the bot lane from Misfits. They started recalling. They're like, yeah, we got this one, boys. It's free. No one is going to fight for it. And then Hansama completed his recall. Ignore cancel, so he's actually out of the fight before it even starts. Alfari ends up TPing in as well. They invest everything to try and get the first kill. And split calls from Misfits and just feeling a little bit too safe in that river very early on, despite the time it actually takes for Lee Sin to solo down the Rift Herald.
G2 end up winning the fight. We'll watch this back end. Sven jumps in with that Featherstorm. Closes out. He gets the first kill of the fight. He was also the last hit onto Herald. We caught the picture-in-picture there. Rift Herald was summoned in the mid lane.
Yeah,
it got one boop onto the outer turret and then got instantly killed where it stands. Not the most efficient use. However, fire and forget. G2 very clearly not willing to invest more than that. Flash forward from Perks because Expect lands a great equalizer. However, Expect gets stunned down by the Petrifying Gaze. And that just looked really easy.
And it goes back to that fight we just saw before here. It cost so much because Misfits used so many summoners as well. This was a Cassiopeia, no cleanse, no flash, sitting in lane. Perks able to set up an easy kill here for G2 Esports. And that's how again one play just snowballs into much more. That was now Rift Herald damage on mid tower, into follow-up kill on Cassiopeia, into taking mid tower, all based around that play from before near the Rift Herald itself.
It all started with Maxlaw. Now Ignar and Trick are gonna fight, yeah. Let me rephrase that. Trick is gonna try kill Ignar. There ain't no fighting about it. Rocket Grab just goes wide because the man I was talking about, Maxlaw, in the previous game had a significantly stronger impact. Helped out with First Blood. He had his largest gold advantage at 15 minutes this split, and then went on to set up a phenomenal number of kills and kicks and really help Misfits close out the mid to late game. Now he's going to do it from a 4,000 gold deficit.
That is very true, and it is in fact a 3,000 gold deficit.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to say 3.5, so we meet in the middle. 3.5.
Look, as long as you're technically correct, that's fine.
I just know, Trevor, whenever you say anything related to math, I'm like always looking at being like, wait, he's probably
panicking for a second.
He's probably wrong. He's probably wrong. I'm like, yeah, no, he was wrong.
There's a reason that I talk about video games and I'm not a scientist or a mathematician or anything.
I mean, there's a lot of math in League of Legends.
That's why I talk. Have you heard? There's a saying in English, Fisher. Those that can't do, teach. And the idea is, if you're not good enough to actually do it, you try to teach other people to be good enough,
despite
right?
you not being good enough.
Correct.
So I prefer...
I don't know why it's a thing in English, but it just is.
That's a really weird thing, because I prefer having a teacher who knows what he's doing and can actually do it, and then he tries to teach you that.
I mean, that makes sense, but if they're good enough to do it, they'll be playing, right? It's a philosophical discussion.
That's fair.
It is. And the philosophical discussion...
But at some point, they got to stop and then teach others.
Well, we'll find out who's teaching whom this game. Because Maxlaw taught...
And if the person actually knows anything or not. That's what we got to figure out.
Yeah, I think we're a few layers too deep on this story, Deficio.
I do assume your math teacher wasn't very good at math.
Maxlaw was teaching G2 a lesson in game 1. And now G2 are teaching him a lesson in game 2.
Let's pair Maxlaw up with Ignar.
Okay.
Ignar also had some sick plays, and now they're looking to do exactly the same with the Blitzcrank, just a discount version of the Thresh.
The problem is, when you have a Blitzcrank that's this far behind...
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It becomes like nearly impossible.
Because the enemy team normally will get a lot of vision control, and they can always see the Blitzcrank. This time around, though, he's hiding on a control ward, so they don't actually know he's sitting right there. Is there a moment for Ignar to make the big play? So far, he's going to get spotted by this little ward.
Look at all of the wards in the right-hand quadrant of the jungle for G2. If anyone from Misfits makes their way down that direction, Trick and Expect are going to have all the information to work with. Perks is currently playing wave clear duty in the top lane. And to go back to that Ignar point and Blitzcrank, in game 1, his Thresh was great. You know, mid-game was all about Maxlaw, mid to late game was all about Ignar, death sentence after death sentence. 1-0-11, 85% kill participation. Unfortunately, he's not had the same start to this game or the same impact yet, and it's going to be much more difficult because of how far behind the team is.
Yeah, funny enough, it's not been his fault by any means. You know, the top lane fights have gone kind of in favor of G2, and then that Rift Herald play, which obviously was a team decision by Misfits, ended up costing them everything, basically. They can go back and look at that specific play and say, okay, guys, what went wrong here? Why did we not just all go in and try and hit the Rift Herald and finish it? Why do we feel so confident? Blah, 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 blah. Now they have to try and fight their way back. And once again, Ignar's kind of sitting around with no vision.
All right, Trick is the man that gets Rocket Grab. Heroic entrance will buy enough time for Trick to survive. Hans Summers joined the fight on the right. Sven can fire that Featherstorm if necessary, and he does. But Ignar's already dead. Trick is traded. It's 1-for-1. Miffy, Sven, Perks, they're running down Misfits. Hans Summer forced to flash for his life. Power of Evil gets another in reply. 2 for 2 thus far, and G2 are looking for an objective.
And we just talked about how this Blitzcrank was still sitting around control wards, not really being spotted exactly where he was on the map by G2 Esports, but they obviously knew something was going to happen because they started calling, you know, okay, we're going to go in here and face check, fight will break out, and we saw instant ulti from Perks as well. 2 for 2 though, because Power Weaver came in from top lane, and no one from G2 around to actually kill him. I think Expect went one way, and the rest of the team went the other way. So this is where G2 are collapsing. They know there's a high chance someone gets hooked here and might die, but they want to take the fight anyway, and they get the first kill, and now notice how everyone from G2 runs down to kill Hansama, and Expect is kind of left behind by the team. Alfaria onto him with Power of Evil, and that's why it becomes a 2 for 2. G2 splitting up a lot, but they're now trying to get something top lane.
All right, tower should fall to minions. It's a couple of hits away. Rocket grab connects onto Perks, but he's very beefy. There's not enough damage to take him down yet. So G2 able to secure the top outer turret and escape with their lives. They maintain a sizable gold lead. There's an Infernal Dragon coming up in the next few minutes to complement the Mountain and Infernal they've already secured. And for G2, they're pretty happy with this. They got the kills. It was an even trade, but they got the tower as well.
It's kind of been the story of the game here. Been some even trades. I saw the big team fight going for G2. And then they've been able to get double Drakes, 3 towers to 0 as well. And we're getting a bit of a classic G2 series where that first game, you're like, man, they play like garbage, what's happening? And then they managed to kind of turn it around very quickly and then look much better in the second game. Misfits, though, still have some tools. Whenever you play with Blitzcrank, you always feel like there's that comeback potential. One little hook into maybe a Baron start.
It's going to be difficult, though, because Ignore does not want to catch Perks or Mithy. Either of whom would be happy to throw down some spells in the back line.
Yeah, and catching Rumble is not that great either, because he will try to spam Hourglass. Catching Xayah means she will ulti as soon as she actually gets pulled in, or even before she gets pulled in. And Trick, well, he might be your best bet. Obviously, he can try and go stealth, and you might not be able to actually kill him in time.
Potentially could leap away.
And then we have to remember, whenever someone gets hooked in, Perks will ulti on the guy, and that's a 40% damage reduction ulti.
Something else that we've not talked about, and something that we're starting to talk more and more about, is this Galio delivery system. Some champions synergize so well, the LeBlanc clone, something that we saw at MSI a few times that was awesome.
Saw it in Europe a few times.
Yep, some more recently. But I love the idea of Trick stealthing up on a flank and then having Galio land on his head. There we go. That's the Mithy engage. As we've already talked about, Featherstorm goes out. Blade Caller backwards. Hansama is rooted temporarily, but the damage is a little slow to catch up. Trick hops over the wall with Ignar. He goes down, so does Hansama. Maxlaw, Winds of War, sidestepped, he walks away from. And that's why he thinks he's the best jungler in Europe. The mechanics. The mechanics.
This actually means Maxlaw can get full HP, get back on the map, and maybe try and go for some sort of steal here. If Misfits can actually delay the Baron going down. He's on the way with home guards. The rest of Misfits around the Baron itself.
Oh, Alfari's going in with dominance. The Baron's going far too low, far too quickly. It's already secured. Alfari's the target, and it's Perks that gets the kill.
They tried. They tried, but G2 Esports looking very good in this game here. Perks specifically on the Galio. Another flash taunt in that fight. Let's see it again. So, yeah, we just talked about how every single member kind of has a way to get out of this, or maybe wants to get hooked. And if you are playing Braum, getting hooked is not a bad thing. It just lines up a very easy ulti for Mithy onto Hansama. He gets bursted down, and obviously while the fight is happening between Trick and Ignar, look at Perks down the bottom lane. Taunt up, flash in onto the two guys. That's kill secured for G2 Esports, and both Perks and Trick been able to get a lot of kills.
I'm so glad we got that little discussion out about which champions can get hooked and the combination. I know it's fairly obvious, but it is beautiful to watch happen. And now all of a sudden, Maxlaw's caught up between a Galio and a Kha'Zix. Winds of War won't take him down yet. Let's see how quickly Maxlaw can run around the circle.
Not very quickly.
Very quickly, unfortunately. And that's just yet another kill for Misfits. 0-4-3 for Maxlaw. Adaptive Helm picked up there for Perks.
It is, in fact, Abyssal Mask.
Thank you.
Because we decided to change it. It's no longer a scepter. So we obviously had to change the icon as well, and it is now a weird-looking mask.
It is indeed.
You know why?
Kind of looks like Baron and Herald, actually.
Yeah, it's actually true. We
got, like,
we
that
like
head of
that
it.
theme right
Yeah.
now. But why not just keep it Abyssal Scepter? Dracos seem to believe it's because you can't be defensive with the Scepter. But I'm like, are you defensive with a mask? You don't have a mask on to be aggressive and scare
I
people.
actually don't know what the definition. What is the difference between like a scepter and a wand, for example? Like, is the stick that Gandalf carries a scepter? See what I mean? I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
But, I mean, you can definitely be defensive with it.
You can indeed. G2 don't want to be defensive. They're sieging 3 lanes. Teleports available top and middle. And they've got a huge lead against Misfits. It's nearly 10,000 gold at 23 minutes. It feels like just a matter of time before this multi-lane pressure knocks over these turrets.
Yeah, it's the point where you always start talking about game 3 as the teams, the coaches, figuring out the draft for game 3 already, kind of realizing that a comeback here would be very unlikely to happen when you're this far down. And so many members of G2 Esports are not really afraid of Ignore at this point.
They are not. Mithy doesn't even need to get hooked, he just jumps right in. Marshall Fisher goes down, G2 flanking from the side. Expector's looking to roast Hunt Summer, and Power of Evil goes golden with the hourglass. Perks flashes forward, the dashes forward rather. They managed to take down Power of Evil, they managed to take down the inhibitor. And as good as Misfits' late game was, G2 are stomping them in game 2. Perks is going to throw down the heroic entrance. Hunt Summer gets burned where he stands. Thunderstorm into Blade Caller. Sven gets 1. The rest of Misfits dash onto the fountain to heal up. It's not even 24 minutes into the game, and G2 Esports strike back, sending a message to Misfits.
G2 Esports, they look angry in this game here. Tired of losing here in Europe after going down to first Fnatic, and then that first game against Misfits, which was actually a very one-sided game in favor of Misfits once we got past early stages. This one, on the other hand, like we talked so much about it, that Rift Hell fight gave G2 such a huge lead, all based around Misfits, just kind of recalling and saying, yeah, it's fine, we got it, it's a solo. You know, we're gonna take it down. Lost Summoners, which meant they didn't lost the mid lane tower and Power Bevo, and that was like, what, 3-4k gold swing.
Yeah.
No time.
And it again brings me back to a discussion that we had in the previous game around Misfits looking fantastic in one game and then looking terrible in another. The question we asked, where do you rank the players? They have the potential to hit such high highs. And then Misfits also have the potential to have such low lows. Because a game that was even for 30 minutes against G2, the next time around, G2 win in 24.
I don't think this game, though, really comes down to individual skill on the side of Misfits.
This is teamwork, right?
This was just a team call that was really bad, and this got massively punished. And then once you fell behind, with your Blitzcrank kind of pick composition, against also Galio mid that was super fit, well, then you can't really kill anything. Like, Ashe against Galio mid, it's just like, it's the most boring fight for Ashe ever, because you're not dealing damage to him. So no one on the side of Misfits could actually take down G2 once G2 got fed. And that was kind of the thing. So the team call was what backfired right here for Misfits.
The communication, the call, stick on Herald, lose the game. That's what happened for Misfits. That's how G2 came back to even out the series. Tell us a little bit more, Shocks.
Well, I think you said it all there. No, we do want to kind of continue on what Martin brought up there, and the fact also in picks and bans that it's seen that although Misfits went for a kind of similar comp things that had been working for them in game 1, G2 found more answers, is what you mentioned.
Right, there's more answers, and also the key difference that a lot of people will look at Blitz and Thresh and say, okay, they have hooks, surely they do the same job. Well, Thresh is just straight up better at doing that, like playing defensively as well. You have a lot of utility alongside using the Lantern. So with the Blitzcrank, you're a lot more all in on that first ability hitting. And then from there, Deficio and Quickshot touched on it a lot in the game. Galio, you don't want to hook. Braum, you don't want to hook. You run out of options. And that means that somebody else has to be the setup for the carry. And a lot of the plays that we broke down with Maxwell from game 1 had a lot of emphasis from Ignar as well, and that synergy just didn't seem to be on the same page.
Yeah, great point. And we talked about Delusion pick for Perks and the fact that he was figuring out the meta. What do we think of Galio in like stylistically as a pick for Perks?
Stylistically as a pick for Perks,
it's odd.
He's not the guy that I would anticipate, but Galio as a pick in the mid lane is super strong. Same with the top lane. Like this pick is very difficult to deal with because it has a generally good laning phase. It's only really Fiora in the top lane that can deal with it very well. And you can see that Perks kind of doesn't have to do much. He loves to be active in the game, but consider that you've got a Xayah, you've got a Rumble that's winning in the top lane. Like, Perks just needs to at least go even and is able to have this massive impact in fights. And I think stylistically, he's probably going to get bored if he has to play 10 games with Galio, but every now and
welcome
again...
to top laner life.
every now and again for G2, it's going to work out perfect.
Yeah, and it's also interesting because you mentioned we can't really say X or Y stood out like Maxlor did for Misfits and Ignar in game 1 because it was very much a team effort. And unfortunately for Misfits, also kind of unlucky decision around the Rift Herald. They thought they had the all clear in going for that objective, but that was not the case.
And this is one of the problems with at least soloing Rift Herald is it's going to take you long enough that as long as G2 feel like they're in a position, look, there's no dragon to take, there's no towers that are easily accessible for them, so they can contest this very easily. And Misfits kind of hand it over to them on a silver platter. You can see Perks doesn't have to do a whole lot in this fight, just gets the damage reduction down early on, delays the rest of Misfits so the rest of the team can pick up Rift Herald, and from there, realistically, Misfits should just be backing out now. They're getting a little bit greedy because they're thinking if the arrow hits Trick, but then don't respect the Xayah and the taunt that comes from Galio. And there's just enough damage on G2 to close that fight very easily. And from there, that's the turning point of the game. G2 were able to get more picks like that and really punish Misfits heavily.
It's quite interesting to me as well. We saw, Rift Herald, if we look over the 3 weeks, first, not that high of a priority. Then secondly, the good teams started taking it and we said, oh, yeah, it does make an influence, but not as big. And now we're seeing that teams are starting to make more mistakes around the objective as well. As it has a higher priority, it opened up for a lot more oopsies.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams have had very different opinions. It's funny, a lot of the Group B teams at the top, the Unicorns, H2K, had a little lower priority on it. In interviews, they were talking about how Rift Herald not quite such a big thing because it takes so much time. And now we just see every team go, oh, Rift Herald's available. I'm just going to start it. And then a minute later, the enemy team jumps in, steals it away. Seen that a couple of times.
Or like Broxah, you can fail to release it unluckily, and then you lost it. That was very unfortunate. But here, G2, they have all the cards in their hands, and they're all aces. They're going to win more and more fights as the game goes on. And here we see again, yeah, you have the hook, but then it's pretty much over for you as Blitzcrank.
Yeah, this is Ignar trying to play 52-card pickup off the floor at this point, and there wasn't a whole lot to grab onto. So Hans Sammer, there's not a whole lot Hans Sammer could have done in this fight as soon as that hook goes through and the Galio ult comes on. Maxlor, he had to try and prove he's the best, just getting around the wings of war there. Even Maxlor knows that even in a losing game, he can still show off a little bit. But for Misfits, the key thing is the fact that there's not really been any fight in the last 10 minutes of this game that they actually felt like they were winning. A couple of them, Power of Evil, a little late to the fight. Alfari, a little hesitant to go in. And ultimately, it just means that the strength, the consistency we saw in Game 1 out of Misfits didn't show up in Game 2.
Which means that we're back at the inconsistency point, and also what we were pointing out beforehand, the fact that they can't seem to be able to keep it going. It is all or nothing. It is one person, as was it last week, rather, also versus Rocket. I remember Cassiopeia going absolutely off, and then, of course, all the rest of the team gets enabled to make plays. In Game 1, it was Maxlor, so do you see the Misfits coming back in this, and who is it going to come from in Game 3, or is G2 just absolutely on a rampage now?
I think it's possible for Misfits to come back. If they're on blue side, you either give up Thresh and take something else as a support that isn't necessarily the Blitzcrank, or try and secure that as first pick for themselves. I think that's what Misfits should look for. Something that is still an engaged tool that isn't necessarily so all-in like the Blitz. But honestly, I feel like G2 found the groove here. I think G2 with a solid draft will just play the game out consistently and show up as the #1 team in Europe that we've seen time and time again.
Well, we'll see if that happens. Misfits Gaming and G2 are in a very close fight. The deciding battle is coming up right after this.
Misfits, can they take down G2 Esports? Misfits have been feeling it all day long. To support, expect leaps forward, flash for flash, flame spitters going down, first blood, flash kick, all of a sudden, Misfits are on the board. Heroic entrance from Bert, he's looking to help out Trick, flash forward and Trick tastes the fear of Maxlor, goes down, so does Hansama. Maxlor wins a war, side skill, he wants to go from, and that's why he thinks he's the best jungler in Europe. It's not even 24 minutes into the game, and G2 Esports strike back, sending a message to Misfits. Welcome back to Berlin and this series between Misfits Gaming and G2. Sven with the slow-mo walk-in.
I'm sure he's the one walking slowly. It's not, of course, us playing it in slow motion.
Not at all.
He's
It's a
just
dramatic
really
walk.
slow.
Gigantic smiles on the faces of G2 this time round. Sven's even giving us some winks over on the desk as we were talking about his intro.
Is he, man?
Misfits Gaming now under pressure. They, of course, lost game number 2 in, well, dramatic fashion. 24 minutes. They picked blue side for game number 3. What do they change to try pick up the series win here?
Well, they're blue side again, right? In this game.
Correct.
Meaning, once again, you might try and go for the Thresh first pick, but I looked at G2's bans in the first game. Zac, Galio, Xayah. And all 3 actually perfectly fine bans on your side here. So it's pretty hard for G2 to remove any of those 3.
Yeah.
Which means Thresh might actually be open again for Ignar, because you have technically 4 picks right there. Well, you want to ban all 4. You're not allowed to in League of Legends.
Yeah.
You have to stick to 3, and the other team is probably not going to ban one of them.
At least for the first phase, and then you get the opportunity again later.
What you could do is then try and leave like Galio and Thresh open.
Get one of them.
Saying, you get one, we get one, plus an additional pick. Like normally when there are like 4 picks you're really looking at, you start then having to leave more than one open so that you can trade.
Let's see whether or not Misfits decide to go with that option. I can see Hussein in the background of the screen there with Power of Evil, just getting mic'd up for picks and bans. And he would have had a stern talking with the team. Those calls around Rift Herald is really what cost Misfits. And the thing that I want to take away from it, yes, on one hand, Misfits made some mistakes or were on different pages. But holy crap, did G2 punish that hard.
Oh, yeah.
They made a small advantage become a game win in around 10 minutes. That is how hard G2 punished Misfits. And for Misfits to make Worlds, for Misfits to even potentially get to the championships, they need to have a deep run in playoffs to look towards either the championship points or the regional qualifiers, and it starts by picking up wins in the regular season.
Starts by banning Tam Kench as well, setting up the Thresh first pick for Ignar once more. Elise and Lucian were the other 2 bans. Now, I don't think you need to ban Lucian. I don't think he's that strong right now, so they do have an extra ban right there to use. I think they're saving the Elise ban a little bit, at least not for the first one. They can still do it second here, but they're saving just a tiny bit to see if G2 might ban Thresh on their side, suddenly making Elise a possible first pick. Sadly for them, they can't wait much longer, and they do remove it and go towards, well, sucks for you.
So
because now you actually wanted the Elise first pick.
What is left up, Galio or
Galio.
Xayah on the side of G2 Esports?
If Rakan is open, then Xayah might be the first pick just for that specific reason. But Galio is just such a power pick, both in LCK, in Europe, across the world. And I think if you are G2 Esports, you're kind of sitting and knowing that now, if you ban Xayah, they first pick Galio, which is a bit of a problem. Maybe you leave all of them open.
You leave all of them open?
Because then you can pick Rakan yourself with like Kalista.
That would be Galio first pick on the side of Misfits, most likely.
Sure, or the Xayah first pick, and you get Rakan, Galio.
If you get Rakan, Galio, that is insane.
See, they're leaving them all open.
The quickness into heroic entrance.
And now,
such a great combo.
So if you're Misfits, you're kind of like, okay, if we don't take Xayah, they will get Xayah Rakan. If we don't take Galio, they will get Galio. So you're like, man, this kind of sucks.
Oh, is this Rakan Galio?
It should be Rakan Galio just to avoid the dual lane going over to Misfits, unless G2 feels so confident they can play against it. It is a combo Rocket used to beat the sub squad with in week 1. And also, we don't actually know how Mithy plays Rakan.
But do you want to give Ignar a Rakan, a playmaker?
I wouldn't do it. I would not do it against Ignar.
A front-line support that likes to get in the face.
I think this is what they should do. And I'm glad they're changing it over. Okay, so far, the teams are following us.
And what happens next?
Now it actually goes into more of a standard pick and ban phase, because now it is still things like Lee Sin, that's super high priority, Kha'Zix, support-wise with Xayah, you can play so many different things. I like Blitzcrank with her. I actually think they can look to play it. Problem is, you're against the Galio again, and if you fall behind, oh, it sucks. There's the Lee Sin we just highlighted from before. There's the Blitzcrank we also just talked about. So I really like these teams.
Yeah.
You know, me and these 2 teams, we agree on a lot of things. And I Caitlyn is really good against Xayah, so she's a fine choice here. But part of me loves watching Kalista Rakan. Because I think it's so fun to watch Rakan dive in, and once he's in, you pull him back out with the Kalista, and you fire him in again. And then he can actually he can E or out. Yes! I don't know, this is actually getting crazy.
Okay, what happens next? Come on, Deficio, you're on such a roll. 6 for 6.
Well, let's see. So, Misfits will pinch junglers, because obviously we have not seen a jungler from G2. Galio is mid or top lane, meaning G2 can actually pinch those 2 lanes. Specifically, Kha'Zix I would like to see banned by Misfits just because it was really good for Trick in the last game. And you might just pinch Trick, you know, his Graves was pretty meh, he didn't do anything in the early game. Take some of that away.
Yeah, remove that possibility. Cannon's still available, so going to take that one off the table.
That's to set up that Renekton once more for Alphari. Worked in game 1, didn't work in game 2. And I want to see for G2 Esports. Syndra already banned, Orianna already banned. There's a lot of mid laners being removed. Do they want to remove the Renekton if they feel like it could be annoying? But they have the Rumble pick against it, so I don't think they need to.
And expected so well in the previous game as in terms of all those team fights, the early Ninja Tabi got him up and running.
So if Misfits do not ban Kha'Zix now, then we should get just Kha'Zix Rumble coming for G2, and they have a really solid composition where all the members actually key picks for them.
Kha'Zix first if it's available, I assume, for G2?
Could definitely do that, yeah, because they already know the jungler and just save the last pick for, of course,
expect all perks.
All perks, yes, exactly. So they banned the Rumble instead, saying we don't want to have the Rumble pick against Renekton. Kha'Zix is still a safe choice here. Or you just pick Renekton yourself for expect top lane. You say, you know what, we can also play this, but then you probably have too much physical damage, because obviously Galio's magic damage is not the greatest later on.
All right, so G2 Esports have 10 seconds to lock in their first pick in phase 2, and it's going to be the Gragas. Expecting this one more for Trick in the jungle than I would anticipate for Expect in the top lane. Although again, options to move things around.
But just give us the Renekton here for Alphari top lane, and then mid lane you just need an AP champion, but that's mainly what Ignore plays anyway. Sorry, what Power Evil plays. I still like Taliyah as a blind pick. I don't know if Power Evil agrees on the Taliyah specifically.
Victor, Ahri, Cassiopeia's banned away.
Victor,
LeBlanc
Victor
is still available as well.
I don't know, Taliyah with Blitzcrank, Xayah bot lane, or Renekton top lane. Like, there's so many side lanes you can then two, because there are only 2 side lanes. But yeah, so you
there's so many options available to you.
So many options. Come on, Power Evil, give us that Taliyah. Show us what you got.
5 seconds. There we go.
All right.
It's a great pick and ban for you, Deficio.
It's been pretty fun.
This has been a good one. And to round out G2 Esports, Rumble top, or does...
Rumble is banned this time around.
Thank you very much.
So do that.
Perks then, does he have an option to counterpick? Does Expect counterpick and give Perks that Galio?
See, by me not saying anything and letting you talk, I didn't have to go for a wild guess on which role we would actually see getting locked in. Jarvan top though, that is a bit of a risky one for G2 Esports. You can camp that pretty hard as a Renekton Lee Sin and actually shut it down, and it is a lot of a lot of focus on physical damage on the side of G2 with a little bit of mixed damage coming in, obviously due to Galio and Gragas, but 2 tanks later on in the game. Misfits running so much pick potential. It's actually crazy here. If Power of Evil closes his eyes, but hovers his ulti to either top or bot lane, there's a high chance he locks down a kill for his team. Because it's either Renekton top lane with a potential Lee Sin, or it's a Blitzcrank Xayah bot lane. Because when Blitzcrank hooks in one guy, Xayah with Blade Caller can obviously
lock down
the guy again. So you just chain CC'd, and it's a lot of burst damage.
The dramatic music sets up the dramatic game 3. Hussein and Youngbuck shake hands for the last time today. And of course for G2 and Misfits, this is the last game of the first round robin here in Group A. Both of these teams looking to pick up a win. Go 3-1, sitting with Fnatic. In terms of wins, losses, it's Misfits or G2. Jump onto Twitter, hashtag MSF win or hashtag G2 win. The team composition on your screen, almost purely physical damage from G2 Esports. Will that come back to bite them? We'll find out as we're loading up for the deciding game here on Friday in week 3. It's G2 versus Misfits. Is that an outdated statement, Deficio?
Which one?
Physical damage threats.
I mean, little bit with obviously. See, the crowd here, they can't spell MSF is what they're trying to say, but they say it wrong. But can't blame them. No one taught them, maybe.
No. Definitely not the smartest crowd because they can't spell correctly. Luckily, they can't hear that either.
That's good. That was actually good. Insulted the entire crowd. So,
but yes, the outdated statement.
I mean, yes, it is obviously with Jarvan and Kalista as your main damage dealers, but at the same time, armor penetration will be there for especially the Jarvan, Black Cleaver, his own Q, and there is of course magic damage on Rakan, on Gragas, on Galio as well.
Yep.
So there is some magic damage coming in.
Just not traditional.
The thing though to highlight is a bit like last game, Misfits composition. It's the kind of comp where when they win the early game, oh baby, you love to watch that. It's like, yeah, there's getting picks everywhere, it looks almost overpowered. But when if they fall behind, it's kind of the same issue where, oh, are you hooking, let's say, the Rakan? Well, here's a Kalista ulti, or his own E to jump out. Even his own W he can use defensively.
Yep.
And then you look at, oh, let's hook the Gragas. No, he's a tank. All right, let's hook the Galio. He's a tank. So it's like, if Misfits fall behind like last game, Ignore might feel super useless. And then the pick composition kind of falls behind. Becomes useless.
Luckily, the additional tools from Power of Evil could help out. He was on that Cassiopeia last time round. Didn't necessarily have huge ability to roam, especially after the first 10 or 12 minutes. When that Rift Herald play went so wrong. So Hunt Summon Ignore, Xayah and Blitzcrank. Xayah going up against Rakan. Some of the best dialogue if you do get to play this. They have cheeky bants all game long, Deficio.
We do love the banter.
Oh, we do indeed.
Some great banter in this game here. If you are Mithy, when you finally get to play Rakan on stage, it is one of the champions the supports are saying it's most fun to play of the supports because you just have so much mobility. You know, you dive in with W, you jump back out with your E, you can close the gap so effectively. Zareen did his breakdown on it as well, like when he was counting. You can, within 1.5 seconds, use everything and just catch people.
It's exciting to watch. There we go. Rocket Grab comes in. The W connects onto Hans Summer. Where's the blade call onto Sven? Not yet scaled up. As Hans Summer used those double daggers and the deadly plumage. Continues to chase forward. But yes, while it's exciting to play, it's incredibly frustrating to shoutcast. Because now in the same game, we have the quickness, grand entrance, heroic entrance.
Just yell entrance.
It becomes tough. I'm just going to yell, they enter the fight, and leave it up to interpretation.
Maybe you can do what I do when I try to play by play, and I just go like, ooh, ah.
Oh no, but that's very exciting, you see?
No, but I think that would be cool for you to, for just one fight to try. No words.
Okay, no words. This time
you
around,
wouldn't be very good at your job, though, if you didn't actually
no, I mean, it's
use any words.
It's pretty important, pretty pivotal.
I agree.
To what I need to do.
Now, what we want to see, Trevor, is Alfari getting ahead on Renekton. And oftentimes, you didn't tag team with your jungler. Last game, Alfari got ganked and died, gave away first blood. They made him pretty useless on this Renekton here. But now, Maxlore is around top side. Jarvan as a pick is not that tanky in the early game. If you actually can manage to just poke him down a little bit, then you can tower dive him with Lee Sin and Renekton.
Let's see if Alfari can. Jarvan, not like the strongest of laning phases whenever I've seen him. Definitely more impact later in the game. And on the assumption that it's an even footing, that Cataclysm is game-changing. But, much like Blitzcrank, if Jarvan falls behind, the Cataclysm is cataclysmically terrible. Often ends up losing you a whole lot. The Rocket sent their regards. Sending that theory out the window.
I will say, though, yeah, watching a 113 Jarvan yesterday take down Fnatic, that was amazing in itself.
Yes.
The Rocket win was obviously fantastic, but the fact they actually won with a 113 top laner, that was just beautiful.
I just wish that would happen in my ranked games.
Yeah, that never happens in your games.
No, it does not. Definitely not at the elo I'm playing in. But we've talked a lot about the engages here from Mithy. Goes in with that grand entrance. The Rocket Crab goes backwards. Everybody's shuffling around. Render's available and popped onto Hans Summer. Blade Caller puts a lot of damage onto Sven. There's a knockback
Jungle's here,
from the
teleport
Rocket
here.
Fist. Teleport's coming down, body slam into the flash. Maxlaw eats it up. Teleports are completed. It's Perks. He flashes for the taunt. Justice Punch comes down. First blood picked up by Maxlaw. Instant reply by Perks. The fight's not over. Alfari's got a lot of spears in his face. He flashes forward to shut down Sven. 2-1 to Misfits. Maxlaw and Alfari looking for expectant Perks. Mithy's still in the fight but can't offer a lot. Perks is about to go down as the shield of Duran buys a few seconds, and Maxlaw lands a Sonic Wave. Continues to chase under. Seismic shove, a sidestep. Look at the thread, the volley, the damage. Mithy and Expect escape with their lives.
But what an absolutely insane fight. We're like 5 minutes into it. Someone died in the crowd as well because the fight was so crazy. In the end, Misfits get 3 kills and double TP used by G2. Almost every single summoner used in the fight as well in the bottom lane. Oh man. That is so huge for Misfits now because we just talked about them not falling behind with this comp. So it's an engaged 2v2. This is standard League of Legends. Nothing is crazy yet. But then suddenly, out of nowhere, 2 junglers appear trying to join in. Maxlaw definitely pulls off the better move because Trick is, I don't know what he's actually trying to achieve here by just flashing in. He's obviously trying to hit both Hansama and Ignore, but he just only gets Maxlaw and early TP from Alfari and Perks. Alfari dives in on Renekton with Maxlaw. While, of course, the Blitzcrank dies as the only member on the side of Misfits, but it's such a back-and-forth fight, and Hansama, beautiful dodge as well, and Expect. Once you have used your combo as a Jarvan, you're just kind of running around, auto-attacking a little bit with your Lego sword. It is not super effective. And Misfits, they win the fight.
They do indeed. Great communication and play. That dodge from Hansama actually got woos from the audience. I hope you guys can actually pick that up on microphone. And Misfits, 3 kills to 1.
Otherwise, you just told him.
Yep, I did indeed. Up 1,700 gold, and it's a BF sword for Hansama already. Into the double longsword boots.
And Maxlaw early kills. Trick joins the fight by flashing in body slams onto only Maxlaw. He's not doing anything else in that fight. Maxlaw teams up with the Renekton and actually dives onto G2 and managed to do way more than what Trick could do on his own. Now they might look for that top lane play. Remember, Power of Evil, close his eyes, go top, go bot lane, doesn't matter. He should get a kill or a tower for his team. And he's looking towards that top lane at the moment. We'll go back and push up mid again, then maybe do it one more time.
All right, that Weaver's Wall is available to Power of Evil. Quickly look at the CS, plus 20 for Alfari in the top lane, plus 20 Power of Evil mid. Pretty even between the AD carries. G2 have got a lot of deep vision in their top quadrant. Misfits, again, this is this roaming play that Official you've talked about so often. 1, 2, 3, 4 wards for Misfits, lighting up G2 side of the map. Shielded Duran comes down, wins of war, tags up Power of Evil.
Yeah, I really want to see Power of Evil get a control ward and place it in that brush where they were just fighting, because that means whenever he goes missing just by standing in the brush, G2 needs to call, okay, care top lane, and Perk suddenly might have to start hovering towards top side as well and maybe try and be in a position to use his ulti. And it's just so hard to play against things like Talia or Twisted Fate, you know, when you don't have full vision of them in these side lane brushes, because you never know exactly when they're moving.
All right, Deficio, lane swap initiated by G2. 8.5 minutes, Sven and Mithy, Kalista Rakan making their way up to the top lane. Misfits once again looking at Dragon.
They're going towards mid lane instead. Okay. They just walk top and then realize they don't actually want to be top lane.
What is these shenanigans?
This is what I called a missed call.
Opportunity or Maxwell, remember all of that vision, that's spotted out. Mithy decides to engage with the W and gets backed out. Manages to back out, rather, with that battle dance.
Yeah, I think G2 realized that this top lane wave was pushed all the way into the tower of Expect, so they couldn't actually use it to try and rush down the tower, and they would lose the trade for the bot lane tower. And that's why they opted out of it and said, no, let's go back bot lane. Yes, okay, we lost a bit here, but now we can at least try and play the 2v2 lane and not just give up first bot tower so quickly. So they're back down bottom lane. Trick is here with Flash. No flash on the side of Hansama, but Hansama's ulti is ready.
Yeah, the mini-map. Perks was starting to make his way down, stuck inside that banana bush by River.
Excuse you, Trick.
Trick cares not about politeness, because he's looking to kill people.
Well, he's on the way.
All right, Maxlaw's here as well. Teleport's available for Alfari. Deficio. Trick has got his ultimate. Hansama and Ignore could be the targets.
It's just so hard against Xayah with the ulti. If she's fast, you might actually have to go for Ignore instead, and he's an easier target. But Trick is recon because Misfits, they are respecting this. They have top lane vision before they're actually going in.
Look at that! The grand entrance! The barrel catches Summer. Featherstorm buys a few seconds, and G2 pick up the kill.
And that's what you can do on Rakan. Ulti, flash, and then W. It is so fast, and you just manage to land double CC, because first you charm them, and then you knock them up right after. Hansama could not react in time with his ulti, and that's why he went down.
Rocket Crab just short of Sven, but with the help of Maxlord, G2 do not take out the tower. Misfits lose their second kill, and G2 show the combination and just how powerful it can be. Here's the replay of that engage.
Okay, so look at this here. You want to ulti, then flash, and then use your Ws, because you can actually start the ulti animation and then flash right after, so you don't have to like wait for your little charge up time, and you can just instantly then W forward, so you will charm them, and then you will knock them up after. Meaning that if you do not react in a split second as a Xayah, you will die like this. And obviously Hansama couldn't react in time. And I just realized that lately I've been drinking just hot water with honey, because you just gave me a tea back here and I didn't realize that they didn't actually have tea in it.
Oh, I have to teach the Fisher how tea works, ladies and gentlemen. This is what I have to work with. This is what I have to work with.
Thank you, thank you. There we go. Yeah, here's the tea bag.
Oh my word.
Well, there we go. There we go.
Yep. To bring us back on topic.
I mean, I just wanted the honey anyway.
Is now going to be under threat here, as Maxwell could set up the dive. Expect has been chunked up. This is one of the keys to a tower dive. Power of Evil's got a wall that he can put up to block Expect exit.
Hey, we talked about this.
He did indeed. There's a flash available and the flag and drag.
Yeah.
Power of Evil just shows up for a wave.
Welcome to playing Jarvan against Renekton Lee Sin.
And of course, I want to talk about some of Expect's stats in the previous game, because his Rumble was fantastic. Now he's down 30 CS. He's lost his tower. That's tower first blood to Misfits. And that Rumble performance is a long memory, because G2 are losing very heavily in this phase.
You had to bring it up, Trevor.
I did.
Drop it in his face.
I just did.
It was banned by Misfits. Good adaptation by them to then once again pick the Renekton. I actually think G2 should just pick that Renekton. We said it at Champion, been like, why don't you just pick Renekton yourself right now? And then Misfits won't really have a good answer, because they already banned away the answers, so they could pick it.
There we go.
But instead, we actually got the Gragas pick, which Trick has been using.
Now, in order for this to pay off, Trick needs to have some great impact in this mid to late game. He's going to help out. Dragon number 1, secured. Also, hot water for tea is very hot.
I realized.
So don't burn your finger.
I realized. But that was
G2 get Dragon, and Misfits, they managed to pick up the Rift Herald. It's actually inside Maxlaw's inventory, so he's not going to be able to ward hop. We've seen.
Oh yeah, we saw Trick try that one.
Yes.
I remember it happened. I was like, wait a minute, what is he doing that for? And yeah, of course, it was actually due to him thinking it should have been
muscle memory. Years and years of ward hopping. Well, maybe 2 years now. Since it is becoming standard in the Rocket Grab. Is it going to steal away blue buff?
But it's Trevor. Oh,
oopsie.
Oh, blue buff.
Oopsie. It got bored. It was like Misfits.
And then it killed the Rift Scout line instead. That is unfair.
Well, almost did anyway. Down in the bottom lane. Look at this minion wave.
Trev, though, this game for Misfits is going to be so fun to play now, because we talked about all the pick potential. You have Ignore, Moby Boots on Blitzcrank. When his team is actually winning, Alfari didn't get ganked and die early on. He's dominating the top lane against this useless Jarvan pick from Expect. And then suddenly, Misfits can actually play very aggressive on the map.
That's exactly what Misfits are setting up. There's no dragon to play around, but there are towers in mid and bottom lane. And looking at the vision, Misfits have got a lot of information to play with. The last time they had a jungle lit up like this, they were able to set up that fight and went in favor. Maxlord has summoned the Rift Herald. And she gets a pretty good charge into the tower. One more little boop with some auto attacks from Ignar and Maxlord, and this will take down tower number 2.
Yeah, it is nice if you can, kind of keep it at 50% HP, so it gets another charge on the next tower. Obviously, it deals less damage, but it counts. Perks will get it fairly low, so obviously just a little bit of damage you get from that one.
Look at the stats in terms of Maxlaw's goal difference. Plus 352 in a game they eventually won. It was very even for very long. And minus 1,000 at 15 minutes.
If you have 2 good Lee Sin games and 1 bad Lee Sin game, then I think it's okay.
Yep.
That is acceptable.
Especially because you only need to win 2 out of 3.
That is how best of 3 works.
In order to get the series. Now, I don't think it's quite free win, which is what Maxlaw has been feeling all day long.
That is true.
But
Game 1 was a bit of a free win. Game 2, there was a free win for G2. So I guess everyone's just handing each other free wins.
There we go. Let's see whether or not Game 3 keeps that trend up.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if G2 can do something top lane, because now they finally made their way up here. Expect is tired of getting absolutely dumpstered in the top lane, so he's going to go get dumpstered in the bottom lane instead. And that is going to be his role for this game.
It's because he's got a tower to hide behind, you see.
Yeah, but the problem is that tower is going to bait him, and they're going to kill him under the tower.
All right, Power of Evil. He's not got involved yet. 0-0-0. The game's played around him. Those side lanes and his ability to impact, not even needed. They don't need his help. There's Maxlaw, Alfari, on Summer, and Ignar have just had a great start to this deciding game.
I actually want to see Maxlaw on bottom side right now, but obviously they only saw Expect now, and he had camps on top side he needed to kill. So we got to respect that. Jungler's got to get that time to farm as well. You can't just run around killing people left and right, because then you fall a little bit too far behind if you don't actually get any kills. Misfits are defending top lane right now, and Expect, welcome to the bottom lane. You are 2 levels down. Perkz might try and do something to help him.
That tower's going to fall very soon, though. Alfari continues to focus it, but he's run out of minions.
So bad for G2. It's so bad for G2 that no matter where Alfari goes, that's a winning lane for Misfits. And the rest of G2 are not strong enough to then say, fine, if you win bot lane, we win the mid lane at least. They're actually very even. Talia's wave clear is more than fine to just keep Galio in the middle of the lane, and you can see Expect backing off here, just saying, you know what, this tower's not going to help me. I have to give it up, and that's now 3 turrets for Misfits.
Over 4,000 gold, Misfits are in the lead. 3 towers to 0. They've got sizable advantages on all of their carries. It's only Sven that is farming well or out-farming his opponents. And that's, of course, because Misfits fought around that lane several times.
Game slowing down a little bit because the teams are trying to now get control of one side at a time. You can't really control the entire map. You've got to pick a side. It is top jungle, decided by Maxlaw and Misfits. But at this point, they actually need to go back and just kind of restock on wards and everything, because this is kind of dominated by G2. And they're not really going to get surprised.
Yeah.
Seeing as they can literally see Ignar right now on 3 different wards.
I'm going to bring us back to a story that we had in Game 1, Deficio, where we talked about the fact that as a team, Misfits needed to step up, have some better individual performances, but also play the macro well. They demonstrated they could in Game 1. They're doing it again in Game 3. And then we said, G2, more practice, more scrims, more time to get back in the groove. We could almost forgive last week's loss to Fnatic, right? Depending on your camp. If they lose this series, is this forgivable? Is this something that, as G2, the org that has remained at the top of the table for so long, acceptable?
Well, that's kind of the hard question to answer right now, because let's say G2 loses this series. We all panic. We all yell at G2, calling them the peasants of Europe all of a sudden and everything, and it's all going downhill. But then they manage to, you know, slowly but surely get back to form towards the end of the regular season. They beat every team, they go into playoffs, and they look like the best team again. And then you look kind of dumb for saying, oh, panic, you know, they're looking really bad. And that's always the thing about some of these top teams is a few weeks where they're struggling is not enough for people to start saying, oh, they're not, you know, they're not going to return to form.
Yeah.
Yes, we can say right now they're not playing at the same level we've seen in the past, but that's only a good thing that then some of our other teams can actually beat them. Because it just shows that these teams are trying to catch up, and if it is a 90% G2, well then Misfits, Fnatic, these kind of teams are good enough to actually take them down in best of 3s.
I'm actually really excited you mentioned that, because for Misfits, the Maxlaw in for Kakao wasn't looking hopeful for the first 2 weeks. It's looking better as time goes on. Ocean Drake is the focus. Yes, Sonic Wave connects from Maxlaw. Power Fist to the face of Perkz. The Rend plus Smite. Even though Smite didn't get the kill, allows G2 to pick it up. Weaver's wall on the back end. Where is Ignar's rocket grab? He needs to find a target. Flashed over the wall. Flash from Perkz as well. Ignar's looking for somebody to catch. Gonna dash away by Miffy. Here's the grand entrance and the heroic entrance being comboed together. Fate's Call is used as well, and it is just a mayhem in the blue buff. 1, 2, 3 kills for Misfits. G2 lose a 4th.
Misfits are looking so good in this game. It all started in the bottom lane, and they're using the advantage now to get more kills. Blue buff fight, while G2 were already far down in gold. And Misfits just punished him so hard, and it's what we just talked about. Right now, we're seeing teams like Fnatic and Misfits beat G2 Esports because they are not playing at the top level. And that's obviously a thing they need to fix as fast as possible. But meanwhile, let's just enjoy the fact that Misfits and Fnatic are playing well and actually able to win some of these series.
Maxlaw, 100% kill participation. And look at the setup. The Weaver's Wall closes any potential for escape from G2.
Yep, just knocks Sven back as well. And it's a long way around to this little brush here if you are G2. Perkz kind of stuck him to flash out. And now, with the Expect saying, guys, maybe we can fight, this time around, you shouldn't really believe him because he is too far down and you can't actually do anything if you're G2 Esports. You're fighting in a closed area, being super far behind in gold and unable to really get onto any carries. Obviously, it was Mithy also jumping in, trying to get to the back line, but really, really hard for G2 to win a fight like this. And it's all in Misfits' advantage, it's all in their favor right now, and they should just close out this game.
Yeah, let's see how quickly they can do it, or how effectively they can do it. Misfits, of course, 8,000 gold up. They've got Baron. They've got the ability to make picks, and good luck G2 standing under tower while Ignor's fishing for you.
And I just love that this summer split, instead of the spring split where it was very clear who like the top team would be and they would just win, win, win all the time, and it would actually be something a little bit boring to watch a team just always win every single series. Obviously great for G2 and their fans, but seeing some of these different results means that we have so many things to play for now in the next few weeks.
Power of Evil not even taken down, but there was no damage follow-up. Expectant Perkz unable to take him out, and I agree entirely with you, Deficio.
Because I mean,
parity in our league.
It's also just with Rocket beating Fnatic yesterday, that means suddenly there's much more of a fight for third place early on in the summer split. Over in the other group as well, we have, of course, Splyce playing against Unicorns next. Well, let's say Splyce wins, then all of a sudden, again, you have a lot of teams able to beat each other.
Deficio, you say fight for third. I say technically fight for first. You're going to have a few teams at 3-1 that were somewhat unexpected. Looking at some performances and no clear definition, no clear tiers. Like you said, in spring, we had a clear top 3, then 4th, then 5th in both groups.
Yeah.
And that is, those lines are becoming blurry as Rocket get better, as Misfits get better, and they take games from the rest.
And while it's fun early on in the split to see some of these different results here where teams are beating each other, once we get closer towards playoffs, we want to see the top teams become the clear top teams again. Because that shows they're reaching a very high level. And that's kind of the thing, you know, with G2 last split and last year. Like, seeing a team just dominate your region at the same time also just shows how good they have been. And you also got to praise them for that.
And we got to praise Misfits. They set their one-year plan. They're looking forward. And they're coming up against toe-to-toe against G2. We started this entire series with the expectation G2 are going to win. With the expectation that Misfits were not top 3 players in their roles. And they are showing up against some of the best that Europe has to offer. So all praise to the individuals and to the teamwork on Misfits. Very well prepared against G2, and it is showing.
And I like just the adaptations from them as well. Like playing around the Renekton lane this time around, not like last game. Really punish the Jarvan pick and punish G2 for not just blind picking that Renekton on their own when they actually had the chance. And then you look at a Misfits gaming team here who's winning top, who's winning mid, who's winning bot.
Yeah.
Currently sitting with 11,000 gold lead at 24 minutes. It's turning into a storm.
I think it has been for a little while.
Maybe. I just wanted to say it. I didn't say 10 minutes ago.
No, it's
so
good.
I kind of had to say
it's
it
good.
now.
And I'm glad you did, right? Because
someone can cut that and put that little part 10 minutes ago.
The magic of editing.
It would have been great.
Yeah. I'm sure that'll make the rollout.
This is a great tea, by the way.
Yeah, because it has a tea bag in it. That's how it works. Production said we need to make a like a standalone segment, teaching Deficio how to make tea.
See, normally I do know how to make tea, but I'm so busy casting that I don't see what I'm actually drinking.
Well, that could be dangerous.
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for the day it goes horribly wrong.
It has been because you've been drinking hot water.
With honey.
Okay.
With honey.
So 25 minutes in, and Deficio's honey water continues to brew. All right, blue buff stolen away by Ignor. Where's that patience boss? Slowly being tagged down. Secured by Hans Summer. Deficio, how do Misfits win this game? We know they can make picks under tower. They've got a lot of tools. Weaver's Wall probably the easiest, safest way of knocking over objectives.
Well, we have to remember that GG are not exactly packing like a ton of wave clear on their side, so you should be able to have at least 2 lanes pushing all the way into the towers and get some damage on it. Might also be the case where you say, guys, let's get another Drake, let's wait for a Baron, take the Baron, and then use that to actually close out the game. It is acceptable. We won't flame them for it.
Not yet.
Not yet. Here, they're just padding the stats a little bit.
Yeah.
So far, they don't have a single Drake, despite being extremely far ahead in the game.
G2 were able to pick those scraps up while the game was being lost around them. They're down 6 kills, they're down 5 towers, and now they're down a dragon. Well, they've lost that one, rather.
So, yeah. They lost the Drake.
They lost that Drake.
Yeah, they did lose that Drake. They might lose the Nexus very soon. Are they losing the title? No, because they won 3 splits.
Yep.
You have to win the split to take the title from G2.
That's correct. That is exactly how it works. The Fnatic Dynasty, 5 titles. G2 beginning to catch up to that legacy, right? They got 3 in Europe, regionally been the best for going on 2 years. MSI this year showed up. And now I'm very excited at, will they do it again? It is week 3. And Hussein there on the left, coach for Misfits.
And Hiva next to him, actually. Obviously, he played for Origin briefly in the LCS last split, is now working with Misfits as an analyst.
And young challenger teams in Europe have had a history of growing and developing and doing well. Splyce Summer split last year, Origin the split before, admittedly not truly a challenger team. Let's not oversell
the
that.
original Origin, yeah.
Yeah.
Only had a few players who went to Worlds and won
Just
LCS and stuff. That's the standard challenger team.
Misfits, this new young organization, that's being jumped on. Mithy jumps in with the quickness. Grand entrance comes down and he's forced to run away. Expect now left for dead, and then it's the Misfits. Cataclysm goes down, it's Power of Evil that picks up that kill. Sven trying to hop, skip, and jump away with that Martial Cadence passive.
Quick shot bingo right there.
Throws in Miffy, thanks to the Fate's call, and G2, they tried to make a play happen. They lose Expect in the trade, and without the wave clear, they lose their inhibitor turrets in the middle lane. Perks has flash available, but not a lot of follow-up, and Misfits easily take down the inhibitor. Few members of the crowd screaming, "Let's go, Misfits!"
We get another fight in their favor right now. Baron did spawn, so they can actually go and bait around it. All the armor stacking coming in as well, Trevor. So it is really hard for Sven to try and actually do something in fights here. It's not their protect Sven comb and go full late game and then we're gonna win. He's on a Kalista this time against armor stacking opponents on the other side. Now Baron being started. If this gets locked down by Misfits, it should be enough for them to actually win or close out the game within a few
smite
seconds.
from Trick. He's pulled in by the rocket grab and killed before Baron is at risk of being smited. Hans Summer picks it up. Misfits take the Baron. And that has to be the final nail in the coffin, Deficio.
It's been a clean game, again, for Misfits, just like game 1.
Deficio, you know how I love my random stats. And I know you love to hear them. I know you do.
I do love to hear them.
Thank you for all the support.
There you go.
The stats team have buzzed me with another lovely stat.
Wow, I am so excited to hear this stat.
At 25 minutes, G2 Esports were down 10,900 gold.
Wow.
That is the largest gold deficit the franchise has suffered in their LCS history. Ooh. Thank you, guys. The 4 of you that did that, you got my back.
That was a pretty good stat, though. I thought it was going to be another, like,
the largest gold deficit in LCS history. When G2 lose games, they don't get stomped this hard. That's what it means. So, Deficio, this game has turned into a stomp.
There you go. There you go. See how there's a red line through the cast and we can reuse some of the jokes? That's comedy right there.
Well, comedy's a strong word.
Yeah,
that's
probably.
synergy. I'll go with synergy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not exactly the comedy you're paying for.
No, definitely not. Well, Ignor is going to have the helping hand of a Weaver's Wall. Catches a fat man. Trick gets knocked
It's
down,
too easy to catch a Gragas, though. It is too easy to pull him in. Misfits right now. They got the Baron buff we talked about. That's going to be enough. Get another inhib. And G2 right now, they can only fight their way out. But you can't win any fights.
So excited for the summer split. Roccat took down Fnatic. Misfits are taking down G2. The underdogs, no more. They are contenders and challengers. Misfits are looking to squash G2 as G2 are running for their lives. Nobody has died just yet, but the Nexus turrets just might. Ignar moves forward. The turret falls with a power fist. Ignar's looking for the rocket grab. Doesn't even need it. Expect decides to engage. Puts the Cataclysm down before he's taken down. Alfari gets the kill. Miffy and Sven trying to dissuade Misfits.
Actually defending.
Power of Evil's down. So is Maxlaw. Misfits just falling at this hurdle. It's a double kill for Trick and G2 defend their Nexus for now.
For now, yes, that has been the only thing going in favor of G2 in this game. That Nexus defense they just set up. If you're Misfits though, I don't think you care too much about that. You got 2 inhibs down, no Nexus turrets. Cloud Drake spawning, big jackpot for Misfits right now. That's why they didn't want to finish the game,
that's
Trevor.
it.
They didn't want to finish the game. We need that Cloud Drake.
They needed to secure it.
So let's see it once again. This is the 4v5 defense with 2 Nexus turrets, obviously. Sven down here, bottom of your screen, getting the Galio ulti as well. It is try and protect Sven with all we got and see if he can do something in the fight, and he actually managed to stay alive. Well played from him, but it means Misfits turn to the turrets, but because they haven't actually killed anyone other than Trick earlier, they don't have enough HP to stay around.
And just such a tough situation. I think Sven had around 12 or 13 stacks on his rend, and it did nothing to Alfari, really.
Nice knockup by Miffy as well there to make sure Misfits do not just rush for Nexus. Lucky though, again, if you're Misfits, you have basically every tower alive except for bot lane tier 1. So it's not exactly the kind of situation where G2 rushes down and then takes your inhib and you feel really bad about this rush. You're kind of like, okay, that's fine.
Yep.
We're gonna try again.
Yep. And for Misfits, just, again, just really good clean play. We were talking about this during the ad break, how crisp and good Misfits look when they are in the lead. Yes, they got smashed in game 2. There's no denying that. Their comp fell behind, and that's what their comp does when behind.
Yep.
Now, with the comp that's ahead, they land the grabs, they get the objectives. The Weaver's wall once again, locking G2 away from this tower. Unfortunately, not a huge amount of minions to work with this time.
Let's see what happens. It's a last standing tower for G2 Esports. They're trying to maybe see if they can catch Hansama if he goes in to try and hit the tower or something. Like, you're really looking for that one guy who overextends, and then you try and engage. Trick sits with flash available. Body slam flash for him maybe. But again, it is a Xayah with ulti, so it shouldn't happen.
All right, if G2 win one more team fight, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But they need to win a team fight soon. 15,000 gold deficit.
Oh, Trick
goes for the body slam. Rocket grab pulls him back. There's the heroic entrance. Here comes Perks. Miffy jumps in with the quickness. Gets a taunt, but not enough more. Alfari now gets knocked up. The flag, the drag. The Cataclysm goes down, locking Ignar in. Nobody's died yet, and the inhibitor will become the focus.
So right now, Misfits can get another inhib down. Despite not getting any kills, they're still winning out slightly on the fight because the inhibitor dies in the end. Trick tried to just body slam in and bait a potential flash to see maybe if Hansama would like use his ulti just very early. He panics, he sees the Gragas, he knows the body slam flash could happen. Obviously, no response from Hansama.
Yep.
And then suddenly it's the hook on to Trick that kind of starts the fight, but that's where Galio ulti with the damage reduction kicks in. Misfits are still happy just saying, you know what, fine.
Yep.
Okay, so we don't kill your Nexus right now, but we still control the map. There's a Baron spawning soon. They still actually didn't kill that Cloud Drake.
They didn't, but they're saving it, right? It's juicy. It gets better with time.
I guess.
Yeah, not really. I mean, technically yes, because then it gives you more benefit when you have to cross more of the map, right?
Right. Technically, though, you actually really wanted to kill it to get the Elder Drake spawning.
Of course, yes.
So you had another one
But
coming.
Misfits' sights are more aggressive than that. They
the
want to win the
Nexus.
game before the Elder Drake is necessary.
So,
by the way, Flame Horizon, Alfari has done that to expect.
also, Alfari currently sits on 269 armor against obviously the Jarvan and the Kalista on this side of G2. You know, see Sven is trying Last Whisper is there, but it's hard for him to really get much more.
Yep.
Importantly though, Jarvan does bring some armor penetration, both item and of course his Q. It is tough though.
Ooh, indeed. Mithy uses that blast cone to safety. And remember, this is still Misfits' game to lose, right? They are so far ahead. There should not be a way for G2 to come back. If G2 win at least one more team fight, I will give them the benefit of the doubt.
You said that already.
I know, but I'm just reminding people. Mithy's able to dodge the hook with that battle dance. Dashes away. Baron is spawning, and Misfits very clearly going to use this to pull G2 towards them.
Yeah. G2, they only have super minions in mid lane now, which is the lane you actually want to be in. Anyway, they might go in here.
Oh, Trick goes forward. Weaver's wall actually blocks Misfits. Oh, they're unable to chase. 35 minutes in, Seismic Shove catches onto Trick. There's the heroic entrance. Perks is on the front line. Spence trying to get the arrows down. Alfari's taking a lot of damage. The quickness charms up too. Power of Evil takes damage. Maxlaw's on the back end. He's got Sven. There's no more damage to back it up. Mithy gets shoved by Power of Evil. Alfari's unstoppable. And Power of Evil kills Perks.
Maxlaw finds Kalista in this team fight. That means Sven goes down. That means there's no damage left on G2 Esports. And remember, guys, they don't have any towers.
There's no towers left. Misfits are on to the Nexus. All day long, the Misfits have been feeling it. The Nexus is the focus, and Maxlaw called it. It's a free win against G2. No explanation necessary.
They had to delay it a little bit.
Why?
In the end. Just a little bit. Wanted to see if they can get another kill from the fountain, but a lot of praise for Misfits in this series here. Game 1, Game 3, they looked really, really good. I actually really respect them for sticking to the comp. That didn't work in Game 2.
Yes.
Where again, they ran the Blitzcrank and tried to go for this like snowball composition. They said, you know what, guys, the comp is not the problem. It was the call in-game. Let's try and draft the same way in the next one. We have Lee Sin, we have Renekton, we have Blitzcrank. All three the same. And this time around, they won the early fights. And we see how effective the comp then suddenly looks.
Gigantic smiles on the looks of the Misfits players. A team that had a lot of question marks around the change from Kakao to Maxlaw. But when they're ahead, they play so clean. One little thing as well. Seeing Maxlaw and Perks just giving each other a hug there right at the end of the game, it makes me happy.
It's all banter.
That's
the thing.
Two of the louder voices, two of the guys willing to create some drama, some juiciness for us to talk about.
And Maxlaw backed it up today. He definitely backed it up.
Yes, he did.
Some of these fights with him going in, finding that key target so they actually win the fight. Sven in that last one didn't even see him. He had flash and heal. Everything ready, but it didn't matter because once he got kicked in, he's gone.
Maxlaw saw him indeed. Maxlaw kicked him, and that allowed them to close the game out. Now, let's also not overhand that final fight too much. It was still with a 15,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, but no one remembers that.
I do. I do. I try to. But what I do remember is just how clean the Misfits have played. I'm excited about the potential. I used the call when I thought the game was going to be over the first time. Underdogs no more. Now it's contenders. At this stage, at week 3. And I'm hoping that that trend continues. I'm hoping that Roccat continues to develop, that Pride Stalker can figure out some of those mistakes that means he doesn't need to be Smite Stalker to win games. I'm hoping that Misfits continue to grow and this 1 year playing gets closer to be a reality. Because then teams like UOL, H2K, G2 Fnatic, if they have more competition, we have stronger teams going to China. We have stronger competitors for the title of Kings of Europe.
That's always the big thing for a region when you have some good top teams fighting each other, and then in the end you see who is actually the very best, and you hope that is enough. Obviously teams also will be then going straight to boot camping and get ready for Worlds, because after MSI, like the European fans once again are now used to seeing some of these teams really do well. Like it was H2K at Worlds, top 4, we had G2, final at MSI. I'm missing a region here that didn't get that far.
I'm trying to remember.
They're not really relevant right now,
no,
so
not really.
we should just stick to the European stuff, and I think that's fine. I just want to see more from Misfits now. I want to see this next week. I don't want to see Game 2 Misfits next week suddenly losing.
I do have one small fear. I was looking forward to EU smashing NA at Rift Rivals. Now I'm seeing G2 losing. Now I'm seeing Fnatic losing.
Preparing the excuses already.
What if Phoenix 1 beat our teams? That's a story for another day. We need to celebrate Misfits. We need to celebrate Misfits. Yep, Dunzo. Misfits, they showed up. They absolutely played well. Game 2, though, we still saw those same mistakes. And there's a little bit of like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in their play. Sometimes it's really clean. Sometimes they play like monsters.
Yeah. A lot of European teams.
I'm thinking back to those NIP games. I'm thinking back to some of the games against Rocket. So there is still a rustiness.
I mean, that's always the hardest part when you have a region where teams are now beating each other is predicting who's actually showing up on the day.
Yep.
Becomes like so hard to do, which is why we're hoping again over a few weeks we get some more stable top teams where Fnatic doesn't randomly drop games against Rocket and G2 Esports. Here, I think actually Misfits last split were pretty close when they played against G2, so I don't think it was like a huge upset by any means. I think Misfits just played much better right now, and they should get a lot of credit for that.
They absolutely played better. The whole series, great performances, and extremely excited to actually hear from a very outspoken member. Misfits Gaming showed their strength against the champions. Let's go to Dracos for a word with the player of the series.
I mean, I'll be honest, Quickshot. We've been here. It's just Officio wanted to keep talking about the match. So let's hear from the man himself. All right, you talked big game on Twitter, Maxwell, and you backed it up today. How does it feel to take down G2?
Obviously, it feels like really fantastic. But I don't know, I just had the feeling we would win, and we ended up winning, so at least I don't have to get... I don't have to get the backlash from Twitter.
All right, well, you got some support here. Whether or not there's backlash on Twitter, we'll find out later, I suppose. But, okay, so how do you get this feeling every week? Like, where's the consistency with this? Because I feel like there was some struggles last week, and now this week you're dominating G2. What's the difference week to week? How do we see that? How do you get that feeling every time?
Well, we just did a fantastic job this game, this week as a team, to improve on our weaknesses. Against NIP and Rocket, we showed quite a lot. And we've worked super hard this week, and we've improved on so many aspects, done well in scrims, etc., etc. And now we're still going up and up. Like, it's a fantastic feeling to keep improving as a team.
Now, we've seen you across a couple different teams, Giants and Rocket. What's the big difference between those teams right now and where you're at in Misfits in terms of improvement? Because I feel like we've seen you go up and up every season in terms of week-to-week improvement. Well, what is the difference here on Misfits?
I guess on Misfits, as I said, it's more, we're improving at such a fast rate compared to all the other teams I've been on. I'd say we just have 4 really hard-working players and talented as well, and it's super easy to kind of criticize each other and get each other's points across, and everyone is just working hard, and it's the result of it.
All right, well, it's good to see. Obviously, impressive to see you take down G2. Now, the other thing, let's just keep Maxlor's Twitter is what we're going to continue to call this interview. The other thing we heard actually from a features interview was, I'm the best. You know, I'm the best jungler. We heard you big, bold claims. Do you feel like you are the best jungler right now in Europe?
I think it's hard to say if you're the best at your role, for sure, because there's no, like, stats don't prove it, right? I just think it just comes down to consistently having really good performances and just dominating every jungler. So right now, I don't think I'm the best, but if I keep doing good performances, I will be.
Now, you talked a lot about improvement. You talked about being the best. What can we expect next week from Misfits if you've already taken down G2? What is the next level above this if you guys are going to keep improving?
Keep the win streak going, I guess.
Definitely a fair answer. All right, final question. Splyce versus Unicorns of Love. Splyce, another team that's kind of counted as that third-place team within their group. Do you think they have the same upset potential against Unicorns of Love that you guys did against G2 today?
Well, firstly, I didn't know we were the upset today, but no, sure. And secondly, Splyce showed some really good mid-late game. So I think it just depends on if the early game they fall behind and stuff like this. So if Splyce kind of make it through early game ahead or even, it would be a close series.
All right, I said last question, but I'm going to get one more in. You got a lot of fans supporting you here today, a lot of fans in the UK scene. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them?
Thanks for supporting me, and I hope I can make you all proud.
All right, well, there you have it, guys. Thank you, Maxwell, for taking the time to talk to me. Congrats again on your dominant performance over G2. That's going to do it for us here. But when we come back, it's going to be Unicorns of Love up against Splyce in our final series of the day.
sets up the dramatic game 3. Hussein and Youngbuck shake hands for the last time. Teleports are completed, it's burst. He flashes for the torch. Justice Punch comes down. First blood picked up by Maxwell. Instant reply by Perks. The fight's not over. Alfaro's got a lot of spears in his face. He flashes forward to shut down Spec. Hey! Fate's call is used as well, and it is just a mayhem in the blooper. 1, 2, 3 kills for Misfits. G2 lose a 4. Mickey gets shoved by Power of Evil. Alfari's unstoppable, and Power of Evil kills Perks. The Nexus is the focus, and Maxlaw called it. It's a free win against G2. No explanation necessary.
We are back live from Berlin for this matchup between Splyce and the Unicorns of Love as we dare get a look at Romain. How does he must have like some kind of a mailing list that sends him all kinds of unicorn stuff so that he can put on cool stuff. And there we have the coaches and the manager shaking some hands before the match. Very interesting. Love to hear the backstory about that. But for now, I'm joined here at the analyst desk by Martin DeFisho, Lunga, and G2 Perks and Mithy. Thank you very much for joining us. Obviously, I know you probably just want to talk about your match a lot, so sorry for cutting that short. What would you guys like to say about the loss versus Misfits, Perks?
Well, I think that we just made a lot of wrong decisions, like took bad fights, and we're not prepared at what they got to us. Like I think they played really good today. They had their comfort picks. They had like same champs every game on top jungle, and I think they played good. But in game one, we just took wrong decisions, like lane assignments. We were not really sure if we want to play for a Herald or for Dragon, so it was like a kind of split decision. And yeah, the game kind of went downhill for us from there, and we could not deal with Renekton on Silent anymore. So he was kind of like moving everywhere, and we couldn't get much done. And in game two, we snowballed cleanly with our comp. We played how it was supposed to be. And then in game three, I don't know what, like we took 5-4 bot and we lost it. So I guess we just got outplayed or something. I don't know.
It looks very clean from the side of Misfits.
I have to see the fight. I'm sure I misplayed because I flashed him with Galio instead of peeling for Kalista. So I think I misplayed there. And after that, it was already like harder to win. And then we took one more bad fight in blue buff. So it's just like the game is so snowballing right now that you take bad fights and you end up losing the game. And yeah.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for you guys, but still thank you very much for joining us on the desk. Missy, I'd like to say, do you have anything to add, but we need to talk about Splyce
That was a
versus...
pretty good summary.
It was a pretty good summary.
I must say the desk is pretty cool.
The desk is cool?
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
here we go. We also have some pretty cool analysis, and I'm sure I'll let Martin speak at one point. Splyce versus Unicorns of Love, and let's start with Splyce. Very high hopes for a top spot this split. Want to get back to their form, but they need to still prove that they're improving, because the big question for us has been, where is their ceiling and are they reaching their ceiling, Mithy? So what have been your impressions of Splyce so far this split?
I saw the first game they played, where they just inted it pretty much, and after that I haven't really seen their games, but they haven't really won against the top 2 teams of their group, so this is going to be an exciting match. That's really all I have to say.
Yeah, definitely. They indeed didn't manage to beat H2K either. We had our eye on Sencooks as well, Perks, and the fact that he'd been going towards some more controlling champs. He played the Aurelion Soul here and there. How do you feel he's been doing and is doing in the team?
Well, I haven't watched many of his games. I think he's fine. He had an insane game on Soul. But I haven't played against him yet, so I don't know how much he improved since last split. And yeah, I just have to play against someone on stage first before I can judge them.
I think just overall, for us, when we look at Splyce, it was kind of like Misfits before the game. They played where a lot of the players, we don't really know how good a guy like Sencooks will really be. Like, will he ever be a top 3 mid laner in Europe? Probably not. Will they have that in other roles? I mean, I think Wonder is a guy you're looking at top lane saying he's individually very good, but it's hard to kind of look at a lot of the other guys. Maybe Mickey can stand out in some games, but they kind of lack the consistent star players we see in some of the other teams in Europe, which is where you then often have to rely on this being like a really strong like macro team. But that's kind of where we're not really seeing that either from. So it's kind of hard to kind of pinpoint the strong parts of Splyce. I'm looking Wonder mainly, but I don't think it's enough.
That's been the story for us for a while, hasn't it?
It's been the story almost every time, and it's just not always enough to actually challenge the best team.
Basically, we're waiting for Splyce to show us something, and will they do it here versus Unicorns of Love? You guys just mentioned the game is super snowbally right now, and Unicorns of Love are a team that uses that to their advantage to the maximum. They beat H2K. They're absolutely looking on form. Samex has also been doing very well. Mithy, what do you want to add?
Even though looking at it that way, Unicorn seems like the better team. I think that right now you don't really need star players that much. And Unicorn style is starting to be figured out by other teams in Europe too. So I do feel like Splyce has a really good chance. And even though that they don't really have those star players, or they make like pretty bad stuff early game that kind of just screws their games, they also have very consistent games where they just plan out the game from the get-go. And right now, if you get a good plan coming into the early game and you just execute it, you can get a lead, maybe get a Herald. And like Luca said, the game is very snowbally. So once they get like the first good coordinated play, and they are the first ones to make something happen, they could surprise anyone.
So I have to ask you here, because Unicorns of Love are currently 3-0 in their group. They just took down H2K, last week. You're saying that it feels like teams have kind of figured them out. Based on the results so far, they have not in Group B. Is that based on scrims then maybe, that you feel like they're...
I don't feel like they have changed much.
No, they play exactly the same stuff.
That's kind of it,
And yet
the same way
won
Rocket won against Fnatic, so it feels like the gap is kind of closing between every team in Europe. I don't see the other teams that bootcamped for 1 month come here and play a different game. They just play 2 or 3 new champions.
Yeah.
So yeah, I definitely think that Splyce can take their hand, and if they get good early games, or not even good early games, as long as they just coordinate good plays properly and even trade 50-50, I think they can pull it off.
I think that's a fantastic observation, seeing how the state of the league is for now. So I'm just going to ask a quick final thoughts from Perks on this matchup and a little prediction.
Well, I think that Splyce will lose in the end, even though Amity is like hyping them up and stuff. I think that Unicorns will take it 2-1. I think Splyce can take a game of them, but I still think Unicorns' team play as of now is better than Splyce's, so they will maybe like roll over them.
All right, well, let's see what happens. We're just moments away from game 1. Let's send it to our casters and get the series started.
Thank you, Shocks. And I love the confidence from Perk. Maybe, like, roll over them. Not 100% sure, but it's looking like someone might get rolled over. Well, we'll find out. Good evening, everyone. I'm Daniel Dracos here with James Stress O'Leary's for this series. Now, Stress, we had a lot of upsets. We had one upset earlier today, I would say. Unless you're a Misfits fan, in which case you may have believed the whole time.
Sure.
Are we going to have another one now?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think it's possible. There's magic in the air. There always is for the Unicorns, but I still think this is an uphill battle for Splyce.
We have more happy birthdays coming in, but let's just jump right into the lineup. Starting on the blue side with Splyce. Happy birthday to Splyce, maybe. Top lane is going to be Wonder. Jungle is Trashy. Mid lane, Senkux, 80 carry copy. Support Mickey X and their coach, Jeeves.
So that is the Splyce lineup. Facing Splyce tonight on the opposite side of the rift are the Unicorns of Love. In the top lane, it is Visit Chachi. In the jungle, Zirse. In the mid lane, Exile, 80 carry, Samix, support Hillisang, and their coach is Sheepy.
And these guys have just been getting better and better every time we see them take to the stage. Maybe not 100% confident that they've made crazy, huge strides in improvement. Couple new champions here and there, but I think that we've seen so far that they are definitely the top team in Group B thus far. But you're going to really have to beat Splyce today to cement that.
And I think that's the most interesting thing that the analysts are talking about, is they're saying teams have started to figure out the Unicorns. I mean, yes, there are a few signature picks, but I don't feel like there's too much that's a mystery about the Unicorns. They have exceptional team fighting that even when they do fall behind, tends to bounce them back into games. And speaking of bouncing, Zach bounces out of the game in the bans for the Unicorns.
And of course, we know Xerxes to pretty much be a tried and true hand on this champion, but doesn't want to see it in the hands of Trashy either. And LeBlanc taken off the board for Exile. We heard a lot about this man. Exile likes the champs and go up in people's faces. And Ivern taken off the board as well. So a lot of bans already away from Xerxes.
And the last couple of weeks, we've been talking about how hit the jungle pool for Splyce, and that can normally put Trashy on a bad pick. No more is that the case. The Lee Sin has been an answer to that question a couple of times. So with the Ivern off the board for the Unicorns of Love now, you have to feel like the Lee Sin, the Elise, the Kha'Zix suddenly will shoot up in priority in this draft.
And I'm always excited to see those champions, but not necessarily in the hands of guys like Trashy. Trashy, I feel like he's so good when he sets other people up for success, but when he plays those champions himself, like the Kha'Zix, doesn't always work out well for the team. But Rakan now banned away. Unicorns of Love get one last shot to ban those OP picks out before Splyce get their first pick. Xayah still up. We've seen now that without Rakan, it can still be good.
Thresh is available in this draft, and with Xayah banned out, that's what Unicorns are looking for here, is they're expecting Splyce to pick a tier jungler here that is, highly desired for them, and then Hillisang just takes the Thresh. I actually feel like if you're Splyce, you maybe throw the curveball here, pick the Thresh or pick the Xayah in this rotation, and allow the Unicorns of Love to kind of flounder around on what they want to do.
Thresh is there. Unicorns of Love going to opt for. Now they get their first pick of the remaining junglers. They're also going to get their hands on the Shen for Vizichachi, and if there is ever a comfort pick, that is it. Vizichachi, incredibly solid on that pick, and of course has set so many members up for success, and Samix, surprisingly enough, getting the Twitch so early on in the draft.
Now, Twitch has been a great pick, especially paired with the Shen. We saw last week the triple kill come out for Samix, utilizing the Stand United, but for Splyce, this gives them the opportunity to pick up the Xayah here, paired with Thresh is an exceptionally difficult lane to deal with. Then we've also got to look at the top side of the map. This Gragas is, of course, a flex pick, one of Trashy's strongest picks historically, and can go against Shen up in the top lane should Splyce want it to. So I think you pick up the Xayah here before it's banned out in the next rotation, and the Unicorns of Love may have a bit of trouble in the bottom lane.
Interesting to see what the priority will be. Splyce are going to opt to lock in the Caitlyn, a bit of a comfort pick coming in for Kabi, and we will see, as you mentioned, is the Gragas going to go into the top lane up against the Shen, or will it be the jungle pick for Trashy? Well, Unicorns of Love can't be too sure. But interesting now. See, are they going to match the support? And they are. Blitzcrank comes out for Hylissang. And I love this because both Mickey and Hylissang just love to leave their lanes.
Yeah, and
they love to go
Hylissang-
hit people anytime they get the opportunity.
We've seen 2 games of Blitzcrank out of Hylissang, and they have been pretty fun games. I think this right now is Unicorns of Love saying, okay, well, we anticipated you picking Zaya. It could have been the Caitlyn that they do, in fact, lock in. And this is Unicorns saying, okay, now you've got a kill lane on your hands. Caitlyn, you just now have to sit back in the lane. Thresh becomes a little bit less effective than you would normally imagine, as you don't want to get hooked in here. This is not the kind of lane you want to go toe-to-toe with.
Bit of an interesting exchange. Of course, Twitch notably weaker in the early game due to Doran's shield, but
yep.
Caitlyn also just not going to be too concerned in general. Has the range advantage in that lane, but now Unicorns of Love making bans pretty quickly here. Kennen taken away. Don't want to give it over to Wonder on the top side of the map, and they don't want the Talia in the hands of Sencook. So a lot of comfort picks already eliminated.
And you can see that with the Shen already picked up, they want to take away some of the presence from the middle lane. The Kassadin goes from a scaling component. The Syndra now goes from a lane dominant component. We know Splyce can play the Aurelion Sol given a good matchup. Orianna may very well just be the blind pick coming out here for Exile. But we've also seen him mix in a Vladimir game here and there. There's always been a couple of these crazy picks that are a little bit outside the meta for the Unicorns that we may see picked up later.
And I just love this. I love this season because at what point in the history of League of Legends could you have been like, oh yeah, so Warwick, Blitzcrank on the same team, and they're the best team in their group. Just absolutely sick pick fan phase. Have to see it in the hands of Xerxes, see how it'll work out.
Those of you at home playing the pick and ban game, trying to figure out exactly what the Unicorns are going, just like me right now, are going, okay, Shen, Twitch, good picks, but not necessarily first rotation priority. Then we got Blitzcrank, Warwick coming through. So Unicorns with perhaps one of the most Unicorns comps that we've seen in a very long time, but it will work out for them. Splyce, on the other hand, Jarvan picked up into that top lane, pushes Gragas to the jungle. Of course, Jarvan can do well into Shen. Looking forward to seeing where Splyce end up going in.
Aurelion Sol. And all right, you talked about the Orianna potentially being picked up by Unicorns. They don't opt for it. They opt to save that last pick for mid lane. It looks like it was a good choice because now they get the option to counter pick out this Aurelion Sol. But just such an obnoxious champion to deal with in the early game, and one of the few picks that we've really seen Sencook be incredibly successful on.
Yeah, he's very successful with the ability to push out lane, roam across. Exile goes back to a very old favorite of his in the Rise. Of course, Rise was hit with quite a few nerfs in the last year or so, so has found his way down out of pro play in every single game. Will be able to match some sense of the roaming play, will be able to skirmish effectively, and when you look at the Unicorns lineup, that's exactly what this lineup wants to do. You got the Twitch, the Blitzcrank, the Warwick that want to skirmish, and then in come a Rise and a Shen on top of that, and hopefully you have the numbers in your favor.
Late game team fighting not bad from either side either. So two very interesting compositions coming out, and I like the comfort picks coming in the mid lane, but we've seen Splyce be successful on the Aurelion Sol. The Rise, on the other hand, we know Exile is good at it. He is a beast at the champion, but the numbers are just strictly worse than the last time we see him pick it up.
Yeah, exactly. We want to watch out that mid lane matchup, see how Exile can manage against the Aurelion Sol. This is the most obscure draft so far in the day. Earlier on, we had G2 versus Misfits drafting the manager handshake. It's all right, not just the coaches getting in on the action. I don't think the rubber ring would really have fit backstage through that little entranceway there for Romain, so he had to leave that one home.
He's eager, man. He's eager to get in the water. Cannot blame him. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, at Twitter, hashtag SPYWin, hashtag UOLWin. If you would like to participate in the fan vote, I know the Love Hurts crew will be doing so. The crowd is ready. We're ready here at the caster desk because we have two crazy comps all about skirmishing. We've got fight potential in just about every single lane, and we want to see these teams duke it out here in game one.
And we got an Ocean Drake.
And we have an Ocean. Very important information. If you wanted to know why we're not going to fight over the dragon, that's why.
Hylissang, though, you got to look at his roam potential on this Blitzcrank. He's the kind of support that loves to disappear out of lane at level 3 and just sit in the mid lane for about a minute. He's done this in splits gone by. He used to play a whole lot of Morgana, Leona that would do the same thing, just disappear and just say, okay, when it was Vardags, he was just like, just farm under tower. I'm going to go get kills in the mid lane. So I'm anticipating seeing the same thing again because that's what we saw out of him in the games this split that he's played Blitzcrank already.
And you got to like it too, paired with that Rise. come in, land the root for Rise, that's a freebie. The point and click, then you just throw in the grab. You can chain that CC so easily, but it's interesting. Unicorns of Love draft priority continues to be kind of surprising. This is the first Rise game we've seen across NA, EU, or LCK in terms of priority. So Exile, we'll see if falling back to a comfort pick is the right choice, but it's something we're going to have to track because it's not something we've seen really anywhere else.
No, and there are reasons, as we talked about it, the nerfs that we're seeing for Rise, but the one thing that I think will still have the effectiveness, as we were talking about, the ability to join in these skirmishes early. The Warwick will be able to jump halfway across the map once you get later on. You can, essentially this comp is almost built to find one target, pick them off, and then you have a 5v4 at any point. We've seen comps like this have success. We've also seen a lot of failure out of comps like this. If you can't get the kill, if Splyce never give up the opportunities, then it's possible the Unicorns may very well struggle to get this composition rolling.
Oh, and we'll see, but for now, it's just the early laning phase. No too much action on either side. Interestingly enough, in the bottom lane, Kabi not going to opt for the Doran's Blade. Just keeps up with the Doran's Shield, doesn't want to rip anything here, takes for the safer item, and really Mickey and Kabi already getting the better end of the trades, but for now at level 1, range sort of trumps all here for Kabi. It's going to be difficult for Samus to contend.
Yeah, and unless Kabi really stands out in the open, Hylissang isn't finding a hook. This is one of the reasons why Caitlyn generally is an okay pick into Blitz. You sit behind the minion wave and never offer an opportunity. A lot of people think that maybe it's because you've also got the 90 caliber net. That is not a reliable disengage tool. That is not reliable for dodging a Blitzcrank. So it's not quite like the Ezreal Arcane Shift.
The Ezreal Tristana level where you can just input buffer and just get out of anything.
Caitlyn, not so much. You dash like a teeny amount, then still get hooked and look stupid at that point. But I think Kabi just sits behind the minion wave and does well. But here's Mickey doing his Hylissang impression. We were talking about this. It's a level earlier.
Forward, hook gonna get sidestepped. Nice movement coming from Exile. Does burn the Ghost, but not bad. Just trading the Summer Spell. We can call that a win overall for Mickey, but much better than it could have been for the side of Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I think the Unicorns will heavily appreciate the fact that Exile didn't even have to flash in that exchange. As you mentioned, burned the Ghost, but that will be quite a short cooldown. I feel like in this matchup, though, Senkux isn't going to have the greatest amount of kill pressure, whereas top lane, we look at Chachi. This is what he loves to do on Shen. Finds a matchup where he can just trade in the early game and get damage down onto Wonder, but he has to be careful he doesn't push up too far because Trashy is just one flash gank away from coming top lane.
And we have to remember, we're used to seeing Shen in these tanky matchups, but against other more vulnerable champions, his base numbers are crazy high, and you got to see for both of these teams how crucial their top laners are for success. Now, Wonder, he feels like the one man on Splyce that is consistently doing something, but Chachi, on the other hand, often all about the team with these picks like Shen.
Yeah, and the MVP of the spring split, a lot of people have looked at his individual performances this split and maybe haven't quite been so convinced. He has been struggling when playing Gangplank into Shen a couple of times. That was one of the matchups that Odo
he got absolutely just destroyed by Odo. But that's the same case for Wonder. We remember that Akali game from Wonder. He just face first into Akali to die over and over again, and it was just brutal to watch.
While the player isn't in this game specifically, the common factor in that was it was both against Odo Omne, so maybe that's a rise in Odo Omne's strength in the top lane for H2K, but for this game, we're looking, as you said, Wonder has been such a big proponent of what Splyce have wanted to do, and on the Jarvan, you can have that kind of impact where you're carrying the game. He just needs to get a kill or something to start the game going, because a Jarvan that is neutral or behind is so ineffective.
Yeah, at the same time, we also have to keep our eyes on that Shen ultimate. Where the first one's going to go, is it going to be the aggressive use? Where we see Unicorns of Love being the ones with the play priority, the ones trying to force something to happen? Are they going to be very responsive in the way they want to play the game? Not there yet, however, but we look across the lanes, and things are going pretty well for Vizichachi in terms of the CS department. 28-37, of course, a decent wave crashing to the tower does mean that that will be mitigated to a certain degree, but still some positive bonuses here on the side of Unicorns of Love.
Splyce on the other side have the mid lane and bot lane advantage. It's kind of difficult to punish this Caitlyn we already spoke about. The same could be said in the mid lane. Is Senkux the ability to use that Comet of Legend to get back into the lane makes it so difficult to accrue a CS lead over an Aurelion Sol, but if you don't get the roams right on Aurelion Sol, that's another instance where you can be ineffective. It does take planning and setup time because it's such a long cooldown that it can be difficult to make sure you can get out to the side lane. especially if you get traded on in lane first.
Yeah, I like this from Exile. He is at least matching the wave pressure of the Aurelion Soul for now, just constantly threatening to go for those aggressive trades. So you talked about getting top lane ahead. Maybe Splyce will want to start by getting mid lane ahead. Now Trashy is here, but Warwick is on the way. Love have to be careful here.
No one's level 6 yet, so that does mean that Trashy would have ever so slightly better influence on this than Xerxes utilizing that flash. But there's always the unknown factor, Hylissang. But now he's known, because he just walked over a wall.
I'm not 100% sure if that trap icon is a visual bug or if we just have perma-sight. Okay. Definitely not the case. Just want to make sure that his roam was not completely revealed there.
I believe it's a spectator issue. Happens a couple of times when you step on a Caitlyn trap, and then it kind of sticks around.
He's just got an extra pair of eyes, folks. It's nothing to worry about. It just happens sometimes.
But that is the dangerous play coming from Hylissang. If he does get into that lane unseen, there's a massive amount of threat. But speaking of people getting into lanes unseen, Xerxes, he's 6 now.
Ooh, that's
Wonder,
hungry
can he get
pooch.
out?
Ooh, nice. Interrupts him, loses the movement speed, makes the range on Infinite Arrest shorter, and that keeps Wonder alive. Not even going to burn the flash, so well played in the end.
You know, when you say something and then one of the pros on stage just proves you completely wrong. Cubby that time is just like, I'll use the
Still
net
nets
as
out,
reliable.
still predicts it. Not as much of a reactive skill, but still makes it out of range.
But in that top lane, though, the key thing there from Wonder on the escape that was effective is the fact that he got himself within flash range of his tower. So even if the Infinite Duress comes out, as long as he reaction flashes it, he'll still be safe at that point, and there's no real way for Xerxes to convert it into a kill.
And of course, we look at it. Shen does have good damage with those early bases, but it's damage over time, right? It's over multiple auto attacks. There's just not really a way that a Warwick and a Shen can just burst down a Jarvan instantly. Although we'll see if that's where he wants to continue to apply his jungle pressure. You can see a lot of vision on the top side for Splyce, rather that blue trinket keeping him safe for now. But Unicorns of Love with ready with some wards of their own. They're going to know where that Jarvan is at all times.
And I think for the Unicorns, they'll be quite happy that this has been a slower paced start to the game. We already kind of addressed the fact that this Twitch, this Blitzcrank will struggle in the laning phase to get a lead. But now's the time they need to open up on the map. Get that Twitch going into either the middle lane with the Blitzcrank, or at least have effect from this roaming support, because if Blitzcrank is stuck in the bottom lane, that's the kind of time where he's having zero impact and where other support picks could just be doing a better job of sitting in lane, not really doing too much.
And we look at Thresh, of course, very similar in the hook, but of course potentially more options for utility there in the kit with the Dark Lantern to kind of save people from these situations where you may have a Warwick diving on top of you, or something else like a Rise. But right now, for both sides, I feel like this may favor Unicorns of Love, because we've seen Samix in these late game scenarios just be huge, just dish out so much damage, and I feel like if you get Samix to that point, if you give him 1 or 2 items on this Twitch and he gets to just ult in the back of a team fight, it doesn't matter how strong your Caitlyn is or if they're even in farm, Twitch just does so much more.
Yeah, Samix has shown he can 1 versus 3 with the help of just a little shield. So for the Unicorns, I think this is the right kind of spot for them to be in. They'll be happy with it. Probably a little happier than they were getting in the pool earlier. I don't know whether you saw that on Twitter. Kind of disgusting.
So for context, we have a pool in our studio, kind of, that we don't like. We use it like maybe once a week, a year, because it's like, oh, we have a pool. But the rest of the year, it's like a green slime pit. And Ramaz's like, yeah, we really need a pool picture. I'm just going to jump in there. And that man is the only man I've ever met who's like, for my team, I will jump into this horrible pit of slime.
I'm like that. I'm pretty sure you probably need vaccinations before you got into that. The reason it's there is I think Big Brother used to be filmed around this area, so something like that. But certainly nobody anticipated a guy in a unicorn rubber ring there. But Chachi
didn't anticipate that either. Visit Chachi though, quick sidestep on the flag and drag, gonna taunt to try to make it out to safety. But here comes Xerxes. There's the fear. There is the turnaround. No kills. Yeah, but Trashy wondering if he can go back in or not. Has to be safe. Warwick, the king of 1v1s, does stop the body slam from going over the wall. There is the blast cone. Someone has to take it to safety. They're trying to tag team their way through it. That's the slow. They go over, but he brings the dog with him, and down he goes.
Oh, Wonder was trying to be a nice guy, wait and see that both of them could get out, but it's first blood. Xerxes is still hunting.
He's not worried about the tower. There's the ult. Oh, man, that is some team synergy. Unicorns of Love get another one.
Chachi and Xerxes managing to turn around what was a Splyce play at the beginning of all things. And as Senkux manages to get up to topside after the play is already completed. That's now a 2-kill Warwick, which means he's going to end up with enough lifesteal to just go running under towers for the rest of this game. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Splyce can actually deal with Xerxes on a pick that not a lot of teams are playing, and it's difficult to play around when he's ahead.
And this is a little rough. Of course, it's only 1.5K, but as we look at this again, this has to be frustrating for the team. But never mind, we got to keep our eyes in the mid lane. On the way in, where's it gonna go? Flay comes in, waiting on something more. Body slam goes forward. Chain CC, Splyce fire back.
That's a nice reaction. I like seeing the Splyce instantly decide that, okay, we need to make another play and double down on the play that went wrong, but now Kobe has to be careful himself in the bottom lane. This game has gone from 0 to 60 very quickly, and they're still chasing down in the bottom lane as well here. Threshold just landed.
Give a couple ultimates, they may just start something. Samix trying to dish out the damage. There's the spray and pray. Mickey's now in trouble. One more shot ticking down. Poison, not gonna be enough. Lantern snaps back to keep him safe.
And in the 2 versus 3, Splyce nearly end up on the wrong side of that one. The amount of damage that came out from Samix using that spray and pray early on, you still got to anticipate falling. And I mean, okay, this game started going a bit crazy. And it's all from the fact that Trashy tried to make a play on the top side, now tries to make a play on the bottom side. And this is why Trashy on Gragas has actually been a formidable pick for him. It's a playmaker post 6, and he knows he can just go aggressive, and the team will at least be there to back him up. Unfortunately, the Unicorns, they're great at skirmish.
They're just going to continue to move forward. Xerxes just continues to hunt for blood. Wonder, I'm not sure if there's a right way. Cataclysm blocks the wall, but in comes the ultimate suppressed, locked up under tower. Shen may not do the damage, but he's more than happy to tank it up.
It was a nice attempt from Wonder to get out of that situation. Jumps up, takes a couple of tower shots onto Chachi, tries to get himself out with the ultimate, but it wasn't to be. Now
Repeat onto Exile, knocked back into the fight. Has to be careful, but there's just too much CC. He can't even push his buttons. He gets taken out.
Seen that one 2 minutes ago in the mid lane, where Exile was not quite as pushed up as that time, but Splyce now punishing. These teams are going blow for blow on every single trade here, and it's 2 kills on Aurelion Sol, 2 kills on the other side of the map for Xerxes Warwick, and this one I don't think has any chance of slowing down.
And I like teams are telling us who they're worried about, and for Unicorns Love, they're like, yeah, that Wonder guy, he doesn't get to play League of Legends today. Opposite side Splyce are like, that Exile guy, no one picks Ryze against us. They're both just camping the same lane over and over again, and it's working. You can't knock them for it.
No, you absolutely can't. And look, Chachi is in his element now. He's got a significant lead. He just walks up to Wonder and trades with him.
It's a 2-level advantage, Stress. That is Ninja Tabby. Wonder just does not have the raw stats to go toe-to-toe with Shen right now.
And the problem for that is Jarvan that is 0-2-0 is not going to have a great effect in this game. The best thing he can do now is like hold people in place for Senkux and Kobe to kill. That's about the only thing that Wonder's going to be able to do here, as he may not even be able to see here.
He might be in trouble. Visit Josh, just walking towards the tower. Hasn't hit him yet. He's just waiting.
He's just taunting him.
Now he taunts him to get outside the tower range, blocks a bit of damage, tries to make it out.
Oh, that is like life imitating art when you're walking around, like daring him to move, and then you actually taunt him under the tower.
I want to say baited. He got him to walk outside the tower so he could taunt him, missing out on a. Oh man, that's dirty. That is solo queue Tryndamere levels of PM, where you just pop the ult and you continue to auto attack people, ignoring the tower. But that's a 2-level advantage. It only gets worse from your Stress.
Love me some Chachi at this point. Manages to get the solo kill in the top lane. Now Hillisang and Samix, great play.
Comes forward, they're gonna keep it going. Samix always got the Shen ult coming in, but in goes Senkux. He's got damage, he's ready. The taunt is there. That does stop the spheres from orbiting. Looking for the stars to hit down just a little bit more. Kabi gonna pop the ultimate. There's the voice of light. Still hitting him, still getting chipped down. Splyce now taking the play right back.
Again, every time there's one play,
there's the Jarvan. Can't fight the Shen, but he can pop the Twitch. No surprise there on the turnaround. Splyce now gonna get a tower as well, and instantly they are back in the game.
Okay, divide the map in half along mid lane. Unicorns have won topside quite spectacularly, but Splyce on the bottom half are evening things back up. But Exile, he doesn't care for kills at this point. He's just pushing mid tower at the same time. This game has gone all kinds of crazy. So Hillisang, that's a great flash flay, but the hook in response from Hillisang is good enough to kind of hold Unicorns. Then Chachi thinks, okay, we can take the trade, even though with numbers disadvantage, because we're going to be able to get there with the Warwick. Look at the map. Warwick's already closing in, but it's too little, too late. And then nobody was really expecting Wonder to come in from the backside of the fight, take out Samex under the tower, and suddenly we're in an even kill, almost even gold game that has had a massive number of fights.
8 kills, 15 minutes in. This is the closest we get to LPL in the EU LCS. But the gold, I mean, the gold's basically spot on even now, Stress. And we look across at towers traded back and forth. Unfortunately for Wonder, it's still really hard for him to find a lane to go to, but we've seen Splyce, they can coordinate these plays, and they have a window of opportunity to do so, because you look at that Channel down, not available, and that is the big decider in so many of these fights.
Oh, but something else that is down is Wonder 50 CS. That's painful at the same time, with 2 kills going over. So Wonder can't sit in the lane against Chachi, as you already highlighted, so he has to wait for his own TP. That's the problem, is it's now based around where Aurelion and Sol can go on the map with them. But I like this play. Put the Caitlyn in the mid lane. Try and push that Ryze back up towards his tower. But with Rift Herald still available for the next 3.5 minutes, I think that's what Splyce are going to need to be able to crack through that mid lane eventually. But that's a tough ask because, you know, there's a Warwick. You've got the Ryze ultimate to get them in place. You've got to be careful of Hylissang and Samex. There are so many different things that Unicorns can throw at the Rift Herald in order to dissuade Splyce from doing it.
And as you bring it up, Splyce kind of telegraphing that intent potentially with so much vision around the top side of the map. But Unicorns love, they've got vision everywhere. Control wards, mirrored spots, both on the top and bottom side of the river, some vision in the pit as well. So Unicorns love some solid knowledge across the map, and now Exile is in trouble, but it looks like it may be a little bit more than Splyce initially anticipated. Lantern there to save him. Trashy knocks Hylissang back to the team. Don't quite chain the trap. And that means the play is going to stop in its tracks, but Exile still hungry for a bit of blood, as is the case with Cersei, but Unicorns will love back away.
Oh, Chachi was on his way to the fight and then stopped because he knew he could solo kill Wonder if Wonder was running over to it as well. And they went different ways on the bot side of the jungle. You could see how hooking Trashy was not exactly what Hylissang wanted, but he got away with it. Now it's Zisse.
Or hook, chain CC goes forward. Nobody can get feared. Flag and drag, but the infinite duress takes him over the wall. Now it's an escape. You know, that's the perks of the rework. You don't just have to go in, you can also go out.
When you're 2-0-1, you can use the ult however you want at this point for Zisse. He's like we're the only jungler in Europe still playing this. Trick had like a game in spring, but we talked to
Yankos
Zisse.
also brought it up once.
Oh,
we got to give a little credit over there, but I agree. This feels definitely like the Cersei special.
Yeah, and he was talking to us on PGL, post-game lobby last week, a little bit about this Warwick, talking about how strong it can feel and how you can just go aggressive and it's still a solid pick. So it's certainly the Unicorns, when you look at quote-unquote teams figuring them out, I still think there are a couple more things to figure out how to play around because nobody's really done that against Cersei's Warwick too much yet.
Well, not just Cersei's Warwick now. Now we have to worry about the Ryze as well. And while Exile may be struggling in this game, it still feels like a little bit of an unknown factor in terms of what it's going to bring as we move later in the game. Is it going to be the same style of inevitability where once Ryze gets a few items, he just dishes out way too much damage? Or is he going to have to play a more backseat role and set up Samex?
I think Exile is going to basically play distraction like he has been the last couple of weeks, where he'll play that midpoint in team fights where he's enough of a threat that Splyce will have to address him, and that'll buy Samex the time in team fights. It's kind of what Roccat were doing a long, long time ago on these tankier mages, but I think Unicorns have been utilizing, and that's why Exile's stats have not looked great. And his performances haven't looked great the last week or so either. He's been struggling.
Yeah, if we're honest, up against Fevin, he got absolutely destroyed in the laning phase. And now he has been a top mid laner in EU for what I feel like is a while. So I don't think we can call this indicative of his true level, but maybe more of a slump for Exile at this point, because it hasn't looked great. But admittedly, this game and in the games against H2K, he did receive so much jungle attention.
Right, and coming into this split, I was thinking, you know, Exile's one of my guys to watch. I want to celebrate when he does well and make maybe his plays look great. But unfortunately, the last week or so hasn't exactly played out that way for Exile. He's actually kind of been on the back foot in a lot of situations, and this series starts the same. He's been pushed up too far, dies twice, and now he has to kind of build his way back into the game. But the Unicorns, it's their team fighting that is their strongest benefit, and that is where Exile shines the most.
Definitely true, and of course, last week when Exile couldn't really step up, it was Samex who stepped up instead, who really carried the team to victory so many times, and that's kind of the beauty of the Unicorns of Love, right, is that they have carry threats now with Samex proving himself in each of their lanes. It's not going to be Chachi this time on the Shen, admittedly, but there is still that potential. And on the opposite side for Splyce, Kabi on this Caitlyn has been lethal when Splyce were victorious. They're going to have to make it to late game, and the late game battle of AD carries just feels so rough. But now it's a game to fight to keep going. Stars are coming out. Hylissang getting ticked down lower and lower. Will get burned down in the end. Exile doing his best to dish out the damage. Spirit Refuge buys for a little bit of time, but Rise is now trapped in the pit and is going to get taken down, knocked just out the edge, and Splyce. Total control here as they look to take down the tier 1.
Much better from Splyce. You can see General Jeeves on the bottom side of your screen, happy with Splyce finally being able to crack the mid lane tower. I feel like Mickey had a beautiful flash over the hook for the Flay, but did Cobby actually get hit by the hook behind
Someone
it?
got hit by the hook. I heard the sound. I honestly could not tell you. I got way too excited when that fight started.
I was excited at the flash Flay at first to dodge the hook, but I think Cobby got hit by it afterwards because he ended up right under that Blitzcrank, and somehow Splyce still come out ahead of it because the numbers advantage, despite their AD carry getting hooked in by the Blitzcrank in that situation. But you were talking about how Cobby needs to get to the late game. Infinity Edge Static Shiv is finished. Like, this is a beautiful flash over for Cobby. So that's the hold my drink, I'm going in play from Mickey, and nobody was ready for that.
And it works out well for them. We got to give them credit there, but a little awkward, admittedly. Late game, that may have been a bit more of a disaster, but for now it was the aggressive engage the team needed. And we got to say, Mickey, 0-0-5 on this Thresh. He's making plays across the map. Unicorns of Love didn't seem worried about the Thresh, but maybe they should have been, because the Hylissang on this Blitzcrank, it's had its moments in the past, but it just doesn't feel as good here.
I feel like you could call that one a disaster piece, because that was beautiful out of Mickey on that Flay. But you look at what that buys Splyce at this point. Yes, we're in an even gold game, but we've been talking about how Unicorns should be able to skirmish effectively in the early game. Well, they haven't been actually doing that. Exile couldn't get himself out of the situation. Hylissang ended up dying as well. Luckily, the Unicorns have been accruing this tower lead that is keeping them in the game. But honestly, I feel like Splyce are really taking it to Unicorns where they've been the strongest.
And really, I feel like Splyce are just dictating the pace of the game. We look at the engage options available for Unicorns of Love. They've got the Warwick, right? They've got the piggyback Shen sort of ult action. They've got a little bit of Rise engage, a Blitzcrank. But we look at Splyce, Thresh, flash plays every time. Jarvan, the flag, drag, the ult, and now Trashy. We're going to keep it going. Mickey throws the hook over the wall. He's a monster. He's just unstoppable on this Thresh. Knocks him back into the pit, hand delivered into the waiting arms of Baron Nashor. Splyce are just on a rampage.
I thought they were actually going to start that Baron there, but Exile helps them out with it. But yeah, again, another example of Splyce controlling the vision well, forcing Unicorns into areas where they actually cannot take the fight. And it's another game where Exile has been picked off again and again. This is really becoming almost a liability in the early game for the Unicorns of Love. Their mid laner heavily not doing well.
Definitely not the early game that Unicorns of Love wanted. And the success in the top lane starting to be mitigated to a certain degree because not really any more solo kill pressure there. The lane just simply isn't long enough to give Shen the time, and Senkuk's on such a tear means that he is that split push threat, and now he's being backed up by the Thresh and the Caitlyn if he needs it.
And he's already got that Rylai's Crystal Scepter and the Hextech Hose completed, so anybody trying to get away from him in a long lane is pretty much out of luck at that time. But we haven't really talked too much about Senkuk. This is now the second appearance of this Aurelion Sol. It was banned, I believe, in week 1 or 2 in a game before we'd even seen it. So we certainly knew that this pick would be strong for Splyce, but I think at this point, the fact that he's 3-0-3 against the group leaders for Group B, and Exile has struggled a lot in response to it, I think is a bannable pick once again for Splyce. I don't think you can let them have this.
Yeah, it definitely does not look like it. The Thresh as well, so lethal. Feels like the two big setup points. Trash's Gragas, can't take it away from him. 100% kill participation thus far. This man is making things happen, but when it comes to bans, you have to wonder if Unicorns of Love, regardless of the results of this game, feel like they might need to mix it up, because maybe you give him a Galio, maybe you give him something like a Xayah Rakan, but giving him an Aurelion Sol, letting one of the weaker members of the team be so comfortable and so dominant in this game does not look like a good shape for Unicorns of Love.
And I feel like maybe the Xayah ban that...
Hold that thought. Never mind, folks. It's not quite the Splyce game that we thought it was. Unicorns of Love are making picks of their own.
Well, that looked like Hylissang just got the grab there. I think it was off the top of the screen as we were looking for it. Unicorns now find one fight and they instantly say, okay, let's go to Baron. No AD carry on the other side for 23 seconds. And Splyce, they had a lot of vision control to start.
Oh, no
Mickey
stress.
Don't walk close to the bush.
They're not about the Baron, they're about the kills, and they're gonna get one on Mickey, almost guaranteed. Out comes the damage. Xerxes chasing him down. Samux there to back it up. He's gonna grab that kill. Hylissang, he's running forward with the hook. In comes the rest of the team, hand delivered. Common to Legend, not enough. Oh, Senkux, you're in the thick of it, and nobody's far enough away to get hit by those stars. Melee range not looking good for the Aurelian Soul.
One bad fight for Splyce in the sense of being out of position, and suddenly Unicorns are right back on form. Oh, no, again.
Oh, Samux.
They're doing it again.
Oh, but he's been
Submarine.
hand-delivered.
Oh.
Chachi runs forward. Hylissang now running. Splyce trash with the sidestep. Kobe just continues to dish out the damage. Someone's going to have to pay attention to that. Caitlyn, and it's going to be Exile. Cersei hungry for blood as well. Don't know if he's going to be able to get away. Doesn't even need the infinite duress. Now on a rampage. Wonder in trouble as well. Samux waiting in the darkness, ready to come in and back up the DPS, but the fight stops, and Unicorns of Love once again set their sights on the pit.
Yeah, this time Unicorns going to start it off. That one was Cubby being over-aggressive. He respawns, thinks he can get towards the fight, maybe get some damage out. Unfortunately, doesn't have summoners to get away. Oh, that's a hook landing.
Keep your eyes on Trashy, keep your eyes on the Baron. It looks like both teams going to back off. Just happy to pick up Mickey if he wants to go down. Baron has now reset 2K. Trashy, where's he going to go? Trying to back the body slam. They go forward. Tries to get the Baron. Where was Cersei? That is not where he needed to be. Now they're going to have to back up, but Senkux is untouched. They don't quite have the CC to keep this one going. He's taunted up. The stars continue to dish out damage. Wonder moves forward. Now they're going to try to turn it back. Where is the flag and drag? Vizichachi has the damage to take down Senkux. Will walk forward. Wonder is now in no man's land. Unicorns of Love, that is the turn you needed.
Yeah, that was the turn Unicorns needed, and a key thing here is Cobby did not pick up the Baron buff, as I believe he hadn't quite respawned before the Baron actually got taken. So we're going all the way back onto the pick on Mickey to start this one off. And it's kind of easy for the Unicorns to win this exchange. They know that they've still got the Shen available should they want it. Splyce, Senkux gets stopped trying to use that Comment of Legend going over the wall, and the Unicorns just take these single fights again and again, go towards the Baron. Splyce come in to try and deny it. And now let's take a look at the Smite Seal. Both Smites are available. I want to take a look, as you said, where Xerxes actually was for this exchange. He heads back towards the pit, and I know at the end of this exchange he hadn't actually utilized the Smite. Trashy goes in. Looks like Trashy just beat him to the punch, was a little bit closer, a little bit faster on it, and from there we thought that the Jarvan wouldn't have too much of an impact, but in one of these fights where there isn't a whole lot of health left on the enemies, a couple of autos that go around, Wonder is able to really pad his stats to end this exchange. But as we said, no Baron buff for Cobby means Splyce do not have that added bonus.
Unfortunate on the spawn timers, but what it does mean, Stress, is that the gold is dead even again. 1K difference is nothing at this stage of the game, and Splyce are still the ones in control. Not much of a minion wave. They're gonna have to back off on that tier 2, but Unicorns of Love give up Baron. We have a Baron buff timer. If they had it, that's how much time would be left. But no major advantage to either side. Trade of kills, for sure. Bunch of money for Xerxes. Can't take that away from him, but we're 28 minutes in, Stress, and like no one has a major. This is crazy how close this game is.
This is such a weird game in the sense that, as you said, a lot of gold going over to the Unicorns. Double stone plate has been finished for Chachi and Xerxes now, so if they go into fight and hit those surrounded by 5 people, suddenly you've got 2 near unkillable champions.
And I mean, they're 5-0-6 and 3-1-5. Without the Gargoyle stone plate, they're already near unkillable, Stress. But do they have the damage now? We will find out, as it looks like they're looking to start another fight. Trash potentially the one to be caught out. Exile keeping the CC going. Pulled back into the team, now suppressed. It just keeps coming. No option for escape. Unicorns of Love grab one, but what will it turn into? Because Senkux is here, and Exile is overstepped. Now out comes the Zhonya's, but it's too little, it's too late. They're gonna go in, party around the mid laner as Splyce take him down. Hook does go wide, but both teams just hungry for blood.
Yeah, Unicorns trying to just get Exile out of trouble, but it's Chachi winning the game perhaps on the side lane that could turn this back in their favor. Wonder still likely feels like he can't trade against this Shen. The whole game has been going over towards Vizichachi. But again, back and forth these teams trade with nobody getting the massive advantage. Unicorns are up in gold for now.
And we have to give Unicorns credit. After that exchange, they are now up 3K. How quickly things can turn in this game. How big of a difference that tower makes. And really,
while it was the one-for-one trading kills, it is still Unicorns of Love who make the better play in the end, utilizing Vizichachi on that side lane. And maybe if they keep up the 1-3-1, they can close this out. But for now, the team fights feel dead on.
It's interesting looking at how Xerxes been playing this game. Early on, put a lot of points in the damage reduction that comes from Primal Howl, so actually maxed that first. A lot of people put the points in Q to facilitate some of the ganking early, but Xerxes like, I don't need that, just put that in as the last skill, I'll max it last, I'll jump on people with the ult.
Don't do that in solo queue, my friends. You have to do the damage. Don't trust your teammates. That's a rookie mistake in the old solo queue.
But the Unicorns, full trust.
Full trust, and you can't blame them.
Yeah.
Team fighting looks sick. Their tanks look unkillable. And the Ocean Dragon will go down. That's the second one. No one's too excited to have it, but Xerxes hunting for blood. You want to see the most nearby target. Nice sidestep on the dodge. Reduction comes in for Primal Howl. Shen just standing still.
Doesn't even think about using the stone plate yet. Oh, they might need it now.
Potentially in trouble. They don't have a ton of damage here, but they're going to pull in Kabi, and he's going to back them up. The Shen ult is coming in, but they're going to be all on their lonesome in the middle of this fight already. Looking to take down one of those carries, but Exile is flashed out on the backside. There's Samix. Keep your eyes on that Twitch. The ult is up. He's dishing out the damage. Xerxes backing him up. Samix remains untouched. It just keeps going, but there's the flag and the drag. There's the rat, and he's not going to drop. They don't have the damage. Samix, you monster!
Oh, Samix stays alive. The Unicorns protect him. Wonder tried his best, and they're going to try and party portal it all the way to a victory.
We just have to say the way the team plays together in these fights is immaculate. Samix does not go down despite everybody jumping in his face. The Prince of Demacia, the fat drunk guy, nothing is enough to take him down, and now an inhibitor's gonna drop. The death timers may just be too long. Unicorns love 32 minutes into the game. One fight could decide it.
What have you got to do to out-team fight the Unicorns? Splyce tried it, but it certainly wasn't what they were doing in game one. As Unicorns, they're gonna get this game.
Timers are counting down, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. The Twitch, the Rise, the whole team here for the Unicorns of Love, and Mickey just in time to say goodbye as UOL take game one.
What a weird game. What a very strange game.
I love it. I love when it's
amazing.
back and forth and one team fight decides it all. That's what I like to see. But both these teams so eager to fight. Splyce proven themselves in so many skirmishes, but there in the late game, just could not make it happen against that Twitch from Samix, and ooh, just so crisp.
He dropped so low, but that there's a heal came out, there was some extra shielding coming through as well, and I mean, Samix, if you couldn't take him out in the fight, we've seen how deadly this Twitch can be, but you have to feel that Splyce will be hard-pressed with themselves. Like, they had such a good early game combating the Unicorns when it came to the fight.
And it feels a little bad, because 3-2-7 on that Twitch. Those kills came from that final fight for this Twitch. 7-0-9 on the Warwick, 4-1-9 for the Shen. They did so much damage in the early game, but in the end it was the Twitch who carried it through. But Unicorns of Love ruled the Rift in game one. Let's send it over to the analyst desk for a closer look at how that played out.
Thank you very much, Strikers. And I think we're going to need a lot of replays because I'm not really sure how all of that happened. I did hear a lot from Mythy, the exclamation, wow, Xerxes so good. Xerxes actually smurfing.
Wow, he's smurfing.
Yeah.
Wow, he's inting.
Yeah.
Wow, he's smurfing.
That was Luca.
Oh, it was Luca. Sorry. Well, I heard it from this side. So let's take a look at the first two kills early because, well, it was Xerxes, though, who went top lane and secured those in 1 second, just in 1 second. But Warwick, what do you guys think?
Well, when Xerxes plays it, it seems really okay.
Exactly.
But when anyone else plays it, it doesn't seem so strong. So I don't know. Maybe he's just too good.
Yeah, and overall, when you guys saw the draft, what were the impressions for Unicorns of Love draft? Because it seems to be a couple of picks, you know, like a Rise is not something we've seen in any region so far in summer.
Has it been picked 0 times or?
0 times, LCK, LPL, EUNA.
Well, I think Rise is like a really niche pick. You can pick it against some. I don't think it's bad against Sol, for example. I don't think it's good either, but it's not bad. And it's good against Vladimir, for example, but no one plays Vladimir either besides Exile. I think Exile is just really hard stuck on his champion pool, and he's, I don't know why, refusing to pick up new champs when his champs are really not good in the meta.
Because they keep winning.
Well, they
Fair
keep
point.
winning, but he obviously keeps winning specifically. Why do you think Exile right now is showing so many bad games in a row? Because it's been almost every game this split.
I'm not sure anymore. I think I have a theory that he just runs it down to make it hard. That's my theory.
Oh, it's like when you
because
guys
this
are...
game he was legit just
That's like
running it
G2
down.
drafting.
Exactly. No. It's like when G2 said we can't practice because we're too good, right? And
Who said that?
you,
Someone
no,
from
no.
G2 somewhere.
I am paraphrasing. It was more like it's difficult to improve when you're you're constantly winning.
That I might have said that.
Yeah, it's true.
But yeah, back to the point. Exile was hinting this game. We can all agree on that.
Right. So
Yeah.
let's look at a couple of replays of not that. And, well, what I called up a bit earlier. Early game, Warwick and Xerxes going off, going top lane, and getting the first double kill on a counter gank.
Well, I mean, this is what we obviously see with Xerxes so often on Warwick, actually. I think when you talk to him about the champion specifically, he always says, you know, this is the best
That was
early
really
game
insane.
skirmish.
Yeah, what was it specifically that you found so insane?
I was questioning him why he not flash for the Jarvan when he has no flash and Xerxes has flash, but he saved his Q and his flash for later on, so he saved his Q to cancel Gragasy over the wall, because he knew Gragas had no flash, so he got a free kill there, and now he gets a free kill top without even using his flash, so he's just really insane. Like, I was questioning him, but he played it really perfectly, and they're just really good, like Xerxes and with Chachi.
I think it's important to add into Chachi as well. Because like every game I feel like these two guys together, they win the early game for Unicorns a lot, very often on Shen as well. And then they want to use that Shen
to protect mid lane.
To, well, not really, no, actually they don't even ult mid lane that often. It's more like go bot lane and try to make something happen in the bot lane. But actually the next replay kind of shows what was supposed to happen for Unicorns a lot, and then it actually went wrong. And Mithy, you even were looking at like player cams and everything before this.
Yeah, here we can see that the dueling gets engaged on, but what's most important is that Shen, after killing Jarvan 1v1, wanted to shove top, base, and once he based, he wanted to use the Shen ult aggressively on the bot lane, but instead the bot lane side of the map for Unicorns were not patient enough, didn't give up a few minions, and didn't wait for their top laner to just carry them, because the Jarvan was getting dived from 100 to 0.
Yeah.
There was nothing if they played this game slowly and just waited for top lane to snowball the game, there was no chance for Splyce, but the UOL bot lane was just not patient enough.
Not patient enough?
And there was the mid factor too.
And then there was a mid lane factor was also helping.
I mean, yeah, we've said it a lot, but in the end, Exile did end this game with 6 deaths, and then for the longest time he was 0-4, 0-5, so it's just kind of, you're bleeding out in that mid lane, and then you go for Baron, and Unicorns of Love. How would you say their Baron control is generally, Martin?
I think they gamble a lot around it, because there's a lot of like, don't actually set up all the steps beforehand, but start the Baron instead, and then disengage to try and fight like they did right
This is
here.
good though.
Here they were trapping. And
exactly.
this was good. This was good. They trapped. They killed 2 guys. No, yeah, 2 guys. And now they can just base. They have tempo in every wave.
Go back again.
And then go back again and get all the vision. They will have 20 seconds tempo, so they can bait again, and then they will snowball the game, but instead they insta-start, and then they don't get a favorable fight.
But this is the kind of thing, again, as I was saying, we see a lot from Unicorns. It's like, you start the Baron, you try and take the fight from it, and it's very, like, it's hard to do consistently. So sometimes it will backfire. If one guy makes a mistake, 2 guys makes a mistake, and suddenly a fight like this breaks out, and you risk 50-50 steals sometimes as well. And that is kind of the nature of how they play, which is why a game like this happens, where they win, then they lose a bit, then they win a bit, then they actually lose again, and then suddenly they get this last team fight they managed to win that closes out the entire game. But it's hard to say it was super convincing.
I mean, yeah, but I beg to say that this looked like a kind of a different game, though, from Unicorns. It looked messier than it usually is. And that's not to say that usually it isn't messy and it isn't back and forth, but I feel like they're more in control in the games we've seen so far than in this one.
Okay. Well, I think so. I haven't watched the match of the games. I only watched against lower tier teams. I didn't watch the HK series, actually. And against lower teams, they were pretty controlling, but it's hard to judge because those teams are just not on their level. And this game was just horrible. Like, it was fun to watch, entertaining, but in terms of macro and decisions that both teams took, it was just horrible. And they were like, just lucky to win a team fight in the end, and like just running down mid, and whoever wins, and Unicorns won, so I don't know.
Yeah, definitely. Aside from the lack of patience in the bot lane and Exile inting in the mid lane, there were also situations where Hili-Sang would look for a hook when their AD carry was on the top side of the map, which was when Thresh flashed into them and they got like a 3-4-0, I think, and lost mid tower for it. So I think they just lost complete control of the game as soon as Chachi lost his advantage off top.
Yeah, so if we don't seem to be able to make much sense of it because it was so messy, so what does Splyce say? Where does Splyce try and point their attention to, Martin?
I mean, that's the hard part for a lot of these teams, because we don't normally see Splyce play much cleaner in the summer split than this. I think Splyce in the past have actually shown games where they knew what to do ahead of time as well and could play like slower style and not just fight mid. But this split, they've actually opted into a lot of these games as well. Like Wonders had games where he went 0-5 by running into mid lane over and over. So they're kind of playing Unicorn's game, which is not in favor of Splyce, and that I think is a bit of an issue for them.
Honestly, I think Splyce's draft was just horrible. They had a passive jungler with like the most aggressive mid laner you can get, which is Sol, and they had a horrible top lane matchup, and on top of that, the matchup went even worse. Maybe the matchup is not that bad, but they lost at 2v2, and then they just got snowballed on the top side of the map. Sol could not impact the game for the whole time. I don't know, they just found the intermid, but if Exile just played a little bit safer, Sol would not be a champion because he would not be able to impact the map anywhere, and the top side of the map just lost too hard. So I think going into the next game, they should probably just play a matchup that is less snowbally in the top side, or pick a jungler that has more early game pressure, and I think then their mid lane pick would be fine. I want to see the Aurelion Sol because I don't think he did bad this game. I think he carried a lot the last time he played it. So I think they just need a better jungler together with their picks.
All right, well, ruthless and on-point analysis from our analysts, and that's exactly what we want. Coming up next, we have Game 2 between Splyce and the Unicorns of Love. Stick around.
Here at the caster desk because we have two crazy comps all about skirmishing. We've got fight potential in just about every single lane. Wasn't to be outraged on Exile, knocked back into the fight, has to be careful, but there's just too much CC. Can't even push his buttons. Keep it going, keep throwing the look over the wall. He's a monster, he's just unstoppable on this thresh, knocks him back into the pit. Oh, Sandcuck's in the thick of it, and nobody's far enough away to get hit by those stars. Melee range not looking good for the Aurelion Sol. Just keeps going, but there's the flank and the drake, there's the red, and he's not gonna drop. They don't have the damage. Samus, you blind her.
Oh, Samus stays alive.
Timers are counting down, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be enough to twitch the rise. The whole team here for the Unicorns of Love, and Mickey just in time to say goodbye as UOL take game 1.
and they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Welcome back to week 3 of the summer split, and the stakes are high for Splyce as they must win a game here if they want to keep this one going. And the Unicorns not looking to give it up easily. We saw in game 1. Doesn't matter if you trade blows back and forth in mid-game. If you can't back it up in those late-game team fights, it just does not matter, Stress.
Yeah, it does not matter at all. The Shen Twitch comp having that effect later on. You know, Unicorns, they've gone back into the ready rooms behind and talked over the strategy. Wonder what the Rubber Ring Unicorn had to say on this one, because, you know, they bring like another unicorn every time. The first week it was the Furby thing. Yeah. Now it's the Rubber Ring.
I'm just impressed they continue to find unicorn-themed props. Like, I wonder how much Ramaz daytime goes into that. And when he logs his hours as manager of Unicorns Love, is it like brand explorement, 3 hours? Like, I don't know.
Well, let's put some exploration. Wow, that was difficult to make it work.
Whatever,
into
man.
This pick ban
it's
phase.
pick ban time. Forget whatever else we said. It's time for game 2. Kennen taken away. Wonder, you're never going to get a play. It's not going to happen. Elise not giving it over to Trashy. Unicorns Love, they listen to the analyst desk. They don't want to see Trashy with an early game jungler. Lacan, Zach following up as well. So nothing crazy here yet in the pick ban phase. Just some of the classics.
I feel like Splyce may have to ban the Shen just because Unicorns would be one of the only teams that would first pick it. I think they even did that last week. Yeah, against H2K in game 3. They first picked Shen when it was available. So if Splyce don't take it away, likely going to be the pickup for Unicorns. Thresh is still not now available as that ban has come through.
Strength to delivery. They're backing you up. A little awkward. Wanted to call it.
It's all good.
Unicorns Love, they don't like it. They don't like how dominant Mickey was in making plays in the early game, and it looks like Splyce was not happy about how that laning phase went. But taking away the Shen means they give up the Galio, and now Splyce, we get their first choice of jungler, but going toe-to-toe with an incredibly powerful champion.
Could be the Lee Sin coming out here. The Ivern is the other pick that will be available, and I feel like if Unicorns had Ivern, Galio, and Twitch, that would be kind of disgusting. Now, this would be Splyce all-inning on it being a Galio in the top lane.
Yeah, that is aggressive.
So Fiora is a fantastic matchup into Galio in the top lane. But a first pick Galio answered with a first pick Fiora leaves Unicorns one hell of an ability to just say, okay, Exile, just play Galio for this game and we'll just destroy this
You've been struggling. We're going to give you some free defensive stats. And I like this. I'm going to be honest. I like that they're taking away the Twitch, because right now, if they had just gone Ivern Twitch on the side of Unicorns of Love, I would say GG already. I would say that it is done in draft, short of an absolute miracle for Splyce. But taking away that Twitch takes away the late game potential for Samex.
Yep, and as you said, takes it away from Samex. I feel like he'll default to the Caitlyn on this rotation if that Ivern gets locked in. They don't want to get that 80 carry pool pinched. And then Splyce will likely have to look for a jungler. And this is what we were talking about. I thought Unicorns might leave it a little bit later to take the Renekton. Of course, Fiora late game can do very well into Renekton, but the first 30 minutes of this game is a difficult matchup.
Just so difficult, of course, to parry the Ruthless Predator, which means all the follow-up damage is there as well. Wonder, of course, a really solid Fiora player. We cannot take that away from him, but Vizichachi is not to be underestimated. Now, the Ivern may still be on the board. Splyce can opt to take this if they want, but Unicorns Love, they're like, we'll just get our solo lanes.
I think you pick Lee Sin here if you're Splyce to get at least the advantageous jungle matchup, because then you ban Ivern Graves or Ivern Warwick, and you leave Unicorns without a whole lot of options. But
Interesting.
Trashy feels like if it is an Ivern pick, Gragas will get through the early game of this jungle pretty much unfazed if Unicorns do go the Ivern route.
And I feel like as critical as the desk was of the Gragas pick, it is still something that Trashy is very good at. So while it may not make the most sense in a let's look at these as 5 generic players playing at the top tier, when you look at Trashy specifically, this Gragas does work for him.
And I think it makes less sense now when you then ban the Ivern away, because you want a farming matchup if you're waiting to get to 6. So maybe if they force him onto a Kha'Zix or something, but Xerxes has Lee Sin and Warwick still available. And Warwick, although he can't necessarily compete with the Gragas.
It does feel a little bad stress when you give over to a team that is played insanely well to protect the 80 carry comps.
Oh, yeah.
Ivern, Galio, Caitlyn.
Oh, you are absolutely correct. Like, that's all I'm saying is now the Gragas makes a little bit less sense.
Definitely
than,
fair, definitely
than it
fair.
should.
Well, Talia's still banned away from Senkuks, and it looks like decent priority on his comfort picks once again. More scared of the Talia than the Aurelion Soul, but we may see a Soul ban here as well.
Yeah, I think that would be smart out of Unicorns here. Force Splyce into something like perhaps an Orianna that would come out as a pick for mid lane. Just something very neutral. Of course, the Syndras, the LeBlancs of the world are available because why wouldn't they be banned away in a game between two teams competing at the top level for Europe? But I think Unicorns may even go another route here. If you see something like the Kindred that was banned away from Xerxes in one of the games previously, there are a lot of jungle options for the Unicorns that they have to choose from.
On the one hand, I love Kindred. She's one of my favorite champions. On the other hand, her numbers, I just feel like, are not good enough. But I could be wrong, because I felt the same way about Warwick, and then Xerxes proved me wrong. So there is an opportunity.
Oh, that's a bard. That is a bard locked in for Hylissang. We've seen it in splits gone by.
This is the Unicorns Classic stress.
Yeah.
They've talked about this bot lane endlessly when we asked them about it. They're like, you bard ult, you get the trap, you get the chain CC. If these guys hit you with any CC, you are locked down for 4 to 5 seconds.
And Twitch has to come forward towards you to actually be effective in a lot of the laning portions here. And if you can land that Cosmic Binding, that obviously puts him in a very vulnerable spot. Even with a Braum alongside him, there is a little bit of, as you said, trading potential utilizing the Bard and the Caitlyn synergy together. It's the Warwick pick coming out from Xerxes, none of the Kindreds that we were talking about, but I still think this is the same kind of thing. Warwick can be such a good front line with the fear that Splyce may struggle to get onto that Caitlyn.
But I like this. Splyce now have late game scaling in the bag. They may be a bit weaker in the early game. That is going to be difficult. But we look at that Cassidy in the mid lane. He's just going to get pushed in. He's just going to farm up. There is not kill pressure there right now. But in the top side of the map, similar story for the Fiora, but there's a lot of kill pressure on her. If Warwick does want to make a visit, either way, stress. They're poised for some action in the early game if Unicorns of Love are looking to win this out.
And this is late game side lane dominance from Splyce. If you wanted to see a comp that late game will 1-3-1 effectively, you have 2 strong side lanes and a disengaged set of tools on both your jungle and your support. So this is Splyce saying if we get past 30 minutes, we are taking over in this game. But they have to get past the Unicorn skirmishing power and the protection on the AD carry when they're fighting together as one unit. You can't overlook that.
And the playmaking potential in the early game, the double TPs, the semi-global from the Galio, the incredible movement speed. Managers come out to shake hands too.
Hans and Romain.
Ramah has his shirt on.
Hans is now going to be busy searching for like snake merchandise.
Yeah, what do we call him? We got the Love Hurts crew. What is the Splyce equivalent, Stress? That's the big question.
Snake bites or something like that?
Could be. Let us know. At LOL Esports. Or show your support. Hashtags. You know where they're at. You've been here before. You know the drill. There's Unicorns guy too. We'll round it out.
He's here.
Well, as you may be able to tell, dear audience, it is a bit of a Unicorns of Love favored crowd, but it's time for game 2, and no matter who you're cheering for, it's gonna be explosive. Splyce versus the Unicorns of Love. Unicorns of Love running out the base on the blue side, up against Splyce on the red.
Bizuchachi is a difficult one to chant, but I'll give you credit for trying. It was good.
Remember, it means water donkey, if I believe. So if you're looking for an alternative thing to chant that means the same thing.
You can also chant water donkey at him? I was going to go with you could just chant cha-chi, but, you know, that would be a...
Look, I don't think the Love Hurts crew needs any help cheering for the Unicorns of Love, believe it or not. They are here quite frequently. Every time, actually.
Trashy, if he can't, you know, the headphones block so much of the noise, he might be thinking, oh, they're chanting trashy if it's chachi. He might be like, yes, chant for me, audience.
Trashy needs Splyce they need a little hype up here.
Yeah.
You know, they got to be feeling sore after that game because they were just about dead even for most of it. They were fighting back and forth, and even when top lane was looking so bad for them, they struck back in the mid lane. Now, admittedly, Mithy said, just inting a little bit. Now, regardless, pretty sure it wasn't intentional, but it was a rough game for Exile, and we'll see if he can do better this time around. There's not a lot of pressure on him in this laning phase.
And that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Exile, not a lot of pressure on him as an individual. Galio should be a more safe mid laner. We're going to talk about bot lane because Hilly...
3 stacks, 4 stacks, that's a lot of damage, but Copy's the one taking the back end of this trade. Bard level 1 is so strong. Heals coming out. Hylissang in trouble. 1, 2, 3, looking for the last stack of the concussive blows. A little more damage. Does look favorable in the end, but nice built over Peacemaker to trade back.
So here's one of the things that will happen from this Twitch now. although the heal did get used by Cobby, of course, Doran's shield will just kind of regenerate Cobby's health bar quite quickly up here, as whereas Samix now has to output a few more autos to be able to trade back in exchange, because of course he doesn't have the shield, he's got the blade. So over time, Cobby will get a little bit more out of this Doran shield and health potion start.
But only if he keeps trading, only if he keeps utilizing that passage, and only if he can stop Samix from hitting the minions, because that lifesteal will eventually add up.
It will, but the actual passive regeneration can't be overlooked as well in this sense. Yes, you do get that big burst of regeneration once you've been hit, but still will start chugging up onto the Twitch. The problem is they didn't get level 2 at the same time, and now they get zoned away from the lane. So regardless of the health regeneration, Unicorns are dictating the pace of this lane.
It's very rough. Hylissang just throws out a Cosmic Binding, lands a meat toss, makes it pretty easy, and Senkux doing what he can to pick up the CS here, having to use a lot of his abilities just to farm.
And this is where we wanted to look at in the mid lane as well. One of the reasons why you can pick Kassadin here is, yes, you will get shoved in, but almost every champion will shove in Kassadin in the early game, in the laning phase. But Senkux should be safe to get to a level 6 point and then look to roam, utilize this double TP setup that actually both teams are running. And Senkux should be able to get through the most difficult parts of the game on Kassadin quite easily.
Now moving forward, so as we look at this, I'm going to be honest, man. This is always the weirdest part of the game, because I feel like at any moment people can kill each other, but it's going to be much less bloody. Oh, Samix, that's actually super bad for you. Chain CC doesn't quite come through. It does take a lot of poke. And I'm just ready for fights. Now I'm coming down, because we had a Blitzcrank Thresh game last game, and I think I need to calm down, because I don't think it's going to be quite as explosive.
I know, I'm still getting baited in. Like, every time a trap lands.
So many early game exchanges. We have a skill matchup on the top side. Nice parry.
That was
actually
a good
rather
parry.
not parry. No, didn't actually block anything.
Ah.
So bad parry. Perfect timing by Visit Chachi. It's hard to tell, man. There's just too many animations to keep up with.
Yeah, and I think when you look at it, you're talking about when the explosive action is actually going to come through. Well, we've got junglers about to converge in the top lane, but no ultimates. We're so early on in the game that nobody really can dictate fights particularly well.
Xerxes just hungry and hunting for blood. Now the Warwick, maybe not the conventional pick that we see on the international stage, but in the hands of Xerxes, it is so powerful. Now you look at this. He is the true survivor. That's what we have called him. He did not die at all last game, but this graphic did not feature in last game stats. He's not had more than 3 deaths in his last 31 games. Second lowest death percentage and deaths per game in Summer. He's the only non-AD carry ranked top 10 in death in number spring. And the reason this is crazy, he plays melee champions, guys.
Oh, yeah.
He fights constantly, constantly. This man jumps into the face of the death, and he comes out every time alive.
It is impressive how well Xerxes has been playing. We of course saw him in the TCL doing very well when he would eventually win the TCL before coming to the EU LCS, but we always were talking about how, you know, playing against the likes of Trick, Jankos, it's another level. But this guy took to it like a duck, or I guess a unicorn rubber ring to water, because Xerxes, rookie of the split, first time around, he could even be angling towards that MVP that Chachi got.
That's true.
From Spring. Who knows?
We'll see very early in the split to say, and I will say, stress, technically you can only get rookie of the split in your first go. It's a little bit of the nature of the award, but
hey, but what I'm
still
saying
impressive.
is he won it. He won it the first split
Came in
match.
clutch. Now it's interesting as we look back, game at hand. Samson doing very well in these trades, and Mickey and Poppy really suffering against this Bard pick. The Braum just doesn't feel like the team's set up for success on the bottom side of the map, but everywhere else, Farm looking pretty even, much less explosive than we saw in the previous game. No roams coming in for either support yet, but Poppy now in trouble. Unbreakable comes out. Ignite has been used. Thought that trap hit Kabi, but just going to run off cooldown, and now the fight's going to stop.
This game, you're seeing Xerxes put a bunch of points into the Blood Hunt, the W first of all, trying to get some of that extra movement speed and frighten people with that eerie music that comes through when Warwick is hunting a low health target.
A little extra attack speed too on those low health targets, so helps with the clear as well. You can see on the side there, that's not attack speed, Kassadin, that's as Kassadin, let's be clear here, nothing that crazy. But he's 6'1". Overall, and Senkux and of course all of Splyce incredibly successful in the past with these 1-3-1 compositions.
Look at Xerxes is level 6 and Trashy is level 4. Like Xerxes is heavily outfarmed. Here comes an ultimate early on in the game.
Stealth is there.
Trying to find
He
Mickey.
can see the trail of blood.
Ooh.
That was a sick read. I cannot lie. Forces the flash out. No vision on the Twitch. Let's be clear here. Just a trail of blood to guide him. More than enough.
And it adds up to a bot lane tower coming from this. Early level 6, or at least much earlier than Trashy, who's been denied on this Gragas. And suddenly, Splyce struggling in the bottom half of the map.
And the desk brought this up. This is a weak early game pick. Gragas needs to farm up, needs a few items under his belt before he really can be relevant in so many scenarios. And this is not a start they can afford to have. Xerxes looking even more confident in game 2 than he did in game 1 and just shutting Trashy down.
And Splyce did not really address the fact that Unicorns still had junglers that could compete somewhat in the early game. Like, they didn't ban the Warwick. They banned the Ivan, which we agree for the protecting the AD carry in the later game is a great pick to take away from the Unicorns. But Splyce, they're not really going to make it to the late game if this Gragas stays nearly 2 levels behind, because they'll never be able to fight. They won't have a front line with this composition if Mickey and Trashy are significantly behind.
Now they've moved their bot lane into mid a bit earlier than they wanted to, not even level 6 yet. But for now, if Twitch gets to continue farming, it will be good for Splyce. As you already mentioned, Stress, just got to hold on. Just got to make it to the late game. But already off to an incredibly rough start. You see Fiora falling behind on the top side, and she's not going to get the luxury of keeping up a 1v1 laning phase. May just have to leave here. Trashy is around, however, but just hitting level 6, and he's still so far behind.
The difficulty is there's a bit of a clock on Splyce's hold in the mid lane, because once you've now lost top tower and bottom tower, it means that Fiora and Kassadin will be a lot further back in the lanes for any Rift Herald attempts. And if they're in vision, you can suddenly go for it. Exile, however, 2 versus 1.
Backs off, wins the ward, dishing good damage back onto Kabi. Exile still hungry for a bit of blood. No one's around to back him up, however. Does continue to poke, and Stress, I'm going to be honest, this is looking really bad for Splyce. And it may not look it quite yet. It's only a 2K difference, but they have no pressure anywhere on the map. Not a single one of their champions can 1v1 the opposition right now.
And they need to. They desperately need to in this game. With a Fiora, with a Kassadin, they need to be in situations where they can win trades. And as we were talking about, when now Fiora has to sit under her tower, Kassadin pushes out bottom lane and then recalls, there won't be too many opportunities available for Splyce to have those advantageous positions. Rift Herald will be up soon. Unicorns with a Caitlyn can control mid lane very effectively. Perhaps the only hope is that Unicorns, while their double teleport is still not available, go overly aggressive and Splyce can punish. That might be their only opening in the next couple of minutes.
And we can't forget, Splyce weren't off to a great start in either game either.
They
found opportunities. Trashy out comes the Tempered Fate, connects onto the tower. Trash does go down. Not Trash, Strap. Trashy's still alive. Does make it out, but there's the synergy between the bot lane that we come to expect, and now Unicorns will love. They're just going to take these free objectives because there's no one around to contest.
Little anticlimactic on the first bot ult of the game, but it's okay. It opens up for the Dragon attempt for the Unicorns. And keep in mind, last game, by this point, we had like 4 team fights happening already. Like, Unicorns had picked up a handful of kills, Splyce had traded the same. Now, this has all been about the farm and objective game. You can see that Unicorns heavily winning in the top and bot lanes, but its mid lane is the only thing for Splyce. Senkex has been able to farm up, and even then, it's only a small lead that is offset easily by the towers.
And things are a little bit grim. The good news for Splyce is that once again they have scaling picks, and of course the way that jungle experience works, it's not impossible for Trashy to keep up. It's very hard for Trashy to maintain a large lead over here. He may be able to stay 1 level ahead, but very difficult to maintain a 2-level lead as he did earlier. So things aren't terrible. However, it's not really about fights right now, and Unicorns love, they would win it if they took it, but Splyce just need to find an opportunity to maybe converge on a weaker member, maybe find a pick here, or simply just hold on.
There is going to be an awkward point in this game post about 2 items for the Unicorns, where Caitlyn's not quite strong enough, and unless Chachi can accelerate his lead, might not be strong enough himself to be able to clean up an entire fight. A fight where Splyce maybe can take that would be around about that 16-17 minute mark. So that would be one that Unicorns have to be wary of themselves if they're not getting further and further ahead.
And now they're just going to take the Rift Herald. They're just going to look to continue to extend this lead. They've already got pressure in the lanes. They've already started to break down every single outer tower available. And now they want to get the mid lane, but they're not going to do it with their champions. They're going to do it with our good old friend, the Rift Herald. Splyce, though, they got 3 members strong here. maybe not aware that the Rift Herald is going down, but they're moving up there on the way in. 2K, TP's coming. Cersei going to activate, looking for a little bit more. Flashes come out. Mickey X in no man's land has to flash to safety. Kabi standing back, looking to dish out a little bit of damage. Nothing going to happen in the end, and it's just advantage to Unicorns of Love.
When they get the wave, though, it should result in that mid lane tower going down here because they can push towards it.
Ulti canceled. I don't know why people keep doing that. If you get interrupted, it just goes bye-bye, folks. Unicorns of Love giving up a small advantage there. Amazing all by Mickey. Now they're knocked back into the tower. That could be the fight. That could be the turn. Grand Challenge has been issued. Vizichachi, the healing is coming through for 4 members strong on the side of Splyce. That's the turn and burn. Man, you can't disrespect the Kassadin. He's looking for a little bit more blood. Riftwalk, how much does it cost? And does he want to get it? Because Splyce, they're back in the game.
We were talking about how Splyce would be struggling. Unicorns, they could break mid tower easily. Well, Unicorns botch the fight. The Rift Herald gets cancelled. And Splyce now have the perfect setup in the sense that their Kassadin just got 2 kills way earlier than they would have liked it anyway, and now Kassadin can control that side lane. I don't think Exile can realistically sit out in a side lane against him, so Xerxes started channeling. Gromol, maximum range, denies the channel. As really, that was just a little greedy out by the Unicorns.
You know, we can say teams are still getting used to it for sure. Not everyone aware of the interaction here, but if you get canceled during that channel time, it is over. And if you tower dive a Twitch and a Kassadin this early in the game, no matter what your lead, just does not look like it's going to work out.
And the rest of the fight, Splyce just balance the crowd control, get the damage down, and Splyce come out with the lead coming from that team fight.
And keep in mind, the KD and team fights that you see at the bottom of your screen, that does not include game 1 and the back and forth action, but you can see Unicorns Love incredibly dominant in team fight. 2.4 kills for every 1 death they sustain. Splyce, a little less consistent. Some games, they're going to do really well. Some games not as great, and that results in the 1.0. And we'll see, because right now it's not a 1.0 game for them for sure. 3 for 1, the exchange.
It's been a lot better for Splyce. I think my favorite one was after week 1. I think Unicorns were like 7-1. But
comes out, slow.
Exile.
Duran trying to hold on for safety. Samix backing off. They are going to get hit up by the ultimate. Senkux is all but set to fall. Now will he be able to rip off over the wall? The chain CC comes in. He has no option to escape. Kassadin, so mobile, but bye-bye. As the fight continues, however, Kabi still alive. Trashy trying to hold on. The stealth going to keep it going. They're trading back and forth. In the end, it's just the 1 for 1.
1 for 1, and again, it's the fact that Splyce try and take this fight. The last one went so well for them. Why not catch out Exile as he's moving between lanes? Wonder not quite able to get onto the cone in time.
He still wants to keep the fight
over.
going, however. Vizichachi back to the wall, not going to let the Grand Challenge continue. Vital on the backside, perfect placement. Vizichachi, Wonder flashes over. He wants to keep the fight going. It's on the right side, doesn't need it. Grabs the kill, but now the fight just keeps going. Hylissang gets aggressive. Meanwhile, there's a tower going down in the mid lane.
Senkux coming
Stress is not going to stop. Senkux now hungry for blood, looking to set his eyes on Samix. Out comes the ultimate. Heroic entrance for Exile. Or rather, just a quick step back, but Wonder and Hylissang try and catch the Bard. Not a very favorable game, as it looks like. There goes the portal. Wonder, don't take that. Yeah, he's learned.
Yeah, Wonder has learned on that one. Chachi was not expecting Wonder to be able to 1v1 him out in the side lane this early on. You'd anticipate it coming later on in the game. And remember, Splyce first picked this Fiora in response to a Galio that they thought was going to the top lane.
I still feel like might be questionable, but when you see it in the hands of Wonder, it does make you think that maybe it was the right choice for this team.
I mean, at this point in the game, you have to look at it that it was the right choice. It's going to take over the side lane, as will this Kassadin, but they thought they were killing Exile. It takes so long to take down this Galio that Senkux eventually gets locked down. Bard ultimate keeps him in place, and normally the high mobility of the Kassadin wasn't quite enough on this one. And it was enough for Unicorns to be able to turn it back in their favor at first, and then Wonder just out of nowhere blindsides Chachi in the bottom lane for another kill through that. Chachi trying to get his 5 a day on the fruit, but unfortunately it's not quite enough to deal with what Wonder's bringing to the table on that one. If the Fiora can do this at 15 minutes, that's a bad sign for the Unicorns the longer this game goes.
And the Fiora could not have done that if it was not for the aggressive plays coming in for Unicorns to Love. And as we watch this unfold just a little bit further, we have to remember, this is the kind of thing, these are the kind of mistakes you cannot afford to make against a team that snowballs so heavily. The Kassadin, the Fiora, the Twitch, all champions that if you give them a few kills can take over the game. Splyce still down in gold, however. Unicorns of Love still definitely in control. 3 towers to 0, 2 dragons to 0. They have to be careful moving forward because their side lanes aren't quite as good as they once were.
No, they really weren't. They really aren't anymore. And that's the game that Splyce want to play for the rest of this entire match. I don't want to see them grouping in the middle lane because that means Unicorns will have these exchanges again and again. The problem is Senkux without his TP available means he does have to react towards this mid point quite often and quite quickly. It's Wonder that needs to be out in the side lane. For now, you can see he's bottom lane containing Chachi. And the problem for Splyce is they still feel like they are behind, which they are, 2k gold. So you don't immediately go on the offensive with this 1-3-1. Yes, they control the side lanes, but the midpoint of the map is where Unicorns are still going to try and force them to fight.
And we're just at this break point in the game, Stress, where I feel like Unicorns Love are definitely winning. but it's not. I'm not confident right now, right? Because it's not a 10 lead. It's not insurmountable. It's not like the Unicorns of Love have this one in the bag. And as we get later and later in the game, the Twitch gets scarier and scarier. Now, admittedly, Caitlyn does pretty well in a lot of situations, but I feel like we're gonna have to see how cleanly Unicorns of Love can play from here. If they can keep the lead snowballing, if they can find the fights they want.
I like what Hylissang and Zirse were trying to do there on the bottom side, trying to catch Wonder from a distance. Of course, difficult to catch a Fiora with a Bard ult. It's kind of easy for her to escape that, but Hylissang trying to attack the side lanes at the same time, trying to really pick apart Splyce. However, he's alone.
Off. Ult does connect, but only onto him in the red buff. Does keep the objective safe for now. Knock back into the team. That's two members in the thick of it. Senkux dishing out a decent amount of damage on the backside. Kabi as well. But in comes Vizichachi looking for a little bit more. That's going to be forced back to the concussive blow. Now he's in trouble. Out comes the taunt. It's Exile blocking for his brother in arms, but there's Senkux on the backside. Force Pulse goes in. The Braum CC just keeps coming. Senkux is waiting for an opportunity. Hunting, and he smells blood in the water. Exile going to go down, but he goes over the wall. Will he continue the hunt?
He's looking for him, can't quite get the angle on it as the Unicorns went up. But look, now this opens up mid-tower for Splyce. Hylissang went too aggressive over two sides of the map. We were praising him for looking to attack the side lane, bottom lane, but then he runs through the enemy topside jungle where he knew a couple of people were waiting, right into the open arms of Senkux, and it turns into a kill going in favor of Splyce. And now that's a tower opening up that Unicorns were looking to hold on to for a whole lot longer.
Now the goal gets even closer. Dead even. The Dragon's the only difference between the team. Baron 30 seconds out will be the next major objective worth fighting for, but Unicorns of Love thought they found the pick, but the pick found them.
Yeah, Hylissang walks into two members. It's Trashy and Senkux. Exile arrives with nobody there as a welcoming party for him, and it really just doesn't end up going in the way of the Unicorns. It's another game where I just feel like Exile is not performing to what we expect from him. And you know,
to be fair in this fight, he does give his life to save Vizichachi.
He does. I wonder whether that's indicative of who's calling that shot coming through. But you look at it, Unicorns are running out of time with this composition for at least a while longer. Like, Caitlyn's an item and a half in. Need to get to that 4-item point. Need to get to the point where Samux can output enough damage on his own that with 4 supports, he can carry a team fight for the Unicorns.
Now Vizichachi, though, he's going to be the one who's in trouble. Flashed over the wall. No blast cone this time. Grand challenge issued. One vital going to get procs. Not going to need it. Yo,
side lanes,
okay.
Side lanes belong to Splyce. And at this point, Senkux wants to just take the fight mid lane. Wait, Unicorns just jumped in.
Taunt's gonna happen. Kabi's still alive and well on the back line. Xerxes can't find a way into the fight quite yet. That's 2 people knocked up. Mickey gonna keep it because of blow stacks coming up. Ult canceled. That's an awkward one. Exile trapped in no man's land. He's gonna get picked off. Hylissang's gonna be scratching his head. That was disastrous.
Speaking of scratching his head, have you ever noticed every time Exile dies, he scratches the side of his head? Well, it's already happened 3 times.
Well, the rest of his team managed to scratch their heads. Things are looking pretty grim. That's a Kassadin on the chase, a Fiora on the chase. Nobody gets away from these champions. Trashy, though, gonna grab it in the end, and Splyce can just turn their sights on Baron. No one is there to stop him.
And look at how well the 1-3-1 style works.
That was a clean bar stun. They're gonna turn it back. Senkux, you can escape a lot, but you can't outrun a gun. But now, Stress, comes the moment of truth. They're up against a smite. The Baron is steadily dropping. Hans, their manager, is trying to look professional on screen as he holds his hands together, praying for this Baron to go in the favor of Splyce. Now they're gonna have to back off. They're just setting their sights on it. They know this play. They've been here before. They want to turn it back. Exile in the middle of the team, and he's got a ton of health, but he doesn't have the damage to back it up. Samix over the wall, though, may be able to dish out enough to stop this fight from going against him. Trying to walk back into the fight, trying to make his way out. Justice Punch continuing to tick down, but Kabi's already got one. Splyce now find the lead.
It has delayed the Baron successfully for the Unicorns, but they have hemorrhaged the lead that they once had. And as you were saying, Splyce just able to take these fights again and again. 4 kills on their carries, and then 3 kills on Fiora as well. Like, there's so much damage coming from this Splyce lineup that Unicorns are starting to run out of options, especially on these segmented fights. Like, Vizichachi isn't even alive, and the Unicorns are in a position that they can get caught out in the mid lane. This is one of the drawbacks of the Unicorn style, is from behind, it can be very difficult. Great cancel on the ultimate there, as Exile couldn't get himself out, and then Splyce.
I don't think you want to praise the camp.
Oh,
that was Hillsang.
Sorry. Oh, that was bad.
Yeah, great for Splyce. Agreed. And now here you hit that point where Kassadin and Wonder just take... Kassadin and Fiora just take turns 2v1ing champions.
It's been one of those games. Thank you for having my back.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, what a great cancel.
It would have been a great Bard ult if it was the right person, and now Vizichachi is going to need more than just a great ult. It's not enough, because Splyce are going to grab yet another kill, and Senkux and Wonder are out of control this game.
Like, this game theoretically should be done in favor of Splyce with the way that they're holding on to this. But when have you ever seen a 14 kill to 3 lead only result in 2,500 gold? That is how the Unicorns have been really utilizing some of the extra farm they had in the early game, the tower advantage they once had. They've still had the 2 dragons up as well. Splyce have just been good at fighting back.
Yeah, and we have to praise Unicorns so love for playing such a smart macro game early, for just punishing the weaknesses of Splyce's composition. But now that we're in the mid game, now that Splyce are the stronger ones, things are starting to fall apart a little bit. Unicorns love a little too hungry to fight or find those fights now. And now you've got the 2-man death brush. And here you don't need CC, folks. You've got pure damage. Death is the best CC.
There's a couple of slows in there. Chachi is really kind of lamenting this Renekton pick. They thought it would work well for the Unicorns.
Hey, you remember when you destroyed me in lane as Shen? Yeah, here's a little payback, says Wonder. He leaps forward, but Galio may be looking to turn it. They have the chain CC to keep this going. Will he be able to get to parry? Does parry the Justice Punch and just walks right on out of the fight. Here comes the Bard. Now Wonder leaping back in. He knows he has to fight. He knows he has to make a stand. That's the shutdown for Exile. That's the play we're waiting to see. Fear goes in. Does not matter. Warwick gonna follow. Chain CC comes out. Senkux trying to get a kill back, trying to weave, trying to bob, trying to find his way in. Not gonna get it. Xerxes grabs it in the end, but the Baron now in the sights of Splyce. They're gonna have to back off. Vizichachi and Samix are already in position.
Or Splyce, they're spreading themselves too thin on the map here. I like what they were attempting with the attempted play onto Vizichachi, but Unicorns reacted in time. Exile got his ult there in enough time to respond, and Unicorns now are the ones that are looking for this Baron. Perhaps they have everybody still alive. Still 20 seconds on Senkux, 10 seconds on Wonder. This might be what Unicorns need to secure the lead once again.
Double stun comes in. Hillsang doing his best to buy a bit of time, but he doesn't lock up Trashy. Can he steal the Baron? Where's he going to go? Over the wall. Does he have the flash? Can he make it in? Not going to be able to make it quite yet. Waiting, holding on. The taunt. He flashes into the pit. Ooh. In the end, Unicorns gets it. It's a sloppy fight. But now Mickey X is on the front line. Kabi on the way in. Wonder on the way in. Can't afford to take the portal. And it's a bloodbath. But Unicorns love are the one who grabbed the Baron. But now they're going to have to be careful because here comes Kabi. Not quite enough damage to dish out.
Ooh, Unicorns will get away with 4 members with the Baron, and from what has been a crazy game 1 into a just as crazy game 2. A lot of fights over the last 10 minutes. Difficult to keep track of everything going on. Ooh, just take a break for a moment. Let's take another look at this.
We'll look at this one more time, and you can see it. Blood in the eyes of Splyce. They're a little too hungry for this kill.
They didn't really react to the Galio being close enough, half the map away. Good parry on the Justice Punch, but at that point, Splyce now can't cross enough distance to get themselves out. So they try and kind of fight, try and get Senkux out alive. But look, the team were on Baron at the same time, but there was enough time with the teleport coming through from Vizichachi that they could hang on. And Unicorns are the big benefactors of this entire play by Splyce because, again, not enough people to defend against the Baron play, and they got out with 4 members. As Unicorns knew that they could take this down. Trashy tries to get in for his steal and just takes way too much damage at first. Taunted up, tried to get in, was on time but couldn't quite get the smite down. Exile managed to secure that, and then Splyce pick up a couple more pieces from the end of it, but Unicorns still come out ahead.
we set our sights back on the game, Senkuk's gonna have to back off here. He may be strong, but really just good at killing those squishier members of the team. Can't quite fight the dual tanks of Vizicachi and Exile. Bruiser builds, making it pretty easy to keep this going. Samix now moving forward incredibly aggressively, but does take half the health off Kabi for nothing in exchange, so it does work out for him. Heal burn from Kabi as well.
Samix is getting closer to that point, looking for that rapid fire static shiv combo on the headshot. And Chachi's got to be careful.
Senkuk's, though, giving a lot of respect over. Doesn't want to jump into no man's land, and now they're just going to set their sights on tier 2. Splyce going to have to back off here. They may have a lot of dueling potential, but they don't have a lot of wave clear here. No real good options against this Baron.
There are only a handful of wards behind the Unicorns as well, so Splyce can't really quite get that teleport play coming through from Senkuk's. Unicorns, this was what they were looking to kind of keep the game in their favor. Splyce had really started to snowball heavily off those kills, and were trying to drag things out to the side lane. With that Baron buff, though, they're not able to. For another minute, it means Splyce is stuck reacting to what the Unicorns are doing.
Yeah, nothing feels quite as bad as a 1-3-1 composition against a Baron buff. They're playing pretty well. Ultimate is going to come out. Now Mickey X is locked up under a tower. That's the Twitch taken out of the fight. That could be huge for the fight, but Wonder is continuing to look to dish out damage. Kabi now flashes forward. They're knocked back. In the middle of it, Splyce. Absolute monsters in this exchange. Now looking for a little bit more. Wonder looking to find the flank as well. It's just going to heal up for now. Senkuk's moving forward. Kabi moving forward. Vizicachi trying to turn it. Samix looking for an opportunity to dish out the damage. He flashes in. Samix wants to get a little bit more. Can he keep the fight going? Trashy on the tails. Hylissang going to find the stun. They're trying to turn it. The two-man duo. It's not enough. Kassadin coming in. They're just going to chase down Hylissang at this point. Blast Cone comes out. Magical Journey. Will it be enough? Bard so quick to get away. They're going to chase him down.
It's a Kassadin.
I don't think you can outrun a Kassadin. Hylissang, another portal.
No.
Makes it over the wall. Stun. Now slowed up a little bit. Senkuk's moving forward. Hylissang, how long's the cooldown, bud? How long you got? Nope, not going to get it. That's the ace from Splyce in the end.
Nice attempt. Takes a lot of time away from Splyce, but there are only 2 members alive. So watch this as Exile goes in. He tries to defend here. Shield of Duran comes out, and Xerxes, he's hungry like the wolf, goes aggressive at this point. But then Unicorns, remember, it was the 90s that they were relevant last in the music scene, and Splyce turned things back around for the aggressive play themselves. It's easy for this point for Kabi Senkuk's to output damage in response, but wait for the comeback talk, because here comes Samix into the fight as the Caitlyn. This is the point we were talking about, where Samix should be able to carry fights on his own, but he's having to deal with a fed Kassadin. That's not going to end well for them, and Splyce are able to tear apart the Unicorns at the one strength we were talking about, as Hylissang gives them the runaround for the rest of this fight. But look, Splyce with the Fiora, with the Kassadin, have so much damage output that it is incredibly difficult for Samix to do it.
Look at that. Look at
Samix.
Samix. You got to praise him. Look at that damage in the last fight. That man is the only reason Unicorns Love did as well as they did. But while we're looking at the Twitch, Wonder is dishing out so much damage. Trinity Force, Ravenous. He doesn't need any tanky items. And Trashy wants to start a fight. Samix may just get deleted instantly. The Galley ult comes out. He's trying to save him. Senkuk's gonna hold on for now. Where's the taunt gonna go? He's locked up. The chain CC comes in. Samix is still alive. Isn't gonna get the heal though. That could be massive. Wonder now moving forward. The Caitlyn continues to dish out damage. Kabi on the backside as well. Grand Challenge has been issued. That's the healing for the team, but now they're in the middle of it. Now they're feared up, and Samix is still alive, but he backs out, gets shut down, and Splyce, they take control. Now they're looking for Hylissang. I don't know if they're going to find him, but Unicorns Love, they're going to have to run away, because there's really no options left. Kabi comes over the wall. Bye-bye, Hylissang. Hello, Splyce. That's going to look good for the team.
That should be enough to break through the mid lane. It likely won't result in an inhibitor, so that means this game is going longer. There's still 1 minute 30 for the Baron buff to be available. And honestly, Splyce are showing they have this immense strength from their top and mid lane, but Unicorns, their team fighting is strong enough that they hold them through. This was a fight that engaged onto their AD carry to start things. Then Senkuk's cuts off Samix's exit path. This Bard ult is a great Bard ult because it actually denies Kabi's ability to spray and pray all the way through this corridor for a while. However, he manages to catch up, gets the damage output, and Samix looks like he's maybe in a safe spot, but there's nobody to protect him apart from that trap line in front. The Unicorns end up falling, but Splyce didn't have enough to crack the base.
And Samix, he's still alive on the backside, but he doesn't have the luxury of hitting everybody like the Twitch does, and it's just so brutal for this team because Samix, he's the lone reliable source of damage. Woo! You can see it on your screen, but let me tell you, a little bit about the Lord and Savior of Splyce. My man Twitch on the bottom side. This character in late game fights is gross. There's just nothing you can do about it.
There are not many fights where we show a damage after the fight graphic that has over 10,000 damage on one player alone, but Kobe is 9-1 and 9. Just the amount of damage output from Spray and Pray, it just straight through everybody on the Unicorns in that passage. And remember, that was after a Bard ult hit him to begin the fight when everybody was clumped. That could have been even
you're
more.
you're gonna need a few more seconds of taking the Twitch out of the fight if you want to win right now. Now, Unicorns of Love, they're not 100% out of the game, but things are looking dire. 3K gold deficit, but now they're gonna try to take Baron. Now they're gonna try to find a way back. They see Wonder on the bottom side. They say, this is our opportunity.
It's absolutely an opportunity, but I don't know whether it's one that they really want to take here. It's a bit of a 50-50.
Have to be careful. Fight coming in. Wonder on the way. Xerxes backing off. Ultimate does connect on Samix, but no one else going to pull the trigger. Kabi, ult does go up. This is the possible opportunity. Can they lock him down? The GNCZ is going in. Galio's trying to find the grand entrance, but he cannot get it. Now the damage continues to come out. It is not just about Kabi. It is about Senkux. It is about Wonder. It is about 3 impossible to duel members and an amazing fight for Splyce.
Yeah, Splyce just too strong on their carries. We looked at how Unicorns had managed to hold the game close for the majority of this, but how do you deal with a 6-2-15 Fiora, a 7-4-14 Kassadin, and a 10-1-13 Twitch? The answer, unfortunately, for the Unicorns in game 2 is you can't.
Unicorns of Love could not afford to make a single mistake against a composition like this, but unfortunately one was all it took before Splyce started to take over the game. And here we are, folks. We are going to a game 3.
There's been nothing orthodox about these games. We just saw Splyce first pick Fiora, have it then picked away from them in the sense that a Renekton gets taken on the other side, and they dominate the Unicorns in team fights. They didn't even need to 1-3-1 that game.
I'm gonna be honest, Stress. I don't think Unicorns of Love can afford to continue to build compositions where they only have one damage threat if it's not gonna be that Twitch. And even then, it feels a little rough for the team because when it came to those mid to late game team fights, yes, you have enough damage to kill a Kassadin and a Fiora if you can lock them down. But then if you kill them, the Twitch kills you. And it's just this impossible triangle where you pick one side and the other two just kill you every time. It feels like there was no right way out once Unicorns of Love fell behind.
Yeah, and Unicorns of Love from the top side of the map this time. We praised how Xerxes hadn't had more than 3 deaths in a game, really. 7 deaths on that one. Chachi was 0-8.
Well, that's going to be the game that ends the streak then. Splyce with the series on the line, pulled off a clutch performance. Let's send it to Shocks and Friends for the full story.
Thank you so much. And Xerxes, the man on your screen, racked up the most deaths in his LCS career after we were praising him so hard in game number 1. Hey, Foxy had 13 deaths and he still won the game.
He won the game.
Yeah.
Though, I mean, that's the actually funny part about Warwick. Because when you're ahead early game, oh my god, you look fantastic. When you fall behind, you're super useless in team fights.
And we are going to get the picks and bans up in just a second because I want to kind of look at them in terms of risk versus reward, because it seems like there were a couple of picks that if they get rolling, that's amazing. But if they don't, then it's not the best. Perks, what kind of risks we're taking in this pick and ban from both teams?
Okay, so first, Unicorns first picks Galio, which is like super OP champ, I think, right now. And then Splyce picks Fiora, which is like counter to Galio, but I don't know if it's like... Galio can be flex picked to mid too. So Fiora really is like really meh pick. It's really risky because you get you lose lane to most of the champs like Renekton or I don't know Queen top or Lucian top, whatever someone wants to pick, you know, to cheese. And he did lose lane, and every other lane lost too because they picked Kassadin to Galio, which is like a farm matchup for Kassadin. But Galio can always push and roam and pressure silence, so it's as good as it is for Kassadin. It's really good for Galio because Galio has zero worries of getting ganked or anything. So I think it was just a really good job for Unicorns.
Maybe, just maybe, when Splyce picked Fiora there, they actually thought, we will just put Fiora wherever Galio goes. And they took the risk, and once they saw the Renekton, they decided, okay, I can play... Wunder killed Chachi later solo, right? So maybe Wunder just said, yeah, I can play top, don't worry. You can counterpick mid. And then they just picked Kassadin mid. I still think that Unicorns won the draft really hard. The bot lane matchup was horrible for Splyce, and their bot lane could have basically taken every tower in the game, literally every tower in the game, and every objective. but they just failed to execute.
So before we get to the tower taking point, we want to look at Xerxes specifically in the early game, because not only did Unicorns have 3 winning lanes, they also end up having a jungler who gets super far ahead, guys.
Yeah, so Xerxes was really smurfing in the early game. Like, he cheesed kind of Alec. Like, he cheesed the Trashy by taking his Raptors and going straight into blue, then taking his Grom, then doing his own red buff, into Wolves, so he took his whole topside jungle too, and then he went and took his Raptors on a respawn, I believe.
Yeah,
he took
at
his
4:30.
At 4:30, he took his Raptors instantly, and then he based for his Tiamat, which is like the biggest Warwick power spike. And then what he did was really interesting because he took his Raptors really fast, and then he went and deep warded enemy jungle while Treasure didn't base yet, and took his Gromp. So Treasure was now 2 levels down of XP and completely destroyed in the early game. So Xerxes basically won the whole early game and could see where enemy jungle was all the time. And if you can see where the enemy jungle is with the winning lanes, it's really good.
Yeah, like you were saying, on top of that, they had 2 pushing lanes, which was
3.
3 actually. Three pushing lanes. They knew exactly where Gragas was. Gragas is not even an early game champion, so they could have definitely taken every tower in the game, every Drake, every Herald, even though there's only one. They could have just known.
Question though, Perks, you say cheating and smurfing. I think it's funny when you say Xerxes smurfing because he was like the rookie of the split. And does that come from kind of a... It's still surprising you that he's able to do this well?
I mean, I don't think this was so hard what he did. I just think he played it by the plan that what he was supposed to do. Even though I think that Splyce should have expected it, and Thrashy should have noticed his team that like he should ward the blue buff entrance or something, so they could see that it's happening.
All right, moving forward, Kassadin's in the game, guys. He's doing not too much until then.
I made it very clear to Perks that Kassadin on stage against European teams can actually get really fed. So this is after they take bot tower and top tower, and Unicorns so far were doing a lot of things correct. Here they actually end up greeting for this tower so much. Great ulti by Trashy, obviously. And then suddenly you're stuck on the tower. Kassadin picks up 2 kills. At this point, they're actually still taking damage from the tower. It's only when the fight ends, they end up getting out, but they've already lost so many guys. And then right after, more fighting is suddenly happening. And this is a big problem for Unicorns of Love all of a sudden.
You know what I blame it on? I blame it on Unicorns having so good draft that they did not know what to do because Herald was not even up when they went mid there. They could not get Herald because it had not spawned yet, and they had already every tower in the game. So then they just ran mid without Herald, and they lost the fight. If they waited 1 more minute, they could have gotten Herald, and then there was no chance for Splyce pretty much.
Yeah, I agree. But on a serious note, I think Unicorns just overstepped their boundaries really far. And if they backed out of mid wave and went to push silence again, they can just walk mid again while Splyce has to catch side waves, and then they can either hit mid turret or go to Herald. So they had so many choices, and they just threw the lead. And their comp is not really forgiving, so they have to play perfectly.
Because we have to remember Splyce casted in Fiora as well. So what happened right after was Fiora solo killed the Renekton, and then suddenly Splyce are actually in a massive lead with a much better late game comp.
Twitch, Fiora,
Fiora. Yeah, you can just keep going at that point. It's just so heavily in their favor. So the last few replays we have is just them, with some of these last late game fights, even though there were some close ones because Unicorns with Samax were trying really hard to get back.
Hey, and Samax did still play those team fights really well.
Huge props to him.
Yeah, actually, almost turning the games around.
Definitely.
Turning the fights rather around. So we're going to take a look at those replays in just a second because it was super close in gold still, by the way, at that point. So it could have gone either way.
But you got to keep in mind, Unicorns were really far ahead, and that was in Splyce getting back into the game, and with obviously much better late game carries.
And Kobe played this fight good too. He flashed over the Bard Q and the trap.
And Trashy goes here for a very good ult, cancelling the Warwick ultimate too.
And we know Trashy's good at Gragas, so...
He's actually had quite a few of those in this game here, setting up kills. Then Samax takes over.
This was really sick by Samax.
Samax is just smurfing. I can't believe it.
This, then portal.
They're all smurfing.
Wanda makes the classic mistake of taking the portal, which means you're going to get Bard stunned every time.
If I was the Fiora, Mitty would play me, don't take the portal, guys!
I really get so triggered when
you just have to not take the portal.
Oh my god, it's so triggered.
Guys, Bard is only useful if you take the portal.
But don't people know that if you take the portal, you get stunned? Like, is
but
it
in
that
his
hard?
mind, he's going to instant riposte.
No, you can't.
You can't.
You can't.
But in his mind, Mithy, in his mind.
Oh, so stressful to watch. My teammates do the same all the time.
So, Unicorns of Love had a fantastic draft. I don't think you guys are being...
No, they had a great draft.
Yeah, they did have a great draft, and Splyce still managed to beat them. So they should win Game 3. What do you guys think?
I think it's quite demoralizing for Unicorns, honestly. If I was Unicorns, I would be like, Oof, we are really bad, guys. We really have to like rethink ourselves right now.
If I was Chachi, I would have a tough time playing game 3. After game 1, his team like lost him his lead, and this game he had what people would call a good matchup for himself, and died 1v1. I would be going tough into game 3.
Call it.
You know?
UOL or Splyce?
I was for Splyce all along.
Well, I was Unicorns all along, but I'm Splyce right now.
I'm going Unicorns, man. They're going to bounce back.
All right, let's see what happens. Splyce and the Unicorns of Love, they are getting ready for the deciding game in this series. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Face, it's over.
Dear audience, it is a bit of a Unicorns of Love favorite crowd, but no matter who you're cheering for, it's gonna be explosive.
Another knockback to the tower, that could be the fight, that could be the turn. Grand challenge has been issued, Vizichachi, the healing is coming through for 4 members strong on the side of Splyce. That's the turn and burn, man, you can't disrespect the Kassadin.
You're on the chase, nobody gets away from these champions.
Side as well. Grand challenge has been issued. That's the healing for the team, but now they're in the middle of it. Now they're feared up, and Samus is still alive, but he backs out, gets shut down. Unicorns of Love could not afford to make a single mistake against a composition like this, but unfortunately, one was all it took before Splyce started to take over the game, and here we are, folks. We are going to a game 3.
We are back for the final game in this series. Splyce versus the Unicorns of Love. Dramatic slow-mo. Xerxes versus Trashy. Only one man can come out on top, and let's be honest. If Splyce are able to win here, every Group B match gets that much more hype because H2K took down Splyce. Splyce take down Unicorns of Love. Unicorns of Love take down H2K, and that's the kind of parity I love to see.
Yeah, we just had that in Group A as well, like with the Misfits beating
Fnatic, and
G2. Oh, it's spicy. I mean, last split we had the standings looking the same for
yeah,
like
if
8
you were
weeks.
at the top, it meant you were better than everyone else below you. That is no longer the case.
Now we don't really know. We've got series where the jungle matchup has been exclusively Warwick versus Gragas, where nobody else around the world is really playing either other pick. But in this series, it all makes sense, and it's fun. It's great.
Anything can happen here, but of course we have to remember the standings implications important for both teams before we go into cross-group play. Want to be on top, want to make sure you're as close to the top as possible, but now we're getting ready to move into pick ban phase one last time.
Okay, so it's just come up on my screen. We got a bit of Inception going on there for the Unicorns.
Faces. Champions.
Not quite yet. Fiora has been banned by the Unicorns. So this opens up that Galio first pick should they want it, and then they could move it away from the Fiora and it wouldn't matter anyway.
I mean, and the question is, what is the priority on now? This series has not followed what we would consider the traditional meta, right? The Thresh, still very powerful, the Galio powerful, but maybe Splyce, maybe they take away the Twitch.
I feel like if Splyce take away the Twitch, then Unicorns kind of have a bit of a free run on this. I think they maintain the last ban, which is Rakan, that comes out here. Unicorns take the Galio, Splyce take themselves the Twitch, and they can always counterpick if Unicorns swap away the Galio into the middle lane.
Ooh, boys. Xayah and Rakan up and available, as well as the Twitch. Oh, I know that feeling for the
Galio. Chachi's like, I really want to win this game, so do I pick a utility champion for the top lane, or do you let me carry?
Oh, this is so hard. Will they use it as a flex pick? Will they get the option to? Are they just going to run face first into Xayah Rakan with this lock-in?
I mean, if Xayah Rakan gets picked up here, you have to expect something like the Caitlyn paired with like a Lulu to come out from Unicorns. And then if Xerxes gets himself the Ivern...
If they pick one, they're picking both.
You have the crazy protect the AD carry comp that could come through. There's the one. You got to anticipate that Rakan's there.
Hey, we love it. Everybody loves it.
But will it be the Ivern, the Caitlyn that comes through in this rotation? That would be an insane amount of frontline for a Caitlyn.
And we got to say, protect the AD carry comps have worked in the path for Unicorns of Love. And last game, they didn't really have a whole ton of protection elements. They had the Galio, a little protection from the bar, but not what we normally consider. And now, Gragas being brought in here. Could go into the jungle. Could flex onto the top side of the map. And Stress, I think you may have called it right with protect the carry comp, because I see disengage right now. I see protection tools. And if that Braum gets locked in, it may come down to just banning out these 80 carries on the side of Splyce. They do not want to give Unicorns of Love anything here.
So the thought process for Unicorns of Love here is take away the Gragas. But Trashy is not a one-trick pony. He doesn't only have the Gragas to his name. We've seen him play the Ivern, and now Splyce can ban the Caitlyn. Right away here is number one, and then maybe even ban a Twitch, but they go for the mid lane for now. I think Caitlyn will likely be the second ban.
Maybe smart, not getting ahead of themselves. They see the potential for protect the AD carry comp. They say the Twitch, the Caitlyn, they're important, but we do not want to give Senkux a bad matchup in the mid lane.
The other thing here is if Splyce look for an Aurelion Sol or an Orianna as the first pick here, there's not a whole lot of things the Unicorns can run in the mid lane in response to it. I mean, Splyce aren't building a 1-3-1 setup realistically with a Xayah and a Rakan. They're very efficient at fighting. So the Kassadin may not make sense in that respect, but it's one of the picks Senkux is utilized very commonly.
Makes a lot of sense. Ban out the comfort for Senkux. It will be the Twitch ban away from the Unicorns of Love. And I got to say, I like this. We've seen it. If you get to the mid to late game with a strong AD carry on Twitch, it's nigh impossible for the opposition to win team fights. It was the defining factor in both Game 1 and Game 2, and not going to show its face here in Game 3.
Kobe output the highest damage per minute this split, at least on that Twitch coming through. So with Unicorn's last ban, where's it going? Another mid lane roamer, Aurelion Sol, would be available for Splyce.
And they have the luxury of last pick. Are they going to save it for the top laner, or are they going to save it for mid?
I mean, unless they put the Galio mid lane, Gragas goes top lane here, Splyce could kind of hedge their bets once again and say, okay, let's run something into the Galio top lane that works. Shen not available. They could just go Rumble here. But then it's Wonder.
All right, all right. And now I like this. This is Splyce saying, hey, you want to force some fights? We can force fights too. They've got the Kled, they've got engaged tools with the Xayah, the Rakan, they've got the backup with the Ivor, and the question is, how are they going to play it out with this final pick? And Unicorns of Love, I think, no surprise going for the Caitlyn here, but what's it going to be for Exile in the mid lane? Will it be that Galio?
It could also be Xerxes jungler if they want to go Warwick. He has played it in both other games. That would rely on playing Gragas into Kled, which is not a matchup that I think you really want to do. So I don't know whether you really want to run the Galio into Kled either. That's the problem.
Interesting. All right. So very similar composition to what we saw in the previous game. This time the Gragas swapped out for the Warwick. Braum and Bard trading places, at least a little bit. This is not a champion in the support role.
No.
At all anymore.
It would
but
not
we
be.
have heard it's pretty good in the mid lane.
Yes. And
okay, all right.
So.
I like this. This is a good series, Stress, because I have zero idea what's going to happen with this Malzahar pick. Run me through it, please.
There are a couple of changes to Malzahar. It used to be that you'd put points in the Voidlings in order for them all to appear. Now they kind of all just spawn at once and run at an enemy for a while. A lot of damage was moved around on his kit, that type of thing, put into the tether rather than the pool when it comes to his ultimate. So there's a whole bunch of things we'll get into in the game that Malzahar has had changed around, but a lot of people are playing it again in solo queue, in the mid lane, and Senkux is one of those people that we've been waiting to see it come from.
You have to remember, you store up those charges of the Voidlings, can just throw out so much harass when you do decide to go in. And look, Galio wants to farm, maybe Malzahar wants to farm as well, but we have to be ready once again for an explosive matchup because Xayah and Rakan, we've seen it at level 1, we've seen it at level 6, it does not matter. Once the quickening is available, Splyce are going to find fights, and it's up to Unicorns of Love to outplay them here in the final game of this series.
Was there a manager handshake? I didn't...
No.
Oh, not on game 3.
Not when the stakes are this high, Stress.
That's actually true.
Not when the hands are this clammy. You don't want that sweaty handshake.
They're both just looking for their merchandise backstage. Like, where's this, the Unicorns? We need more things for next week. But as you said, it is tense. It is game number 3. Unicorns taking on Splyce. I think Unicorns wouldn't have anticipated being in this situation, and they have given over Xayah and Rakan to Kobbe and Mickey in game 3.
We've seen this be the death sentence for so many teams, very often up against Rockhat, potentially up here against Splyce. But here it is, folks, game 3. Teams quick to leave the base. The duo in the bot lane we're going to have to keep our eyes on. The level 1's always explosive. We'll see what skills they want to take. Will it be the entrance? Will it be a little bit of quills there to back it up as well? But Unicorns of Love, looks like they're ready for a more aggressive start, ready to use the power of this Braum level 1.
Yeah, it's the kind of lane that we've seen be very impactful from the Xayah Rakan. We've also seen Braum Caitlyn just hold people at arm's length and zone away. As you said, level 1, this impact, Senkuk's able to get away from it, and Splyce get out with their lives safe, but they get the wards down for the Unicorns. Double wards in the top side. It's been answered on the bottom side by Mickey.
Just going to be the trade of vision in the end. Both sides will know where the jungler is going to start. We'll let them adjust their pathing, but Senkuk's gonna have to flash over the wall. Not sure what the thought process was there. Taking some risks as he walks to group with the team. So flashless Malzahar could be a point of weakness for Xerxes as we move forward in this series. And really across every single lane. Mid lane feels the most calm out of all these lanes. Both of these guys just kind of want to farm. But you have to respect the potential for the Galio to find and engage here. At the same time, Kled versus Renekton, incredibly explosive. Bot side as well. Xayah Rakan versus anybody, bound to be bloody.
Yeah, and we are going to have to watch that bottom lane at the same time. As you said, the ability to engage at level 1, you can't really overlook. But as you said, Hylissang's Braum, you can kind of counter some of the engage, just getting that passive to stack up, get it to lock down, and maybe Unicorns will end up struggling. But early on, you can see difficult to pressure out Rakan and Xayah. Too much strength in this lane. And Mickey just walks up and zones them back.
Rakan technically a range champion, very loosely arranged, a very short range, similar to Thresh, but does give him an advantage over Braum in those trades. And really, the ability to share some of the damage on the activation there just makes it so easy for these guys.
I haven't really talked too much about the top lane. Chachi back on this Renekton into Kled. It's very similar in the sense that Kled will likely dominate the later portions of this game and have the side lane presence, but early game, there's a couple of times in the trades where Chachi can output a lot of the damage onto Wonder and can force it to be more of that skill matchup that we have seen. Don't see a whole lot of Kled. Wonder is one of the main proponents here in Europe, still playing Kled. Around the world, there's always those Kled players, one or two, or in the LPL we see it quite a lot. But here in Europe, only a handful of people still pulling out the Kled.
And of course, Vizichachi just sitting on full fury. Wonder wants to go in for a trade. He's going to eat 2 empowered abilities, and it's just not a trade he can afford to take. So Vizichachi doing what he can, but there's the entrance. That'll dance right back out. Mickey actually not getting the beneficial end of that trade, but Trashy was there and ready. Oh, now he's moving forward. He's got the smite as well, and this just feels bad.
Yeah, as Trashy just kind of walks in, but recognizes with Xerxes there he would get interrupted on the cast time on that, so can't really go aggressive for the steal right in Xerxes' face. But Splyce right now, they're content with this amount of pressure down in the bottom lane. Look at it, 25 CS to 17. There's a few minions in the wave in front of them. But what this allows them to do is set up wards behind the Unicorns bot lane.
Oh,
in goes
CC
Mickey!
coming forward. Decent damage down onto Samix. They're going to be happy with that exchange, but they have to be careful. A little bit more damage back on the Kabi. But 80 carry for support. Health pools traded. That's favorable for Splyce.
Yeah, with Splyce, we can see in the bottom lane running the Courage of the Colossus, plus also going for the Frost Queen's Claim route for Rakan. Earlier today, we had a Rakan that went Ancient Coin. Of course, trying to utilize that quest to get, additional points in his abilities. But I feel like the Spell Thief's Edge, Frost Queen's Claim aspect is just the better overall kind of skirmishing build setup, and that's what Rakan loves to do. I don't think that extra point is all that necessary for Rakan.
Oh, keep your eyes on the play, though. Grand Entrance comes out, looking for the second stack of Battle Dance. Where's it going to be? May not have enough time, the extended range, but Samix!
It's okay. He gets out with his life. As you said, for those that maybe haven't played Xayah and Rakan, or even the two separate, Rakan gets additional range on his leap if he's leaping towards his own Xayah. And that is where that really felt its effect. That's one of the reasons why they have that enhanced
have to be
effect.
careful. Shield
Chachi
comes in. Wonder trying to remount is going to get it. Now they're going to find first blood on the side of Splyce. Good gank coming in from Trashy.
Trashy, first of all, gets the trigger seed, then is able to land the stun coming through, and Wonder is getting first blood in that top lane. Trashy even giving it over, making sure that that Kled gets the advantage in the early game that they need to see for Splyce to take over this game.
Exile, though, faring a little bit better in the mid lane, laying down a little bit of vision, but mid lane, once again, not really what it's about. We've seen a little bit of attention there coming in from Xerxes, but for now, the bot lane and the top side of the map so important. You can see Wonder, look at him bait.
Yeah, without Skull, he's a much less effective duelist at this point. Wonder, however, manages to get Skull halfway through the trade, and Trashy comes in to make sure that they can secure the kill. And Chachi, it's not looking so great for another game here for the Spring Split MVP. This is the second game in a row where deaths are on the board and no kills to go alongside it.
But at the same time, you have to respect the bottom lane, because you see Kabi last game, 36% of his team's damage, 10-1 and 13, 1,200 damage to champions per minute. That is insane. That is Varus level numbers without the Varus level abilities in terms of poke and pressure. That is all team fights. But this time around, it's not about the Twitch. It's a little bit different. Going to have a little bit of a harder time functioning in these team fights. Doesn't have the luxury of that long range, and it's not going to be quite so easy to take down Samus.
I know Vedius is actually really annoyed at you and I. I don't know whether you saw this in between games. In a fight, he scored 10,000 damage, and Vedius was like, why didn't you do the over 9,000 joke? And I have to just remind him that I didn't watch Dragon Ball. Like, it's not there.
Okay, I'm mad at Vedius because he needs to stop talking trash, not face to face. Vedius, we work together. You can do better. Come on. You have not watched Dragon Ball Z?
No, I have not. Don't boo me! Don't boo me!
Love you, audience. Definitely deserved. I mean, did you watch something else instead? We're going to have to hold that thought briefly because they're trying to kill each other off top lane. And now he's moving forward. Wonder hungry for blood. Vizichachi Looking a little bit like your decision not to watch Dragon Ball Z as he gets taken down.
Well, Unicorns.
Now keeping the fight going. Kabi dishing out so much damage. Where is the Blade Caller backing off? But the Chain CC comes in. Unicorns will love keep the ball rolling, but now Wonder's TPing in. There goes Scarl. He's nigh unkillable. Mickey is there to back him up, but Wonder is immediately going to dismount. Has to get out of there. The pocket pistol not gonna be enough. Mickey gets taken down. Double kill for Samix. 3-3 the kill score. Man, what a miss.
Once again, Unicorns taking control of bottom lane. Watch this Malzahar go. He's got flash. Can he get into range here? Senkuk's not quite able to get there. But Unicorns taking full control of the bottom side of the Rift as they're losing top. This is the inverse of what went so well for them in game number 1. So this is the exchange onto Chachi, pushed up in lane once again, and Wonder, this time he can trade. He was ahead in the lane before this, and Chachi just knows he can't get out alive from this. Charge comes on. Again, Trashy lands that root, and everything goes the way. But Unicorns, in response, this is a much better play out of them. They're able to punish what would normally be that very strong bottom lane, and now if they get out of the laning phase, this Caitlyn and Braum should be able to do just fine.
And you got to respect it too, because the contested blows is just such a strong ability when it comes to playmaking. When we look at this play out, Senkuk's he's going to have a lot of damage in team fights, but he can't really afford to show up late. However, now you see top side 4-1-9 for Vizichachi, 4-5-3. Scores changed a little bit in game 2 though, once Wonder got his hands on that carry. But the difference now, Stress, both these guys, they've got brawlers in their hands. They're ready to fight constantly. And Vizichachi, despite getting this Renekton over and over again, it doesn't really seem to be working.
Yeah, I don't think Chachi actually wants to trade into Wonder anymore. He's like, okay, maybe we can trade a little bit, but Wonder is ahead in this matchup. Chachi's up in farm, but Wonder, he is that kill up and is able to really bully around this Renekton as it goes.
It's a little rough, right? Because he's winning in farm so well. It feels like every time these guys go toe-to-toe, but Wonder just always has the team there to back him up. Trashy is just living on the top side of the map, and it's working out.
Yeah, nothing working out. Senkuk's able to get that blue buff. You were correct, though, on the sense of being able to neutralize mid lane, and nothing's really going to go on there. Another buff now goes over to the top lane. Wonder will walk into this lane and say, okay, let's take these trades. I'm ready for this.
The health regen as well just makes it so difficult to win. Extra damage, extra health regen. You're just so much better at dueling when you have this buff.
Wonder just walk up, throw out that bear trap, cancel the recall coming. Of course, that is a little bit of a rough timing here if Xerxes were on the top side, but he's not. He's been spotted bottom side. So Chachi, you know, he can't take this trade against Wonder.
Now looking to move forward, though. He's got Fury building up. Wonder has to respect it. Cold of Meat comes out. Pocket pistol. He's about halfway charged, but if he gets stunned up, he could just get burned through.
Yeah, that's the problem. He's got flash available. If Chachi goes for this, Wonder can just flash out.
Yordle versus Crocodile. That is an aggressive Yordle.
Oh, look at it's charging back up. Wonder is desperately trying to get this.
When he kills the minions, he's going to get it back.
Yeah.
Vizichachi sees that, though. He knows he can't kill him before Scarl comes back, so he is going to have to back off. We'll just return to base, get some Ninja Tabby, make the trades a little bit more favorable. Now ahead in items for a brief moment before Wonder backs, but Unicorns will love uncontested on the bottom side.
Yeah, finally they can push down this tower. Daisy, not exactly the best defensive cupcake against the tower push here coming out from the Unicorns. That's a TP going cancelled, the bot side from Chachi. They were looking to make the play as they thought Splyce were committing to a defense on that tower, but Unicorns, despite the fact that top lane is going heavily in Splyce favor, have managed to get tower first blood for themselves.
Now Vizichachi in a very dangerous position. Malzahar, of course, with ultimate available. Chachi with no dominance to give him that extra health, but maybe he's going to play this one smart, or he's going to walk face first in. Now he sees Senkuk's, however, briefly. Knows to back out. Risky business here. Splyce have to give up the bottom side tower, but a lot of CS given up.
Oh!
Nice hit. All right,
yeah,
nice predict. Late game, that's a death sentence. Right now, it's like, well, there's no one else here to do damage, so good job.
Yeah, Daisy even just admiring from a distance on that one. But now the Unicorns utilizing this bottom lane that's ahead, pushing it up to the top side, making sure that Chachi has some sort of assistance up here. I'm interested to see how Splyce's composition can work out the later we go as well, because Malzahar and to some extent, you know, these signature picks for Wonder like a Kled was what we saw Splyce doing well in the 2016 season. Of course, Kled maybe not that proponent pick at that point. That was maybe a little before his time. But Unicorn, Splyce utilizing this Malzahar back in as a mid lane pick before it went to support.
And it's interesting too because we saw Exile also utilizing comfort picks earlier in the series in the Rise, and now it's Senkuk's back onto comfort picks in the Malzahar. And similar to the Rise, very big unknown factor in terms of what it's going to do. Because right now, a little bit just kind of a push bot here.
As you can see, 7-2 record all time. Malzahar has changed a couple of times with regards to his abilities. You were talking a little bit about the Voidlings. It used to be that they would charge up and you'd, you know, put them down and they'd replicate each other. Now they're just a standard cooldown that you just spawn like a bunch of Voidlings at somebody and then they just walk at them.
Then you ult them, and they can't auto attack back. And they die immediately to Winds of War. That's unfortunate. Exile is going to burn Flash to walk away.
Because they reduce the health they have again. So it's like one hit basically kills the Voidlings and then Wings of War just claps them.
They're pretty much only good if you're already winning an exchange or if you have them ulted up. Channel coming down on the blue buff. Who's going to get it? Trashy wants to get it. Once he gets the channel, he can't steal it. All comes out. Now backing out. Mickey X needs to get to safety. Battle Dance back to Kabi. Barrel goes in. That's good. Kabi in trouble. Is going to use the Feather Storm. Now backs out, looking for a little bit more. Exile is in the middle of the team, and he's buying time. Mickey now running for his life with the quickening. 3 stacks on him. Not going to find purchase in the end. Here comes the fight. Vizichachi's on the back line. He's right in the middle of the team. There's the Cold Meek. He's trying to find one, but he can't get anybody. Chachi just getting run through the ringer. No one's going to die. Now the kills start to come out, and it looks like at the end of the day, a 2-for-1 in favor of Splyce.
Yes, Splyce are able to balance their health bars the later it goes. Chachi couldn't find the kills. Oh, got him.
Hashtag big plays. Senkuk's with the flash call the void over the wall. Wow.
Hype. Got it. But if that happens in a team fight later for the Unicorns, Samex cleans up. But right now, Samex is on BF sword just buying the Zeal. He had a pickaxe in that fight. So there wasn't enough damage fast enough coming from this single carry once again that Chachi is like, okay, I've got them all to 200 health. Somebody, please clean up this team fight.
And that's the vulnerability of this composition to a certain degree, right? Is you just don't have the big, huge sources of burst damage. Yes, Galio does a ton of damage in the early to mid game. So does Renekton, but not always the best in these team fight scenarios.
And like Splyce start this fight off, it's all over a blue buff at this point, and Xerxes is the one that eventually gets it. Exile comes into the fight, and they think they have the numbers advantage, but remember, this is double TP, not just Senkuk's coming into the fight. Wonder was here as well. And the damage comes out in favor of the Unicorns as soon as Chachi gets himself into the fight with the Blast Cone. He's actually able to start taking down Trashy and look to get that last bit of the health pool. This is such a good spot for a Protect the Caitlyn composition, but later in the game, and unfortunately they just can't quite close out the kills. Senkuk sees Xerxes on the ward, he's like, I've got this.
You almost got 2.
Yeah, nearly. Samex didn't have the Malefic Visions on him or anything, so couldn't quite pick up that last kill.
I think we have to make sure to praise Mickey in that fight. May have gone mostly unnoticed, but definitely not by the side of Unicorns of Love. Leapt into the middle of the fight.
Yep.
Locked so many people up so that the team could start in a favorable situation. But as we look forward, you're right, you got to be scared of that Caitlyn, and of course the Kled charge, that ultimate, it feels so good. It feels so good when you're charging a Caitlyn stress. It feels so bad when you run face first into a Galio, a Gragas, a Renekton. It's going to be a little bit rougher as they move for more fights.
This might be the quickest quickness that we've seen, because imagine charge into like flash quickness out from Rakan is disgusting amounts of movement speed that will just charm around the fight.
It really bothers me that that ability is called quickness, because it's just a descriptor.
Right, yeah, the same. I'm like, how do you use that?
It might be the quickest like, you had to say that. The quickest quickness. Not just a tongue twister. Oh.
That's easier said than
now moving forward. Lots of damage going in on the Exile, starting to take the back end of a lot of these trades.
You know, all I can say, I don't mind the name that much. I'm down with the quickness.
All right, the one guy who laughed at that, shout out to you.
Hey, they booed me 10 minutes ago. I'll take one laugh. I'll take that.
All right, a little bit better reception now. Well, Mickey now has to run for his life. Quick enough to escape in that exchange. And interesting now how the map has been divvied up. Both bot lanes moving to the top side. And tower in favor of the Unicorns of Love. Gold still very close. Small lead for the UOL. Not going to be a major factor here. But Samus continues to play aggressive, continues to play pretty fearless, and neither AD carry has completed a major item 17 minutes into the game.
Yeah, we're still waiting on that. There is enough for both of them, I believe, to complete their items. I think Samus is a little far off, but a couple hundred gold from this tower should be enough to get him either the rapid fire, maybe we'll see the static shiv, depending on which way he wants to go first. Has nearly the money to buy Infinity Edge if he wants to complete that as his first item. But of course, no longer is the Hurricane build effective because they removed the charging the headshots. Oh, that was strong for so long. And as a Caitlyn player, that was really satisfying.
Yeah, I like broken stuff too.
Yeah, it's great.
You feel good. Forget that it's broken. Well, Splyce, looks like they want to make it a 1-for-1 in terms of the tower trade, but Unicorns of Love are coming down to the mid lane. Haven't had a chance to buy yet, however. But still, so much damage between the Malzahar. Now, backing up, taunted up under the tower. Mickey X trying to run for his life. Down comes the redemption. Trading back and forth. Wonder just walking into the tower. They're going to focus it down. Now they're in trouble. That's the chain CC. Exile just going to get burned through. Malefic Visions is ticking, but the teams are starting to back off. The fight just keeps happening. There's the Grand Entrance. Vizichachi looking to hand deliver a kill for Exile, but Wonder is still alive. Will he be able to dismount? Out comes the ultimate. He's still trying to make it out. He does. Pocket pistol up and available. He's going to look for the disengage, but so much damage. Yet another Grand Entrance. Now Xerxes has to run, but Samix is untouched. They leap forward, but Wonder has the kill in his sights. He wants Hylissang. Burns down, spreads the visions, but not going to be enough to kill. And Xerxes just going to blast Cone out to safety to close the fight.
Splyce looked to be in a real tough spot after losing Cobby, but they were able to output enough damage from this mid lane Malzahar. Remember, it is not a support pick anymore, and it has significant amounts of damage. If there's a couple of rotations of Call of the Void, if it hits multiple people, suddenly Unicorns can't quite fight as effectively as they normally would be. This is Splyce making a power play for the tower. Look at how far away Hylissang is to begin this fight off, and then Chachi is able to get into the fight once he goes back around the corner, but it's delayed from the Unicorns, and again, Exile is the one caught out to begin a fight off. Manages to find himself some space, get back for an ultimate onto Chachi, who is right in the middle of the Splyce lineup. Cobby ends up falling, couldn't quite get out alive. I don't believe he even used his ultimate in that exchange, but now Senkux has that damage output for the tail end of this fight. Low health carries means the Unicorns have to start backing themselves away, and the Malzahar can take over.
Oh, and there's so many things that go in favor of Splyce in that fight. Cobby not at the start, or not Cobby. Samix not at the start of the fight. Braum is blocking damage for nobody when he first uses the shield. They're fighting in the middle of a creep wave, making it even harder to deal with those Malzahar minions. Cobby upset.
Yeah, he knew that his ult was available. Could have dodged out on the Galio entrance, I believe, but didn't quite see the timing of whether the taunt came through just after. But
oh, I thought this was teamfight damage. I was like, that's
so did
very high
like,
numbers for this early in the game. No, that's total damage dealt. Impressive. Galio may be able to survive, but Malzahar is still dishing out a good amount of damage. And I think not a lot has happened in the mid lane yet, Stress, but we look at that scoreline for Senkux, and something's going to need to happen, because clearly someone has to answer this Malzahar. 4-0-1, Rylai's Morellonomicon, so much damage in that team fight. Starting to look like a scary pick.
And the thing about Malzahar is it's weird sense of damage and also zone control in team fights, because that silence basically shuts down a lot of Unicorns of Love. So Call of the Void can also deny fights very effectively, and it is quite a short cooldown for Malzahar, especially now after being maxed. It's every 4.3 seconds that Call of the Void is up, and you get that massive silence. A lot of damage comes out. Unicorns can't really play around that too effectively. And we're back to game 2 again.
Yeah, we've been here before. Last time it was with Fiora, so luckily for Vizichachi. Oh, now Galio is going to be in trouble. Gets good damage reduction off the idle Duran. Now backing off. Wonder looking for a little bit more. There's the charge. No escape for Exile. Trapped on the bear trap. Pulled back into the fight. Now they're looking to keep it 2. Featherstorm comes out. Pulled back in. That's the taunt. That is a kill for Cobby. 2 picked up for Splyce.
Yeah, Splyce, they're not fishing for bears at this point. Unicorns are a whole lot harder to come by, but they've found them time and time again with this Kled pick. And now Splyce are looking towards the Baron. We're only 21 minutes in, but with 2 members of the Unicorns down, this might be the shot to the top of the group.
Xerxes, you want to save the day. This is your chance to get it. Who will be the kings of Group B? This could decide it, but Wonder not going to let Xerxes make his mark. The team continues to burn this one down. They're tanking it up. But Vizichachi goes in. He's going to find one. He's looking to get 2. Cobby in trouble, taking damage from the Baron. Has to try to make his way out. Trashy keeping your eyes on that health bar. Where's it going to go? Is it going to drop? Trashy gets it in the end. Double kill comes out for Vizichachi, but it still turns in their favor, and Samix can't afford to auto-attack the Voidlings. That's the shutdown, and that's Splyce dominating the Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, that is Splyce taking full control of this game now. 5-0-4 on this Malzahar. With the Baron buff now, they can push through, and the Unicorns can't really do much to stop this push onto the tower. It's not going to result in an inhibitor tower, but look at how low top and bottom lane towers are as well. Splyce will get a great influx of gold soon.
Hold back, look at how much damage Senkux is doing. They're trying to kill him, but they can't ignore Wonder either. There's too much shielding as well. There's just no damage on the side of Unicorns of Love. It does not matter. That's a double kill. That is disaster for UOL.
Yeah, Splyce now can look to crack the base after Samux has respawned. It should be enough to deter for now, but this is going to be critical damage over the next 2 minutes and 40 seconds, and it all stemmed from this mid lane play. Senkux gets the suppress down. It buys enough time for the charge to come through the bottom side jungle, and Exile isn't so strong when he's surrounded by 5 people just focused on taking down the Gargoyle, and then from there, Hylissang, the same kind of thing. Can't get himself out alive. Splyce turn for the Baron, and Xerxes tries to do his best, but there's not a whole lot he can do when there's so many members of Splyce still alive.
And it just feels so awkward for this team. Vizicachi was not in that fight. Samix was not in that fight, and that's the man you want to play around. Things are falling apart for the Unicorns of Love, and Splyce are keeping it together. It's been a rough series. It's been back and forth, but Splyce keeping a cooler head here, and they prevail in the end.
Yeah, and you can see, although Cobby ended up falling in that, a couple of members of Splyce ended up dying, they still get the Baron buff from it. They're able to get the shutdown as well. And now they've got an Ocean Drake alongside it. We came into today with a lot of people expecting the Unicorns to be the easy victors in this series. Splyce hadn't showed us all that much, but look what happens when they can play around Wonder, when they actually can play around Senkux and Cobby. Like, this is a better Splyce than we've seen in a while.
And we expected the same thing from G2 versus Misfits,
yeah.
Right? We expected a decisive 2-0, but here we are in our second series of the day. You get another potential for upset, and you know, we have to be honest, at this point, teams are improving and changing so much week to week that it gets harder and harder to make these predictions among the top 6 teams.
Oh, there is not a lot that Chachi can do here. If that tower isn't there, he gets 1v1'd in an instant by Wonder. Chachi would just end up falling. Oh, bear trap on the rope.
Pull forward, charge comes
He's
out,
got
Dominus
Skull,
comes,
so
trades. Is going to dismount. Actually good for Vizicachi if Wonder decides to fight again, but don't think he will. I think he will just back out here in the end, Vizicachi. I wanted him to go.
You wanted to fight.
I'm pretty sure he had pocket pistol and he would have just walked away, but I wanted him to try. Would have been the wrong choice.
It's just the effort that counts. Is that it?
No, definitely not. If it was the effort that counts, I would be much higher ELO.
Definitely the results that count on this one.
Turns out, yeah.
Who knew? And Splyce right now, they are getting the results, realistically. 5 kills on Senkux, 5 kills on Wonder. You can see the build is kind of the same as the old Malzahar used to be. You get yourself the mix of the cooldown reduction, the Rylai's for the slow as well, and it means nobody ever really gets away from you. And then you just build Magic Pen on top of that. So you're basically a tank buster the later the game goes, because that Malefic Visions does a significant amount of damage, especially when paired with Leandries.
With the changes to the ult as well, the flat damage on the ultimate, 1.15 scaling ratio as well, you still deal so much damage to the more vulnerable members, the less tanky members, and all are looking like a really good pick in this game. And I like that we're seeing diversity in terms of the Splyce lineup. We're seeing Wonder and Senkux start to carry this game. We saw Senkux carrying the Guardian Soul. We've seen Cobby carry now too. So many threats.
Yeah, the Talia as well. It's interesting that in this game, the Xayah and Rakan, at least the Xayah aspect, hasn't quite been the effect.
That thought. We have to keep the fight going. Senkux now caught out. This could be disastrous for the team, but he's still alive. He's flashing back to safety. There's not enough shielding to keep him alive. Or is there? They're turning it back. Senkux is still alive. What is happening? Splyce are destroying Unicorns Love. Bear trap on a rope, gonna proc. He goes back. He goes down. That's gonna be the ace. Splyce are playing so incredibly well, and Unicorns of Love, the Ivern against them, they overestimate their ability to take down these key targets.
We're only 26 minutes in, but this might be game. Still 10 seconds on even the first Unicorn to respawn. Daisy's here to just tank it up. Splyce send the shot up to the top of the group of B.
Insane performance. They lose to H2K. The parity between this group is astounding. Splyce, right here, right now, take down the Unicorns of Love.
I was not expecting that coming into today from Splyce, but that's the best Splyce we've seen in a long time.
And we gotta say, when they saw opportunities, they took them. They saw a small overstep from Exile in the mid lane. They saw Caitlyn on the top side, Renekton on the bottom side. They took them out, and even with the jungler up, they did not hesitate to take the Baron. They denied entrance to the pit, and it was close, don't get me wrong, but I love the aggressive calls coming in from Splyce.
Yeah, really fun to watch, a really fun series overall. Crazy stuff happening in all 3 games. Forgot how to talk. Group of B. Who really knows what's going on
We learned
in
a
the
lot
Group
today.
of B?
A lot of parity in Group B. A lot of time you're going to have to give up to catch up on Dragon Ball Z, Stress.
I was more of a 1990s Spider-Man cartoon kind of person, but it's not about.
That's fine.
It's not about my childhood viewing. It is about Splyce right now, taking down the Unicorns.
Absolutely.
The second upset of the day.
And this makes cross-group play even more important because now if you don't beat every team that your opponents beat, suddenly they're going to have an edge up on you next time you play again. And we've seen just how back and forth cross-group could play, how that can upset expectations. And we've already seen, I'm going to say basically 2 upsets today. There were probably some Misfits fans, some Splyce fans that believed in this, that knew this would happen, but I don't think this was the safe bet coming into today.
No, absolutely not for either game, as you said. And I think when you look at it, Splyce, I think, empowered their carries more than the Unicorns did today. Unicorns looked like they were playing on a subdued. Samux is the only one that can carry a setup, and Chachi wasn't at the same level that we saw of him in weeks gone by and in spring, and Exile giving away a lot of deaths. It's very difficult for then the Unicorns with a single carry focus to actually carry that through, and then suddenly Splyce have fed Fioras, Kassadins, Kleds, Malzahars.
And I'll give you that, Stress. I'll give you that in game 1. I'll give you that in game 3. But game 2 to me, game 3, Splyce played incredibly well.
Yeah.
And at many points, so did Unicorns of Love. But game 2, Unicorns of Love took that big risk. And when they took that big risk, it backfired against them, and it gave Splyce an advantage in a game where a Kassadin and a Fiora never should have gotten a chance to come back into the game.
That's fair. That game should have been shut out from the early game leads that Unicorns accrued. But this is just a monumental day when you look at the summer split as a whole, because I think G2, Unicorns would have looked at this somewhat expected results, just okay, maybe even if it's a 2-1, we'll move past it, we'll be at the top of the group, everything will be fine. But suddenly, 2 of our league leaders that we're expecting now drop games to the mid-tier teams in their group, and that sends everything now. You look weeks down the line, what is that going to do to the standings?
And if you're a Splyce fan, this has to feel good. You know, like rising up again, you've seen this team be the 2nd best team in Europe. They get a shot now, and things look good for them. And if you're a Unicorns Love fan, you shouldn't worry too much, right? It's still early season. If you're going to have these issues, this is where you want to have them, but not being worried too much, and you should probably be a little worried, because this is the same thing again that we've seen where we don't have the best performances from Exile, but in the opposite end, the man going up against him, our player of the series, Senkux, incredible games coming in from him. The Aurelion Soul felt so good in game 1, felt like it could have been a victory for the team. The Malzahar,
the Kassadin
we call
as
it
well.
a pocket pick, a Kassadin as well, and it's just incredible.
Yeah, it was a really solid series from Senkux. Perhaps some of the best weeks of his career when you look at actual performance. Of course, going to Worlds last year has got to be a highlight, but they're aiming for Worlds again this year. You have to think for Splyce, that's where their mentality, you would think,
I mean,
would
where
be.
it has to be, right? When you're a top-level team, you got to aim for the top of the top, and it's a rough road for Splyce, but Splyce took a strong victory against Unicorns of Love, and Quickshot is standing by with their jungler, or rather, sitting down.
I am indeed sitting down with Trashy. First and foremost, congratulations on the win. Trashy, I saw you when you got back to that desk. You put your head down, you took a deep breath. You looked relieved that you won the series. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think that's really fair to say. This split means more than anything for me as a player, and we have been struggling for the past 4 or 5 months to actually beat the top of the top teams in our group, and today it worked out, and I think it just says a lot about us, because we've been working really hard behind the scenes to get to a point where we can challenge these teams. And in the first week we lost to H2K, and we didn't really play that well, but today I think we played at the kind of level we expect of ourselves.
It was extremely entertaining to watch. You guys went toe-to-toe with team fights in UOL and actually won a bunch of them. I would not have thought you guys would have been able to do that. I'm going to follow up on a question. You said it means a lot to you, this split, more than maybe some of the previous. What is it specifically about this split that matters and why more than last split or last summer, for example, where you guys went to Worlds?
I think we ran into the rough period where people doubted us as a team, and you start doubting yourself as well sometimes. And this split, for me personally, I wanted to prove that I can still play at the highest level, and I'm not just some mediocre player. So I wanna. That is why this split means a lot to me personally, that I can achieve my goals.
It's really exciting to see you back on Gragas. Talk to me about the champion pool this game. Not the traditional meta champions going up against one another. Why is that, and what did you think about it?
So basically, I feel like you have two options against UOL. Either you try to play the early game and win off that, or if you don't do that, then they will just win through team fights, or you pick champions that are good in the team fights and then try to beat them that way around. And I feel like that was the approach we took, and I put a lot of studies into how they play and how we can maybe counter that. And I think today it showed that it's not like they're just gods at team fights. Like, they're just usually picking champs that are strong in team fights, and if you have a good grasp of what you want to do in game, you can easily win against them.
Easily win, maybe a little bit of a stretch, but it worked. 2-1, great series. You guys have now finished the first round robin in your group, and now we're going to start looking at cross-group play and start looking forward on the split. Can you take games off the top teams in the opposing group? Now you've proven you can do it against UOL in your own group.
Our goal this split is to be able to beat anyone in Europe, so of course.
Fantastic. How is Jeeves helping you reach that goal? Let's talk a little bit about the change in coaching, the change in support staff behind the scenes. We're seeing some dividends today, but it's been some slow growth until this win.
Basically, I feel like what he brought, which is the most important, is that he kind of forced all of us players to step up and work even harder than we have done before, so we can get to a level where we potentially can challenge to go to Worlds, because that is the ultimate goal that we have. So I think it's too hard to go into some specific things. For us, it was just fresh start, and I and my teammates are happy that we have him on board.
Fantastic. Congratulations on the win. Just a few more questions before I let you get off to celebrate taking down UOL. This week has been filled with upsets. At least to the viewers, at least to me casting and on stage, you know, Fnatic going down, G2 going down, UOL going down. Can you tell me why you think that's happening this week?
Ooh, it's a tough one. I actually don't know for sure. I feel like the meta right now is in a spot where you can actually play a lot of different styles, and then teams are trying to figure out which is the best for them. And we in Splyce have found some good ideas of how we want to play, and that can be completely different to some other teams. And then when the styles are kind of clashing, then you don't actually know which one is going to win out. But I think it's just a testament to that in Europe we have a lot of teams in the top that are trying to overcome each other, and that's really, really fun. And I think the split will be even closer than any split before.
Will be closer than any split before. We heard Sven's power rankings a little while ago. Could you give me your top 4 teams in Europe out of the 10 teams in LCS?
Ooh, with how it's going right now, I would probably not even put G2 in the top 4. So I think it's hard to say. It's mostly just form right now, and I actually don't really care too much about who is at the top right now, because it doesn't really matter. What matters is how you're gonna be at the end of the split. So I kind of dodged it, but.
Okay, am I going to let you dodge it? I'm going to give you one more chance. You're allowed to dodge. Am I going to get team names?
I think the top right now is Fnatic, us, Haze2K, and UOL.
UOL, thank you so much for answering the question. Congratulations on the win.
But to be honest, all the top 6 teams are so close, so it's on a daily.
That's why I picked 4, you see. I had to put you on the spot. I had to put you on the spot, Trashy. Thank you so much for the interview.
It was a joke, by the way. I didn't mean it.
We're going to head over to the analyst desk to close out the day.
No, you're not backpedaling now, dude. If I had to name the top 4 teams, G2 would not even be in there.
And
Trashy 2017.
That's when he dodged the question. He just needed to add in that G2 would not be top 4. And then he actually later on put the teams up there.
Mithy.
When are we playing Splyce?
Probably soon, cross-group play. I hope it's next week. I'm actually not entirely sure. I'm not sure.
I hope so. I hope not. maybe give us a few more weeks.
Oh man, I don't know where to start. Anything else you want to add to that? Well, actually, we're going to talk about your form a bit later. So, is there anything you want to add, like flame-wise, before we move on to the Splyce game?
No, I don't mind. He can have his gloat moment right now and enjoy it while it lasts. So it's fine.
All right, see, that's perfect. All right, so let's focus on Splyce then, because Splyce beating UOL is a big deal, and I think they've also deserved the perk of gloating a bit, because this is a #1 team in Group B. Nobody has been able to do it yet. So what did it come down to? And don't say the Void King.
Void King.
It was the Void King.
I mean, to be fair, Malzahar actually worked out extremely well for Senkox in this game. But they also, of course, had a ton of CC to actually set him up. Like, look at all these fights here. This one, a good little setup from Senkox again.
Honestly, Senkox Malzahar is really clean.
It was actually pretty clean.
I think there's just no chance for Unicorns to win teamfights against Splyce. Splyce is so much more mobile. They have Iron Shields and they have the Void King.
And the way the Senkox plays Malzahar is out of the world.
Perks, seriously, tell me about Malzahar and why you did not like this champion until this game happened.
Hasn't even played it once.
Well, Malzahar got a buff this patch that I did see, but I chose to go over it.
Okay.
I think it's actually not in a so bad state right now, but I think it's better with an aggressive early game jungler so you can actually gank, because I guess it scales pretty well too versus tanks, because his ult is maximum HP and it has a good scaling on ult too. And the base damage on ult is buffed, so you actually have damage without your voidings. So yeah, overall, he got a buff this patch. I'm not sure how good it is. I will not be playing Malzahar. And that's it, yeah.
All right, talk to me about... I want to talk some more about meta and picks, but Perks, what do you think of Senkox's champion pool as he showed it in this kind of series and as he showed it so far, and why it seems to be going better for him than it has, like a Kassadin, Aurelion Sol, in this case a Malzahar?
Well, he's a Void King, so there is a Kassadin, Sol, and Malzahar. But jokes aside, I think Senkox has actually a pretty wide champion pool. Like, he can play a lot of champs.
Didn't he play these champs last year? Wasn't he playing Kassadin, Sol, and Malzahar last year?
Not Aurelion Sol.
Okay, yeah.
Not Aurelion Sol.
No, Sol was banned every game, wasn't it?
No, that was Talia. That was Talia.
No, it was Sol too, no?
No. That was not him.
No, I don't know.
Did he? No,
I don't know.
The conversation.
No, but it's not derailing. I'm just saying that he was playing the same champions 1 year ago in Summer Split. So I think in the finals we banned Sol and Talia every game, or just Talia.
No, we didn't.
It was definitely Talia.
Yeah.
It was not Aurelion. No one in Europe really played Aurelion Sol, I think.
But what do we think of his champion pool?
I don't know. I got lost in the question.
All right.
I think he has a decent champion pool, but I think the meta champs, he was not the best throughout the last split. But now the meta is really wide, so he can pull out a lot of different champions, and it works in Splyce, and they play it good. So it's hard to say, but I think he plays a lot of champs. So yeah.
For you, Mithy, he played Aurelion Sol at Worlds. There you go. Now we're on the topic of picks and bans and all that good stuff. Xayah and Rakan, we saw them together even a couple of times today. Mithy, after a couple of weeks of play and seeing it in Europe, what do you think of when they're in a combo in a game, in terms of unbeatability outside of the lane as well? And what do you think of the Xayah as a singular pick and a Rakan as a singular pick?
I think individually they're both good champions. Xayah has the potential to outplay a lot of ultimates like Ashe, Gragas, this kind of stuff. So he's just a good AD carry if the other team is looking to jump into you. And Rakan is good at setting up for his teammates. It's good with both Xayah, but it's also good with Varus. We saw some Jhin, right? I think it's good with Caitlyn too, Ashe. So I think overall the champions are fine. I think Rakan is probably the new version of Alistar, because Alistar is quite weak because it just goes in and it's not tanky enough. But whilst Rakan can go in and go out, and also his CC is her CC is more.
Rakan is a he. They're a couple, and he is a he, and she is a she in this case.
Okay,
yeah.
that's something.
I just want to follow up there real quick, because it's actually very rare we see Rakan picked if Xayah is not already locked in. Do you think
we saw it today?
We did see it today.
Was it today?
We played with Kalista.
No, but wait, Katie. played it.
Again, so I said like.
Wow, are you not informed?
No, I said rare. I've seen it a few times.
I heard you were the guy that
I'm
like,
just
watched
saying,
VODs and stuff.
That's why I said rare. A few times we do see it without Xayah. Yes, we've seen it with Jin, we've seen it Kalista. These
Now he goes into like all the examples. Like,
What I want to ask
stress out
before
the
this desk got super annoying. I just want to know if you actually feel like Rakan as a champion should get picked more often, even without Xayah, or do you think he has too many weaknesses to actually see more?
Personally, I think that it has a lot of weaknesses, and teams are not really ready for the champion yet. Same as Bard last year. I think it's a little bit like that. Teams don't really know how to play around Rakan. People chase him when he can dash out. They get surprised for.
Don't you know how Rakan works?
RW. Yeah. They just really don't know how Rakan works. It's really stressful, And
you know he can jump.
really, it's really like that. And as an example, in this game, in the last game that was played, in bot lane, Rakan didn't really Xayah Rakan got dived and didn't really have a good game. And the first gank that happened, if Gragas just flashed over the W, they could have actually killed this the Xayah. So
that's
I think
point.
Players are just not used to playing against Rakan. But I still think I think it's good. But once you understand the champion, it gets weaker for sure.
all right, that's actually super interesting. We're going to take a look at some more interesting stuff, more action in EULCS today. Another upset, even though Maxlor doesn't call it an upset. So Misfits Gaming and G2, they took to the Rift, and it was super close, wasn't it, guys?
Tell us about the game, guys.
They were really lucky, I think.
Okay,
really lucky?
if we're going to give the word to Perks, he's just going to go off on the self-analysis.
There, we did see Misfits completely dumps the G2 in this team fight.
Okay, so the first game, there was an issue for G2, and it's that there was Herald and Infernal Drake alive, and we had no idea which one was better. So we had to have a team talk after the first game, because we didn't know what to do, because we didn't know either to go top side or bot side, we didn't know which one to give up. So we couldn't do anything in the game. And then the second game we won, because we had really good draft and just snowballed cleanly. And then the third game, we had a, in my opinion, not so optimal draft and didn't really take the best fight bot lane. Even though it was a 5v4, we lost it. And after that, we just got snowballed. Jarvan got one level. I mean, Renekton got 1.5 levels over Jarvan, and he was able to just control all the side lanes and push us in all the time. And from there on, we didn't really have the damage to kill anyone in their team because our draft was not very good if we were if you're playing from behind. And
So, how good are the Misfits?
They're insane.
They're really insane.
They played well today. I think it's really hard because now we have all these teams beating each other.
Yeah, it's fun.
Like a Misfits better than Splyce, or they're better than, I wouldn't call them better than Fnatic just straight away, but I think Fnatic also has super one-dimensional way they're playing the game. So if people do actually learn how to play against it, like we even saw Rocket do, and I can see Misfits beat Fnatic as well, but I can also see Fnatic beat Misfits. So
did Misfits play Fnatic yet?
Yeah.
They did.
Week 2. There's only been 3 weeks. Let's take a guess. Last week.
They did play against them earlier. I think maybe it was week 1.
I think week 1 or something. I think they got 2-0.
They got super stumped. The second game was like a massive Fnatic stomp. So obviously just threw it out there as a week 3 kind of thing, because when they did play Fnatic, obviously it looked much
better.
Fnatic are pretty good.
They're good.
Yeah, for sure. Everyone seems to be pretty good, but G2 is number 3 in Group A. Let's take a look at the This might be the only time that I'm able to say this, obviously.
Yeah, we play for late game.
Rocket is coming.
G2 too.
G2 actually,
now.
So now it's going to be G. How many weeks do we have? 13, right? I mean, games. 13, right? Yeah, so it's going to be G11-2.
Okay, so this is actually very interesting because there was a bit of a bet that you guys missed that was talked about during the game, which was Perks. You can say what you wanted to bet.
I mean, I can pass it on to you.
Okay.
You can say the bet.
No, it's fine. I'll set it up.
After.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
FA is the referee, so
I'm the referee. After Rift Rivals,
yes,
G2 will not lose a single game in the summer split.
Regular season.
Regular season.
If they
Caveats.
lose a single game in the regular season. No, sorry, if you do not lose a single game in the regular season.
The free show has to go to Perks' barber.
I will get Perks' haircut. If they do not lose a single game.
Do we have the same thought?
There you go.
I didn't even know you were gonna say it. I'm so sorry. That is so like BM.
You just said it.
It's my birthday.
was the actual bet.
Oh, okay, so then it's okay. Fair enough.
Oh, we're so
Oh,
sorry.
it's actually he set up.
Actually, yeah. First,
He set up the
we shouldn't be. We've all had I don't know.
He set up the bet. All right, Jux.
Oh my god. All right, we're gonna continue, but I did
That's
want to take it.
You guys can mock my haircut and
No, we're not.
my G2 record and whatever you want.
Yeah,
You will see who is the kings of Europe soon.
definitely. I just want to formally apologize because it's
Yeah,
BM.
Fnatic is back.
On a serious note, though, on a serious note, and this is well, just an honest question coming from me. We've also said as an analyst team, and I think that's correct, you guys didn't have as much practice, coming into the summer split. You obviously had your health issues, very unfortunate. But at what point, maybe, if this starts happening, do we start looking at it differently, also from an analyst perspective? And does it start to creep in for you guys also? Well, maybe, we aren't going to be dominating everyone this time around. Did you ever think of it like that?
I mean, I've given it some thoughts, but since we got we got 1 week of practice now, and we are really not in the meta. We are getting into there, but we are still not sure about top priority picks or top objective or just how to even set up fights with the new champions and everything. So we are not playing closely as good as we could with the new champs and with the new drafts. And we are still good when it gets to the game that we know. Get a small early game lead and snowball it slowly, and we just take over the game. But we have a problem again in the early game that we struggle to get leads with our new champions, and I think we will get better with time. We just have to practice it. At MSI, week 1 was horrible early games, and then we practiced it really hard for semifinals and finals, and we really showed up there. So I'm not getting so worried.
All right. No, not saying you should be worried. It's just from our perspective.
Quickshot actually asked me the same question during the cast, and so I personally think that I'm not going to be concerned or panic about G2 and will they ever get back to that level until we reach playoffs. As long as they make, of course, playoffs, which is expected from them, it is definitely expected they will make it. Then you start looking at being there's that 1 week or 2 weeks of prep after, regular season ends. I'm not sure what you had on those papers, but after regular season into the first week of playoffs, where I'm kind of that's where I'm expecting to see G2 look really good again, and then of course boot camping after Worlds. So I'm not really going to be too concerned because we know the top level.
No one's concerned. It's about perspective,
Plus,
Missy.
there is usually a very big patch hitting Summer Split towards the end of the regular season.
What would you like to see?
That changes the game
shine.
in a very, very impactful manner, usually.
What would you like to see?
What if it didn't happen also?
I don't
I'm
care.
just saying, because it might actually not happen.
It happened
I
last
just
year,
plug in and
so
play.
I'm just gonna bank on it itself again.
All right, cool. Well,
Moving towers.
Assassin rework?
Towers.
Moving towers.
Guys,
no more
just
towers in the
assassin
game.
rework. Oof, assassin. Yasuo buff.
We already did that.
Yasuo buff and the world is ours.
Yeah, that big. When is he? The Yasuo. We've seen
We
zero.
nerfed him before he even got to play him.
Okay, so to be honest,
were
I was actually
promised.
practicing Yasuo in solo queue so much before LCS, and then right before LCS hit, his Q got nerfed for 5 seconds.
That's the problem.
So you can't Q
They
anymore.
knew he was going to play it, so they nerfed
And
him.
then, I was really ready to take over UOL with my Samurai, but now, laning phase mid is a lot worse because you play against rage matchups. So you can't, stack Q and deny CS, so there is no lane kingdom with him anymore. So it's kind of boring, and maybe it will come off, in the end of the split if we start winning some games again, but right now we are cornered, so, no Yusui just yet.
All right, well, let's take a look at what we have in...
Your bet doesn't hit
never
in
mind.
until after Rift Rivals, so...
That's
Yeah,
true.
actually, so I could put out
doing Rift Rivals.
or Rift Rivals.
What if the bet was a devil's bet, and yes, you will win every single game, but you'll also lose every single game at Rift Rivals to America and have eternal shame.
But don't we get backup from our other...
Yeah, you do. But how can you really trust in your EU brothers? No, just kidding.
Damn, you're just throwing them out there.
I don't know what's gotten into me. Let's look at the schedule.
I think NA will not win a game at Rift Rivals.
I'm going to say that's probably not true.
Well, don't forget to tune in tomorrow for the final day of the first round robin. Our broadcast is going to start with Group A, Roccat versus the Ninjas in Pajamas. Sorry, that was loud. Followed by H2K versus Vitality. I love it. Roccat versus Ninjas in Pajamas. Well, actually, it might not be as close as we thought because Roccat, they beat Fnatic. They're on a high, man.
They're on a high. I don't think it necessarily means they're going to be looking super clean against NIP. I think they're going to be very messy games. A bit like maybe some of the games we saw today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In a
Vitality,
nice way.
Vitality versus H2K.
Oh. I think it's gonna be a quick 2-0 for H2K, unless Vitality steps up their game really big time. Like,
Vander goes God mode
like
against Jankos.
really big. Yeah, Wander goes God mode with trash or something. Yeah, Wander life. I don't know what can happen.
All right. Anything can happen here in the EOLCS, as you've seen on this desk, which honestly was really entertaining. Thank you very much for joining us.
I like the new place. It's nice. I'm still wondering why there's not a picture of me there, like on the wall. But other than that, I'm okay with everything.
Yeah, we actually...
We need Freddy over
we actually need new pictures. That's a good point. But thank you guys very much for joining us. Thank you as well, Deficio.
Thank you for having us.
And thank you everyone for watching. Thank you overall. And we hope to see you all tomorrow for our last day in week 3. Have a fantastic night. See you then. Oh.
Gute Nacht.
Tschüssi.
And Maxwell said, and I quote, "We're feeling the free win. No additional explanation needed." That's gonna kill! The death sentence finds expect, and it's a triple for almost the best jungler in Europe. Triple kill for Power of Evil. Sven gets taken out by Igmar's death sentence, and Alfari sets up the quadra.
I told you boys, it's a free win,
This top lane, Trick is coming in to support Expect, leaps forward, flash for flash, Flame Spitters going down, first blood, flash kick, all of a sudden, Misfits are on the board, heroic entrance from Bert, he's looking to help out Trick, flash forward and Trick tastes the fear of Naxlaw, Fate's Call is used as well, and it is just a mayhem in the blue buff, 1, 2, 3 kills for Misfits, G2 lose a 4. The Nexus is the focus, and Maxwell called it. It's a free win against G2. No explanation necessary.
G2 will not lose a single game in the summer split.
Regular season is ready. We're ready here at the capture desk because we have 2 crazy comps. Keep it going, Mickey. Throw over the wall. He's a monster. He's just unstoppable on this thresh. Knocks him back into the pit. Oh, Zencups, you're in the thick of it, and nobody's far enough away to get hit by those stars. Melee range not looking good for the Aurelian Soul. And he's not gonna drop. They don't have the damage. Samus, use a laser. Oh, Samus stays alive. It could be the fight. That could be the turn. Great challenge has been issued. But Tachachi, the healing is coming through for 4 members strong on the side of Splyce. That's the turn and burn. Man, you can't disrespect the Kassadin. The teams are starting to back off. The fight just keeps happening. There's the great entrance. There's a Tachi looking to hand deliver a kill for Exile, shielding to keep him alive. Or is there? Is that a turning it back? This is still alive. What is happening? Insane performance. They lose to H2K. The parity between this group is astounding. Splyce right here, right now. Take down the Unicorns of Love.